Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto's Uzumaki Bloodline Awakened? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, still feeling the weight of having failed his graduation exam for the second time. He chuckled to himself, thinking about how this was just another day in his life. The villagers cast him disdainful glances, but he paid them no mind. As he wandered, he stumbled upon a shop he had never seen before and decided to step inside. Inside, two men were arguing over a tag. One man, with brown hair, insisted that it was a chakra seal, while the other, with a more robust build, claimed it was a storage seal. They decided to activate it to determine its true nature. As they prepared to lay the tag down, Naruto felt an inexplicable pull from it, as if it were calling out to him. He shouted for them to stop, startling the two men. They looked at him with surprise as he warned them that it was an explosive tag. Initially dismissive, the brown-haired man soon realized Naruto was correct, and they both expressed their astonishment at having overlooked it. The bulky man introduced himself as Ishiki, meaning awareness, and his brother as Denpa, meaning electromagnetic wave. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki. Denpa then asked how Naruto had known it was an explosive tag. With a casual smile, Naruto explained that the seal simply looked like it spelled explosive, though the brothers were skeptical of his answer. Ishiki then held out 3 different tags, asking if Naruto could identify them. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto confidently identified each one: a sealing tag, a chakra sealing tag, and another explosive tag. The brothers were impressed, with Denpa expressing his amusement at Naruto's knowledge. Curious, Denpa asked if Naruto knew about Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing techniques. Naruto admitted that he had dozed off during that part of Iruka's lecture, leaving the brothers astonished by his ability to identify the tags without any formal knowledge. Ishiki and Denpa exchanged glances, acknowledging Naruto's potential. Denpa then handed Naruto a dusty book on Fuinjutsu, but Naruto quickly closed it, finding it uninteresting. Denpa insisted that mastering Fuinjutsu was a significant achievement, as few could claim to be seal masters. He explained that if someone devoted their life to mastering it, they could achieve incredible feats. Naruto's eyes widened at the thought that Fuinjutsu could surpass ninjutsu. Denpa confirmed this but added that it depended on the type of seal used. Ishiki chimed in, noting that few were willing to learn the forgotten art. Determined, Naruto declared that he would master it. Denpa, skeptical, remarked that Naruto seemed too weak to handle such a challenge. Undeterred, Naruto proclaimed his resolve to never go back on his word. Before the brothers could respond, Naruto dashed out of the shop, leaving them smiling at his enthusiasm. Denpa remarked that they had finally found the boy they had been searching for, while Ishiki reflected on how the Uzumaki name had become a target rather than a shield. They felt they were giving the Uzumaki clan a chance to revive. As they began to pack up their merchandise, Ishiki warned Denpa to be careful with the explosive tags. In a moment of chaos, the two brothers playfully began to bicker, drawing the attention of a customer who quietly left the shop, shaking his head at the scene. Later, Naruto returned to his apartment, sitting on his bed with the book resting in his lap. The thought of techniques stronger than ninjutsu filled him with determination. He opened the book and discovered a message written on the inside. It explained that the book was given to him to help his clan return. Naruto learned that he was likely the last of the Uzumaki clan, a powerful lineage that once instilled fear in villages and could rival even the Senju and Uchiha clans. However, that time had long since passed. By the time he read the message, his ancestors would be gone, but they assured him they would meet again throughout his life. They urged him to train and master Fuinjutsu like his forebears, emphasizing that he would face a long and challenging journey ahead. He was encouraged to use his knowledge to protect himself, his friends, and his allies. Naruto reread the message, still in disbelief. He realized he was part of a clan and felt compelled to learn more. He rushed to the Hokage's tower, but found Sarutobi in a meeting and was unable to interrupt. Instead, he headed to the library. Sneaking past the librarian, he made his way to the back, where books about various clans associated with Konoha were kept. He searched through the shelves and found a book on the Senju clan. As he continued his search for information on the Uzumaki, he discovered that the book on his clan was missing. Frustrated, he cursed himself for not finding it. He began to read about the Senju clan, noting their mastery of all skills, including ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. He whispered to himself about their title, the clan with 1,000 skills, and was reminded of the Uchiha clan. His heart sank when he noticed that the name of the other clan was torn from the page. Skipping ahead, he found a section dedicated to Hashirama Senju and his contributions to Konoha. Tears welled in his eyes as he realized how close he was to uncovering more about his family. Feeling disheartened, he laid the book down and snuck out of the library. He pondered why someone would go to such lengths to erase the history of the Uzumaki clan. Back in his apartment, he picked up the book again and immersed himself in its contents, studying every detail as if it were treasure. He lost track of time, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Exhausted, he collapsed where he sat, still clutching the book tightly as if it might disappear. Irika was walking through the streets of Konoha, counting down the days until the new academy students arrived. Suddenly he spotted someone familiar by the tips of their hair. It was Naruto, who was carrying a book with a marker in the middle and a rectangular box. Irika was taken aback and asked where Naruto had gotten the book. Naruto explained that it had been given to him, and he had been reading it. Irika's shocked expression made Naruto wonder what was wrong. As Naruto continued on his way, he declared that he had much more reading to do, leaving Irika to question whether this was truly the same Naruto he knew. 2 weeks later, Irika surveyed his new class and sighed, noting that many clan heirs were present, including the last Uchiha. His thoughts were interrupted when he realized someone was missing. Just as he was about to search for Naruto, the door swung open. Naruto entered, dressed in an outfit that was a departure from his usual orange jumpsuit. He wore an orange and red shirt that hung freely, with bandaged wrists and an open collar. His pants remained black, and a large swirl adorned the back of his shirt, reminiscent of a maelstrom. His hair looked as if he had just rolled out of bed. Apologizing for oversleeping, Naruto flashed a grin at the stunned faces around him. He explained that he wanted to try something new this year. Irika shook his head and instructed Naruto to take his seat. Once everyone was present, Irika decided to start with a few questions. He looked at Naruto, who was smiling expectantly. Naruto introduced himself, stating his ambition to become Hokage one day. Irika smiled, familiar with Naruto's aspirations, but before he could call on another student, Naruto mentioned wanting to learn more about a particular clan, which piqued the curiosity of his classmates. Irika wondered which clan Naruto was referring to. He called on Shikamaru, who was trying to sleep. Shikamaru grumbled his introduction, stating that anything else would be too troublesome to discuss before promptly falling back asleep. Irika noted the lack of engagement from the other students, most of whom were either distracted or focused on Sasuke, except for one Hyuga girl who was stealing glances at Naruto. Deciding to move on, Irika suggested they shift their focus to jutsu, smiling at the excitement that filled the room. First, does anyone know any jutsu? Irika noticed 4 hands raised, but Naruto's caught his attention the most. Irika thought with an inward smile about what the little trickster might have planned. Alright, knowing the Uchihas, we should probably take this outside. The classroom emptied, and everyone formed a semicircle around the 4 students. Alright, who wants to go first? Irika asked, scanning the group until he saw Shikamaru step forward. Shikamaru found it too troublesome to watch the others perform, so he decided to go first and then take a nap. He put his hands together into the tiger seal and declared, "Shadow imitation." His shadow stretched forward and connected with Irika's, causing Shikamaru to perform a silly dance that forced Irika to mimic him. Alright, I get the point, Irika exclaimed, shaking his head as Shikamaru's shadow retracted back to him. Okay, next. He watched as Choji approached, munching on a bag of chips. Multi-size technique, Choji said with his mouth full. Suddenly, he expanded like a balloon and rolled around the area like a boulder before shrinking back down to his normal size. Sasuke stepped up, and his fan club cheered for him. He quickly went through a series of hand signs and settled on the tiger seal. Fire release, great fireball technique, he announced as he unleashed a fireball, impressing everyone with his power despite not being a ninja yet. Then, Naruto walked forward, and the atmosphere grew quiet. He thought to himself that he couldn't mess this up. He asked Iruka to demonstrate his technique, and although hesitant, Iruka agreed. Naruto began to shake his legs with his eyes closed, took a deep breath, and then vanished. Iruka felt a rush of wind pass by him and turned to see Naruto smiling as he tapped him on the shoulder before disappearing again. Very good speed, Naruto, but that doesn't really classify as. Iruka's words were cut off as he suddenly froze, unable to move or speak. He looked up at Naruto, who held a one-handed seal in the tiger position. Realizing what was happening, Iruka saw black symbols spreading across his arm. "I can't believe that worked," Naruto said, his excitement palpable. However, Iruka soon broke free by channeling chakra through his body. "Oh, come on, Iruka, why did you have to break out of it?" Naruto pouted as Iruka approached him, shock evident in his eyes. "Naruto, when did you learn how to do Fuinjutsu?" Iruka asked, still in disbelief. "Oh, not long ago," Naruto replied with a smile, raising one leg into the air. "I placed a seal on my leg to help me move faster with just a bit of chakra instead of building it up on my feet. The only problem is that it forces me to move in a straight line, so if someone knows that, they could dodge. The seal I placed on you was meant to paralyze someone, but if they channel enough chakra, they can break free." Naruto was thrilled to showcase his new seals, while Iruka remained stunned. Iruka thought about how the worst kid in the class had grasped such a complex skill as if it were second nature. If Naruto continued like this, they might just have another seal master in the making. "Naruto, do you realize how dangerous that is?" Iruka said sternly. "One mistake could be disastrous." Naruto simply smiled back at Iruka. He believed that nothing ventured, nothing gained, and turned away, leaving Iruka in stunned silence. What new adventures awaited Naruto, and what did Ishiki mean by saying that Naruto's name being Uzumaki made him a bigger target? Only time would tell. What still held Naruto back from reaching the top was the test covering various topics, such as what chakra was and who helped shape Konoha into what it is today. Although Naruto struggled to focus on these subjects, his training had improved his concentration. Today was the day of the test to determine who would become a genin, and Naruto was determined not to fail again. He reminded himself that failure was not an option. In a flashback, Naruto recalled a conversation with Sarutobi, the Hokage. Iruka had informed Sarutobi about Naruto's self-training in Fuinjutsu techniques. Sarutobi had looked at Naruto with concern and asked if it was true. Naruto admitted that he struggled with the Academy's ninjutsu but had found a book on Fuinjutsu that suited him better since it didn't require chakra to use. Sarutobi nodded but expressed his worry, explaining the dangers of Fuinjutsu and the need for complete focus. He wished Naruto had come to him for help, as he could have guided him. Before leaving, Naruto asked if Sarutobi could assist him with the Bunshin no Jutsu, his weakest technique. Sarutobi, with a sad smile, explained that he couldn't show favoritism, as it would require him to help others too. Naruto understood and left, but Sarutobi summoned an ANBU to keep a close watch on Naruto, concerned that his learning of Fuinjutsu might attract unwanted attention. Back in the present, Naruto watched as Sasuke entered the testing room, knowing he was. Hinata looked at him with worry, happy that he had found something he excelled at, but anxious about his ability to perform the Bunshin Jutsu. As Sasuke emerged with a Konoha headband, Naruto stood up, but before he reached the door, he heard a soft voice wishing him luck. He turned but couldn't identify the source. Iruka instructed Naruto to perform a Bunshin. Taking a deep breath, Naruto formed the necessary hand signs. A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and when it cleared, a clone appeared next to him, looking weak and twitching on the ground. Iruka's disappointment was evident as he observed the clone. Iruka expressed his confusion, noting that while Naruto excelled at Fuinjutsu, his Bunshin technique always fell short. Naruto felt disheartened until Mizuki intervened, suggesting they cut Naruto some slack, highlighting his skill in Fuinjutsu. Naruto felt a glimmer of hope, but Irika's next words dashed it. He explained that every student needed to create a proper bunshin, and Naruto's attempt was inadequate. Irika apologized, feeling the weight of his decision as he saw the hurt in Naruto's eyes. Naruto walked away, and Irika felt a pang of regret. Mizuki, with a chilling smile, reveled in his plan's success. Later, Naruto sat on a swing, watching his parents praise their children for becoming ninjas. He noticed some passing glances filled with disdain but chose to ignore them, telling himself it didn't matter. Suddenly, he sensed someone standing beside him. Turning to his right, he saw Mizuki smiling at him. Naruto later found himself running from the Hokage tower with the scroll of sealing on his back, heading to the meeting place Mizuki had indicated. Upon arrival, he looked around but saw no sign of Mizuki. Deciding to make the most of the scroll, he opened it and found the first jutsu, Kage Bunshin. Frustrated that this was his weakest technique, he resolved to learn it anyway. After an hour of intense practice, a furious Irika appeared before a weary Naruto. Irika's voice was filled with anger as he confronted Naruto. Naruto, rubbing the back of his head, excitedly announced that he had learned an impressive jutsu from the scroll and expected to graduate. Irika, confused, asked what he meant. Naruto explained that Mizuki had told him that anyone who learned a jutsu from the scroll could graduate, regardless of their performance in the exam. However, Irika's shocked expression worried Naruto. Before he could finish his thought, Irika heard a whistling sound and instinctively pushed Naruto away just as kunai flew toward them. Irika took the brunt of the attack, collapsing against an abandoned cabin as Naruto watched in horror. Naruto looked in the direction where the kunai had been thrown and saw Mizuki, who had two Fuma shurikens strapped to his back. Irika growled Mizuki's name as he struggled to move, pain coursing through his body. Mizuki urged Naruto to hand over the scroll, claiming that doing so would complete his test. Irika warned Naruto not to trust Mizuki, asserting that he was lying. Mizuki laughed, dismissing Irika's words. He continued, suggesting that the entire village had been deceiving Naruto from the beginning. Irika's eyes widened as he realized Mizuki's intentions. He shouted for Mizuki to stop, but Mizuki only smiled as he revealed a law that forbade anyone from discussing the decree regarding the Kyuubi. Mizuki explained that Naruto was the baby in question, the reason for the village's disdain, and that no one would mourn him if he were to die. As Mizuki threw one of his Fuma shurikens at Naruto, Irika shouted for him to get down. Naruto ducked just in time, feeling something warm drip onto his hand. He looked up to see Irika leaning over him, a shuriken embedded in his back. Despite the pain, Irika managed to smile and asked if Naruto was okay. Confused, Naruto asked why Irika would do such a thing. Irika explained that he understood what it was like to feel alone and acknowledged that he had never tried to help Naruto, for which he was sorry. Mizuki interjected, mocking Irika's words and claiming that he was lying to prevent Naruto from using the scroll for revenge. This prompted Naruto to sprint away from both Irika and Mizuki, ignoring Irika's desperate call. Mizuki taunted Irika, suggesting that Naruto was destined to destroy the village. Irika, fueled by determination, pulled the shuriken from his back and threw it at Mizuki, who easily dodged the attack. Mizuki declared that he had other matters to attend to and ran off. Irika, weakened but resolute, followed Mizuki. Meanwhile, Mizuki transformed into Irika and approached Naruto from behind, attempting to convince him that everything Mizuki said was false. However, Naruto, sensing something was off, jumped and struck Mizuki in the gut, sending him crashing to the ground. As Mizuki's transformation faded, he questioned how Naruto had figured it out. Naruto smiled, revealing that he was Irika. Mizuki, furious, threw another shuriken, which struck Irika in the stomach. Blood spilled from Irika's mouth as Mizuki taunted him for trying to save Naruto, the very being responsible for his parents' deaths. Irika defended Naruto, stating that his grievances were with the Kyuubi, not the boy himself. Mizuki laughed at Irika's resolve, declaring that if he wanted to die for Naruto, then he would. Just as Mizuki swung his shuriken, Naruto intervened with a powerful kick that sent Mizuki reeling. He warned Mizuki not to touch Irika again, vowing that he would not just defeat him but would ensure he faced dire consequences. Naruto then performed a technique that enveloped the area in smoke. When it cleared, hundreds of Naruto clones surrounded Mizuki, who realized he was outnumbered. As the clones charged, Naruto turned to Iruka, who was struggling to breathe. He expressed regret for not stealing the scroll, but Iruka reassured him with a chuckle, acknowledging that he wouldn't last much longer. He instructed Naruto to close his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw Iruka without his headband. Iruka congratulated Naruto on passing his test, but his eyes began to dim. Desperate, Naruto pleaded for Iruka not to die, expressing how much he valued him as one of the few who treated him with kindness. Iruka smiled softly and revealed a scroll, summoning a vest that belonged to his father. He handed it to Naruto, wanting him to keep it as a memory. As Iruka's final words echoed in Naruto's heart, he declared that Naruto had always been his favorite student. With a serene smile, Iruka passed away, leaving Naruto in tears, holding onto him tightly as if wishing he could bring him back. Naruto remained there until the Hokage and others arrived to take Mizuki away. Sarutobi approached Naruto cautiously, already aware that something was wrong. He asked if Naruto was alright, knowing the answer. Naruto looked at Sarutobi with tears in his eyes and expressed his guilt, feeling responsible for Iruka's death. In response, Sarutobi quickly embraced him, reassuring him that it was not his fault. Mizuki had taken advantage of Naruto's vulnerability, and the blame lay with him, not Naruto. As Sarutobi held him, two Jonin entered to carry Iruka's body back to the village. Afterward, Sarutobi observed as Naruto put on the vest that Iruka had given him. Before Sarutobi could speak, Naruto asked what would happen next, holding Iruka's headband tightly in his hands. Sarutobi explained that they needed to give Iruka a proper burial and that they would be adjusting the teams to include Naruto. This surprised Naruto, who had expected a different outcome after the night's events. Sarutobi reminded Naruto that Iruka had given him his headband because he believed Naruto was ready to become a ninja. He felt it would be unwise to disregard Iruka's last decision. Although Naruto nodded, his usual excitement was absent. When he inquired about the burial, Sarutobi confirmed it would take place that day. Sarutobi continued, emphasizing how much Iruka cared for Naruto. He recalled how Iruka would often seek advice whenever Naruto struggled with a technique, believing that Naruto would become an exceptional ninja. Naruto paused at the door, then closed it behind him, promising himself to protect those who were precious to him. The funeral proceeded with Iruka's students attending to pay their respects. However, Naruto's situation worsened as some adults petitioned Sarutobi to strip Naruto of his ninja rank and ban him from the academy due to the events surrounding Iruka's death. Sarutobi dismissed their requests. Naruto was the first to arrive at the funeral and the first to place a flower on Iruka's grave, which did not sit well with many adults. After the ceremony, only a few remained: Naruto, Hinata, Shino, and Sarutobi, who watched Naruto with concern. Shino approached Naruto, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder, even though he was unsure of how to comfort him. Sarutobi joined them, giving Naruto a brief hug. Soon, it was just Hinata and Naruto. Hinata fidgeted nervously, trying to find the right words. Just as Naruto began to walk away, Hinata expressed her sorrow about Iruka, acknowledging their close bond. Naruto turned back, offering a sad smile for the first time that day. He reminisced about how he and Iruka would often enjoy ramen together and invited Hinata to join him. Initially stunned, Hinata gathered her courage and accepted, knowing that Naruto needed someone by his side during this difficult time. As they walked toward Naruto's favorite ramen stand, he reflected on Iruka and the moments they had shared there. The team assignments were postponed for 4 days while a new instructor was found and people processed Iruka's passing. During this time, Naruto spent his days in his apartment, throwing kunai at the wall. He only wanted to see Sarutobi or Hinata. Sarutobi checked in on him occasionally, while Hinata brought him food, helping him step outside. Over those 4 days, Naruto and Hinata grew closer, though not officially a couple. Hinata encouraged Naruto to leave his home, and when he returned he wore his familiar smile, signaling that he was back. However, a more serious demeanor accompanied him. While he still enjoyed playful moments, he became serious whenever he saw someone being bullied. His appearance had also changed. His hair had grown wilder and longer during those days. What everyone began to notice was that Naruto had started to train harder and faster than ever before, as if Iruka's death had driven home a point for him. As a result, Naruto's arms, hands, and neck were wrapped in bandages, prompting curiosity among his peers about what lay beneath them. Some students appreciated this change in Naruto, recognizing that he was determined to protect his squad at all costs. One day, a man entered the classroom carrying a clipboard, which everyone assumed contained the squad assignments. Gunma introduced himself and announced the team formations. Team 7 consisted of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, with Kakashi Hatake as their Jonin sensei. Reactions varied. Sakura was excited to be on the same team as Sasuke, who remained indifferent, while Naruto displayed a subtle smile that some missed. Gunma continued naming the other squads until he finished, informing the students that their Jonin senseis would arrive in about an hour, encouraging them to get to know their teammates. With that, the students left, except for Team Sakura, hoping to spend time with Sasuke, suggested they grab a bite to eat while waiting for their teacher. However, Sasuke was too focused on watching Naruto, who was busy drawing seals on tags. Sasuke called out to Naruto, asking what he was doing. Naruto, with a hint of amusement, replied that he was creating a special seal for someone and suggested they all go eat since he was starving. He stood up, inviting them to join him. Sasuke shrugged and followed, with Sakura trailing behind. Unbeknownst to them, one of Naruto's shadow clones had secretly placed 2 of the tags into their packs. 3 hours later, Sakura was pacing and expressing her frustration over their late teacher. Instead of venting his anger, Naruto continued to work on a seal for a bucket of water and another above the door. Sasuke, confused, wondered what Naruto was up to as he filled the bucket and hid it under his desk, propping his feet up while he waited. The door swung open, revealing a man with silver hair and a headband covering his left eye. He scanned the room and noticed Sakura glaring at him. Kakashi began to introduce himself but was interrupted when Naruto activated his seal, causing a bucket of water to fall on him. Naruto chuckled, finishing Kakashi's thought with a playful remark about him being wet. Kakashi, noticing the seals, realized Naruto had been studying them. Kakashi instructed the team to meet him on the roof in a minute before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto smiled wider and headed for the stairs, with Sasuke and Sakura following closely behind. On the roof, Kakashi assessed his new team critically. He suggested they introduce themselves, starting with Sakura. Although annoyed by his nickname, she introduced herself, mentioning her likes and dislikes, and blushed when she glanced at Sasuke. Kakashi then turned to Sasuke, who introduced himself with a serious demeanor, stating his ambition to revive the Uchiha clan and confront a certain individual. Kakashi noted Sasuke's intensity but decided to set aside his concerns for now. Finally, Kakashi pointed to Naruto, who was still focused on his seals. Naruto introduced himself, sharing his passion for designing seals and learning new techniques. He expressed his disdain for those who judged others without giving them a chance and revealed his dream of becoming Hokage while honoring a certain clan. With introductions complete, the team stood ready for their next challenge. And when it has gone past, the inner eye will see its path. Where fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Kakashi's voice came through the earpiece, asking if the target was in sight. Sasuke confirmed that it was, and Naruto chuckled in agreement. Sakura also affirmed their readiness. Kakashi instructed them to move in, and the trio charged out of the forest, pursuing the target. Naruto's Kagebunshin caught the fleeing cat, which struggled to claw at the clone but was kept at bay. With the target secured, Naruto held the cat as his clone vanished. Kakashi instructed them to check the collar, confirming the name Tora. As Naruto leaned in for a closer look, he received a scratch on his face. He instinctively yanked the cat away, momentarily tempted to toss it, but remembered that this was a mission. The fire daimyo's wife screamed Tora's name, expressing her frustration over the cat's escape as she placed money on Sarutobi's desk and exited, clutching the feline. Naruto felt sympathy for the cat, cringing at its frantic attempts to escape. Sarutobi praised the team's efforts and offered them various tasks, but Naruto interrupted, insisting they deserved a real mission. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, questioning why they should be granted one. With confidence, Naruto declared that they were the best. Kakashi playfully slapped Naruto on the head, who glared at him, but Kakashi remained focused on his book. Sarutobi observed the team and sighed. He asked Kakashi for his opinion, who surveyed his team. Sasuke appeared indifferent, Sakura watched her teammates with a nervous smile, and Naruto was busy sketching a new seal idea. Kakashi confidently stated that they could handle a C-rank mission, earning grateful looks from his team. Sarutobi smiled and revealed an easy escort mission to the Land of Waves. Just then, the door opened to reveal an old man with a straw hat and a bottle of sake. Sarutobi introduced Tazuna, the man they would be escorting. Tazuna frowned at the group, expressing doubt about their capabilities, especially criticizing Naruto's appearance. Naruto, feeling insulted, shouted to Tazuna, asserting his name and ambition to lead the village one day. Tazuna felt a flicker of recognition at the name Uzumaki but dismissed it for the moment, agreeing to proceed with the mission. As they traveled, Naruto walked alongside Kakashi while Sasuke and Sakura stayed with Tazuna. Kakashi was reading when he noticed a strange reflection in a puddle, realizing it hadn't rained in days. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the water, wearing breathing masks and tattered cloaks, their chains glinting ominously. They ensnared Kakashi with their barbed chains. One of the attackers, Meizu, gleefully announced their success, while Gozu added that they had more targets to go after. The two turned to face Naruto and Sasuke, who launched a counterattack. The brothers swiftly dodged their kicks, moving with ghostly agility. Sasuke noted their speed, urging Naruto to act quickly. Naruto tore off his bandages, revealing a storage seal on his wrist. Channeling chakra into the seal, he summoned a Fuma Shuriken, its points curved like fangs and dark as night. He asked Sasuke for an opening, who smirked in response. Sasuke charged at the brothers, who shifted their focus towards Sakura, who stood protectively with a kunai. Realizing the danger, Naruto quickly threw the shuriken above the attackers, activating his technique. The shuriken glowed with seals, and weapons rained down from it, forcing the brothers to dodge or face dire consequences. Meizu, feeling the pressure, urged his brother to focus on Naruto. They charged at him, but were interrupted by a fireball that narrowly missed them, igniting nearby trees. Gozu and Meizu split up, each targeting a different opponent. As Gozu charged at Naruto, two dogs suddenly appeared, tackling him to the ground and pinning him down. Meizu glanced at his brother, only to be met with a sudden punch that knocked him out cold. Kakashi praised his team, acknowledging their efforts as his dogs kept Gozu pinned to the ground. He approached the fallen shinobi and swiftly incapacitated him as well. Once the dogs vanished in a puff of smoke, Kakashi secured both Gozu and Meizu to a nearby tree. He turned to Tazuna, who appeared uneasy under his gaze. Kakashi inquired about the situation, prompting Tazuna to recount the tale of Gato, who had invaded and taken control of his village. Tazuna explained that the village's economy had suffered greatly due to Gato's actions, leaving him with only a C-rank mission to offer. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. With the emergence of the Demon Brothers, he concluded that the mission had escalated from a C rank to an A rank. He began to explain that typically, when a client lies, they are returned to the village, but he was interrupted by Naruto. Naruto stood resolutely beside Tazuna, having just resealed his weapons. He declared his determination, stating that he never backed down from a challenge, including missions. Kakashi surveyed his team, seeking their opinions. Sasuke affirmed their commitment to the mission, setting off toward Nami no Kuni. Sakura echoed his sentiment, expressing their readiness despite the difficulties ahead. Kakashi agreed to continue the mission, turning to see his team already moving over a hill. As they walked, Sasuke heard a rustling from the bushes. Reacting quickly, he threw a kunai, only for a frightened white rabbit to leap out. Sakura managed to catch the rabbit and soothe it. She admonished Sasuke for nearly harming the creature, but he shrugged it off and continued walking. Kakashi caught up just in time to see Sakura release the rabbit. Kakashi noted the unusual sight of a snow rabbit in the current weather when a whizzing sound caught his attention. He shouted for the group to duck as a giant sword whirled past them, embedding itself in a tree. They looked up to see a man standing on the sword's hilt, his face partially obscured by a scarf, wearing camouflaged pants and no shirt. Kakashi recognized him as Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza acknowledged Kakashi with a smirk, referring to him as the copy ninja. He expressed his delight at the prospect of eliminating both the bridge builder and a Konoha elite. Kakashi warned the others to stay out of the fight, revealing his Sharingan eye. Sasuke watched in shock, realizing that Kakashi was not an Uchiha. Kakashi reassured his team that he would protect them as he prepared to face Zabuza, who taunted him about the delay. Without hesitation, Kakashi charged at Zabuza with a kunai drawn. Zabuza leaped over him and swung his sword, narrowly missing Kakashi. Kakashi countered with a kick that sent Zabuza sprawling onto his back. Just as Kakashi was about to advance, Zabuza formed hand seals. The mist rolled in thickly, obscuring Zabuza from view. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, realizing the mist was infused with chakra, making it even more dangerous. He heard Zabuza's voice taunting him about the many places he could strike. Kakashi quickly deduced that Zabuza aimed for the bridge builder and dashed toward where Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had formed a protective semicircle around Tazuna. Zabuza appeared among them, sword raised. Just then, Naruto's clones descended upon Zabuza, who was momentarily distracted. Naruto triumphantly declared that Zabuza would lose, holding a red tag in his palm. Zabuza's expression shifted as he witnessed a jet of fire erupt from the tag, incinerating the clones. However, when the flames subsided, Zabuza was nowhere to be found, leaving only a wet spot on the ground. Naruto gritted his teeth, realizing he had been tricked. He spotted Sasuke and Sakura emerging from the woods with Tazuna. Kakashi praised Naruto for his efforts, but his words were cut short when Zabuza ensnared Naruto with a water-like whip, swinging him into the trees until he landed perilously close to Zabuza's blade. Kakashi rushed to help, but was intercepted by several water clones that emerged from the woods. Zabuza taunted Kakashi, stating he had business with Naruto while his clones would keep Kakashi occupied. Despite their diminished strength, Zabuza was confident that an army of clones would overwhelm Kakashi. Kakashi, determined, pulled out his kunai and glanced at Naruto, who gave him a thumbs up. Kakashi realized that Zabuza must be running low on chakra if he was resorting to clone techniques. His eyes fell on a small bag on the ground, soldier pills that could aid Naruto. He knew he had to reach Naruto quickly. Zabuza chuckled, preparing to resume his attack on Naruto, who was still recovering. Naruto felt a surge of determination as he faced Zabuza. He shouted out his name, declaring, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Zabuza's eyes widened at the mention of the Uzumaki name, a clan he believed had been wiped out long ago. Lost in his thoughts, Zabuza failed to notice Naruto removing the bandages from his arms and neck, revealing intricate seals. Realizing the truth, Zabuza gritted his teeth, understanding the potential threat Naruto posed. Zabuza jumped back, raising his sword and warning Naruto that sparing him could lead to trouble in the future. As he charged forward, he noticed Naruto's right arm glowing with energy. Naruto calmly declared, "Fuinjutsu, Byakurai," unleashing a bolt of static electricity that struck Zabuza's left arm, numbing it. Zabuza analyzed Naruto's seals, recognizing their power. He realized that Naruto's left arm contained a storage seal for a giant shuriken and decided to immobilize Naruto's right arm first. As Zabuza swung his sword, Naruto activated his storage seal, summoning the massive shuriken. The impact sent Naruto tumbling back, but he quickly regained his balance and hurled the shuriken at Zabuza. Zabuza dodged, slicing through the spinning blade, only to find it vanished, revealing a Kage Bunshin that dissipated in a puff of smoke. Zabuza marveled at Naruto's cleverness, realizing the potential he held. However, he snapped back to reality when he saw Naruto placing his hands together, the seals on his palms glowing. The wind began to swirl around Naruto, and Zabuza sensed the impending danger. Naruto thought to himself that he only had enough chakra for one powerful technique. He shouted, "Fuinjutsu, Tenran," as a swirling ball of wind formed in his hands, expanding into a tornado-shaped drill. Zabuza's eyes widened as he watched the drill tear through the ground. He quickly leaped onto the water, trying to escape, but saw Naruto straining to channel more chakra into his jutsu. As the tornado split into two and barreled toward him, Zabuza braced himself, but just as they were about to strike, they disintegrated. He looked back at Naruto, who was on one knee, gasping for air, with blood trickling from his mouth. Zabuza decided it was time to end the confrontation. He formed hand signs, and the mist rolled back in, obscuring his presence. Naruto scanned the area, unaware of Zabuza's stealthy approach. Just as Zabuza prepared to strike, Kakashi completed his last clone and noticed the danger. He shouted out a warning, realizing Zabuza was targeting Naruto's vulnerable neck. Zabuza was momentarily taken aback by a sudden purple hexagonal barrier that appeared behind Naruto, shielding him from the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto jumped away, but as he landed, he collapsed to one knee. Zabuza observed the seal around Naruto's throat expanding ominously, reaching toward his eyes before it began to peel away, causing the barrier to shatter. Zabuza commented on the impressive seal, noting its limitations. Naruto, struggling to stand, admitted that the seal was a one-time use. Zabuza approached, each step instilling a sense of dread in Naruto. For the first time, Naruto felt the weight of his mortality, memories flashing before his eyes. He thought about the few people who cared for him and felt a wave of despair wash over him. Images of Hinata visiting him flooded his mind, reminding him of her unwavering support. He recalled the bond he shared with Team 7, feeling conflicted as his thoughts battled against each other. All of a sudden, Naruto realized he didn't want to die anymore. Before Zabuza could raise his blade, he was forced backward by two fireballs and a barrage of kunai with explosive tags. Naruto looked up to see his entire team in front of him, standing protectively, with Tazuna beside him holding what appeared to be a mallet. Naruto managed to ask what was happening as he tried to push himself up but fell, only to be caught by Tazuna. Kakashi explained that they were a team and helped one another, urging Naruto to rest. With that, Naruto closed his eyes and let the darkness take him. Kakashi confronted Zabuza, stating that he would pay for what he had done. Zabuza laughed, dismissing the accusation and taunting Team 7 about Naruto's clan, claiming they were reckless. Just as he began to reveal a secret, 3 senbons flew out of nowhere, striking him in the neck. Team 7 stared in shock as Zabuza collapsed. Before they could react, a ninja wearing a hunter-nin mask appeared beside Zabuza's body. The ninja thanked them in a voice that was oddly feminine, stating that without their distraction, they would not have had an opening. They picked up Zabuza's limp body and formed a tiger sign, advising Team 7 to check on Naruto before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Tazuna, shaken from the shock, pointed out that Naruto was sweating and shaking, which worried him. Kakashi approached Naruto, thinking about how he had overused his chakra during the fight. He explained to the others that Naruto was suffering from severe chakra exhaustion, forcing some soldier pills into his mouth while contemplating the situation. He had thought the QB would prevent such exhaustion, but it seemed Naruto was overusing the seals, which were consuming chakra too quickly. Sakura, frightened by Naruto's condition, asked Kakashi if he would be fine. Kakashi reassured her with a smile, though he privately worried that Naruto might be pushing himself too far with the seals. Sasuke, confused, inquired about Zabuza's comments regarding Naruto's clan. Kakashi admitted he didn't know much about the Uzumaki clan, though he had heard of a powerful clan that had nearly gone extinct. Tazuna returned from the forest with vines and 2 long pieces of wood, suggesting they make a stretcher for Naruto. Kakashi nodded in agreement, and once the stretcher was finished, he laid Naruto on it. As they made their way down the path to the water, Kakashi thought about getting Naruto to a place where he could rest. Meanwhile, Zabuza woke up in a bed with Haku tending to his wounds. Haku noticed Zabuza's change in breathing and greeted him respectfully, asking how he felt. Zabuza grunted in response, looking away. Moments later, Gato entered the room with 2 sword-wielding bodyguards, mocking Zabuza for being defeated by children. As Gato reached out to him, Haku caught his hand, glaring at him with intensity. Haku firmly told Gato not to touch Zabuza, squeezing his arm tightly and causing him pain. Gato yelped and pulled away, warning Zabuza to ensure it didn't happen again before leaving with his guards, slamming the door behind them. Naruto looked around at the smiling faces of the villagers, who, despite having little, were eager to share what they could. He politely refused their offers, recognizing their need for the resources more than his own. Sakura and Kakashi were genuinely happy that Naruto had found his clan's old home. Sasuke maintained his emotionless facade, but occasionally his eyes hardened when he heard someone praise Naruto, struggling to understand why Naruto was so popular despite not having done anything extraordinary. Ever since the villagers discovered that Naruto was the sole survivor of a once powerful clan, people constantly surrounded him. Naruto always wore a smile since returning from his old house, radiating happiness as villagers of all ages gathered around him, eager to engage with the lone survivor of the legendary clan. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura found themselves with nothing to do, prompting Kakashi to decide it was time for some training focused on chakra control. Instantly, Naruto's cheerful demeanor shifted to a slight frown. He questioned the necessity of the training, feeling bored. Kakashi explained that it would help him manage his chakra and prevent him from getting hurt due to overexertion. Naruto's expression reflected his annoyance, especially since Kakashi had been watching him closely ever since the chakra depletion incident. Whenever Naruto attempted to create a new seal, Kakashi was right there, observing. Frustrated, Naruto once asked why he was being monitored, receiving a simple response. Kakashi wanted to ensure he didn't get hurt. Kakashi then instructed the group to climb a tree, but without using their hands. The team looked at him in disbelief, and Naruto and Sasuke exchanged smirks, thinking the task would be easy. However, when Kakashi added the condition of not using their hands, their confidence waned. Naruto protested loudly, claiming it was impossible. With a sigh, Kakashi demonstrated by channeling chakra into his feet and walking up the tree effortlessly. He challenged Naruto, reminding him to apply chakra to the soles of his feet while maintaining the right balance to avoid falling. If they felt they were about to fall, they should mark their position with a kunai. As the group prepared, they each attempted to climb the tree. Naruto was the first to fall, having applied too little chakra. Sasuke followed, overcompensating and cracking the bark. Meanwhile, Sakura effortlessly perched high on a branch, smiling down at them. Kakashi noted that the only girl on the team had the best chakra control, seeing determination in Naruto and Sasuke's eyes. Determined, Naruto and Sasuke tried again, managing to get a bit higher but still struggling. Sasuke fell when his chakra slipped, while Naruto's attempt ended with the tree snapping unexpectedly. As he fell, he hit his head on the ground, and just as the top half of the tree began to fall toward him, a large bulldog intervened, pushing it aside. Relieved, Naruto lay on the ground as Kakashi approached with a chuckle, suggesting he try not to break the tree next time. Mumbling, Naruto moved to another tree, and despite his repeated falls, he gradually improved. Kakashi leaned against a tree, reading his book while observing his students. After 3 climbs, Sakura took a break, while Naruto and Sasuke continued their cycle of attempts and falls. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, wanting to offer help, but hesitated when she saw his expression, which clearly indicated he preferred to manage on his own. Meanwhile, Naruto lay on the ground, contemplating his approach. He noticed a pattern in his attempts and recalled how easily Sakura had climbed the tree. Just then, a shadow blocked the sun above him. It was Naruto, nervously smiling and asking Sakura for help. Surprised that he had actually asked for assistance, Sakura agreed to help him. Kakashi, noticing this, smiled beneath his mask, thinking that Naruto was beginning to understand. With Sakura's guidance, Naruto learned what he was doing wrong and how to improve. He approached the tree again, applying her advice, and managed to climb almost as high as Sasuke before slipping. However, he quickly twisted his body and landed gracefully on the ground. Suddenly, Tsunami's voice echoed through the forest, announcing that dinner was ready. Everyone's attention shifted as they made their way to the house. At the dinner table, the group watched in amusement as Naruto devoured his meal as if he hadn't eaten in days. Eventually, Sakura had enough and playfully punched him on the head, questioning his wild eating habits. Naruto, unfazed, explained that he needed to hurry to finish his meal so he could continue practicing the tree-climbing exercise. As he buried his head in the bowl, the others at the table could hardly believe the speed at which he was eating. Sakura shook her head in amusement, and Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. Then Inari spoke up, his voice tinged with frustration, pointing out that Naruto was behaving like an animal. Naruto looked up, wiping food stains from his mouth, his playful demeanor fading as he processed Inari's words. Inari continued, criticizing Naruto for calling himself a ninja while acting like a joke. You can't defeat a man like Gato, he will only hire stronger people to handle you. Even if you're from a clan, you can't win. That was when Naruto had enough. His expression hardened, and his crystalline eyes glinted with determination. He looked at Inari, who was crying, and said that it was hard to see him in such a state. Naruto's voice was devoid of emotion as he continued, expressing that while Inari thought he had it rough, Naruto had lived his life in fear, always looking over his shoulder, expecting an attack. He acknowledged that Inari had faced difficulties but reminded him that he had a family to support him through tough times. In contrast, Naruto had only himself, and when he finally found someone who cared for him, that person was taken away in front of his eyes. He urged Inari not to wallow in self-pity but to take action and change his situation. With that, Naruto stood up and walked toward the door, leaving a tearful Inari behind. Sakura, standing up, remarked that Naruto had gone too far. She opened her mouth to say more but stopped when Naruto turned around. His eyes seemed to have lost their usual light. Without a word, he walked out the door, leaving an uncomfortable silence in the room. Inari got up and left for the porch, with Kakashi following him. Kakashi explained to Inari that Naruto's words were meant to motivate him. Inari, still sniffling, asked why Naruto tried so hard. Kakashi sighed and explained that Naruto was treated poorly in their village and had reached a point where he could either let it continue or fight back. He made his choice and never looked back. Kakashi recalled only seeing Naruto cry once, when a dear friend of his died, but that moment only made Naruto stronger. He urged Inari not to see Naruto as the bad guy, as his intentions were to help. Inari stopped crying and managed a small smile at Kakashi. Kakashi then got up and watched as Inari walked toward his home. Later, Naruto was in the forest, working on some tags to replace the old ones when he heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he saw Inari looking embarrassed. Inari apologized for his earlier words, and Naruto reassured him that there was no need for an apology, they should just move on. Inari nodded and curiously looked over Naruto's shoulder to see what he was doing. Naruto explained that he was trying to extend the use of a barrier seal he had before putting everything away into a scroll. He suggested they go get something to eat, and Inari smiled, walking back home with Naruto beside him. As Naruto sat on a tree, he realized he was almost at the top. He had decided to stay behind to protect Tazuna's home while his team went ahead. He kept a shadow clone at the house for safety. Suddenly, the memories from the clone flooded into him, prompting Naruto to curse and run back to the house. Meanwhile, Waraji held his sword to Inari's throat, stating that it was nothing personal, but Gato didn't want the bridge finished. Tsunami looked nervously between the two swordsmen and nodded. Just then, a giant shuriken flew past, forcing Zora to dodge. He looked up to see a black silhouette against the sun. Naruto's voice, calm and lifeless, stated that he wouldn't leave them undefended. He had placed barrier seals on them before leaving. Waraji turned just in time to receive a roundhouse kick to the face. Tsunami smiled at Naruto, but her smile faded when she noticed the seriousness on his face. Naruto created 2 shadow clones and instructed them to secure the swordsman. Once they were out of sight, he turned to Inari and Tsunami, asking if they were all right. They nodded in response, and Naruto assured them he would head to the bridge to help the others, leaving 4 clones for their protection. At the bridge, work was progressing until a thick mist rolled in, causing the workers to seek cover. Kakashi informed Sakura and Sasuke that this mist was unusual and instructed them to protect Tazuna. 2 figures emerged from the mist, and Zabuza greeted Kakashi, tauntingly asking where the blonde boy was. Kakashi remained silent, revealing his Sharingan. Zabuza decided to settle for Kakashi and plunged his giant sword into the bridge, instructing Haku to handle the others. Haku nodded, and Zabuza noticed Sasuke trembling slightly. He mocked Sasuke, but Sasuke retorted that he was just excited after a boring day. With that, Sasuke charged at Haku, who charged back, and they both threw punches that connected. Haku began to perform a series of one-handed seals, causing Kakashi to feel a surge of concern. Haku calmly stated that Zabuza wished for Kakashi to be eliminated as he stomped on the ground, sending water into the air. The water transformed into sharp projectiles that flew towards Sasuke. An explosion of water followed as Haku leaped out of the range of his own technique. He watched the water fall back to the ground, but before he could react, Sasuke delivered a swift kick to the side of his face. Zabuza observed the situation, noting Sasuke's speed while he fought Kakashi. He swung his sword down, aiming to strike Sasuke, but Kakashi intercepted the blow with his kunai. Kakashi coolly remarked that he thought Zabuza would come after him, receiving a fierce glare in response. Zabuza declared that if Kakashi wanted to die so badly, he would be more than happy to send him to his end, pushing his blade and forcing Kakashi backward. Sasuke noticed Haku rising, coldly staring at him through his mask. Haku acknowledged Sasuke's speed, prompting a slight smile from Sasuke. He noted that Haku was aware of the Uchiha clan, which Haku confirmed, explaining that Zabuza had instructed him to study various clan symbols and their appearances. Haku detailed the Uchiha clan's distinctive red fan and their characteristic black eyes and hair. Haku then formed a tiger seal, declaring that even Sasuke's power could not surpass his own. The area transformed into a dome filled with mirrors, and Haku stepped backward, sinking into one of the mirrors, his image appearing in all of them. He proclaimed that this was his ultimate technique, one from which Sasuke could not escape. Sasuke formed hand signs and unleashed a giant fireball that struck one of the mirrors directly. However, when the steam cleared, he realized the mirror remained unaffected. Haku's numerous images taunted him, asking if that was his best shot before pulling out a multitude of senbon. The dome erupted in blinding light as a barrage of senbon rained down, turning Sasuke into a pincushion. He fell to one knee as the light faded, muttering that he could not see Haku. As he looked up, he saw Haku's images preparing for another attack. Haku asked if Sasuke was ready to surrender, which only fueled Sasuke's anger. He declared that as an Uchiha he refused to give up easily, pulling senbon from his body. Haku shook his head, sensing the impending outcome. Just then, a kunai flew into Haku's mirror, sticking firmly in place. Haku noticed the explosive tag attached, and when it detonated, both he and Sasuke felt the force of the blast. Suddenly, Naruto appeared beside Sasuke, a determined expression on his face. He explained that he had come to help protect Sasuke, having left enough security at the house. Zabuza, noticing the delay in Haku's actions, turned his attention to Naruto, a smirk spreading across his face as he saw a new target. Kakashi followed Zabuza's gaze, shock washing over him as he realized what Zabuza intended. Zabuza taunted that he might finally have the rematch he desired, but Naruto remained focused on Haku. Haku questioned Naruto's presence, to which Naruto replied that despite Haku's demeanor, he was still his teammate and friend, and he would not allow Haku to harm him. Haku's eyes widened in surprise, realizing Naruto recognized him. When Haku asked how he knew, Naruto explained that their voices and hair color were identical. He dropped into a fighting stance, his demeanor shifting to one of cold determination. As Haku prepared to launch his senbon, Sasuke forced himself to focus, putting his hands together in a tiger seal. Meanwhile, Kakashi narrowly dodged Zabuza's sword, which aimed to take his head. Zabuza used the momentum to spin and deliver a powerful kick to Kakashi's chest, sending him flying backward. Zabuza taunted Kakashi about his declining skills, suggesting it was due to his concern for his students. He promised that once he was done with Kakashi, he would ensure the students would join him as well. Ignoring the pain, Kakashi stood up and charged at Zabuza, who began forming a series of hand signs. Kakashi could only watch as the mist enveloped Zabuza, the final seal disappearing last. Determined to win, Kakashi thought of his students. The outcome of the confrontation with Haku and Naruto remained uncertain, leaving the story open for what would come next. Naruto was thrown to the ground after yet another failed attempt to destroy one of Haku's mirrors. He managed to reach one and placed a couple of his special explosive tags on it, finally bringing it down. However, no sooner had it been destroyed than Haku created another to replace it. Frustration bubbled within Naruto as he thought about their predicament. The seals he had were ineffective against Haku's technique. His Tenran couldn't penetrate the barrier, and his Byakurai merely bounced off. The only real damage he could inflict came from his explosive tags, and using his Kage Bunshins to distract Haku was becoming increasingly difficult. He glanced at Sasuke, noticing that his friend was also breathing heavily. The situation was dire. They couldn't continue like this. They would either exhaust their chakra or be defeated. Sasuke broke Naruto's thoughts, asking what the plan was. Naruto responded sarcastically, pointing out the irony of Sasuke seeking a strategy from him. Sasuke, irritated, suggested that Naruto use some hidden Fuinjutsu. Naruto explained that the Fuinjutsu he had on hand were useless, and he was nearly out of explosive seals. Sasuke's frustration grew as he realized their hope was dwindling. But then, Naruto pointed out that Haku's time to rebuild his mirrors was decreasing. Sasuke, confused, asked for clarification. Naruto explained that if Haku's rebuilding time was dropping, it likely meant his chakra was depleting. They just needed to hold out until Haku was completely drained. A grin spread across Sasuke's face as he realized the potential in Naruto's observation. He asked what Naruto needed, and Naruto replied that he needed to force Haku to expend more chakra. Naruto formed a cross seal, summoning 4 Kage Bunshins and handing them the last of his explosive tags. He instructed Sasuke to help defend the clones as they scattered to plant the tags. Haku observed the two, frowning as he realized they had discovered the weakness in his technique. He still felt confident, believing he had plenty of chakra left and more surprises in store. As the clones moved to plant the tags, Haku zoomed out of the mirror to intercept one of them, only to dodge a fireball that narrowly missed him. He threw 4 senbons at the clones, but to his surprise, the clones activated their barrier seals just in time to defend against the incoming projectiles. Although the clones consumed their chakra and disappeared, they managed to place the seal before vanishing. Naruto, with a wide grin, declared that it was showtime. He formed the tiger seal and detonated the seals. The explosion rocked the ground, drawing the attention of Kakashi and Sakura, who anxiously looked toward the source of the blast. To their shock, a massive fireball erupted where the ice dome had been. Kakashi called out for Naruto and Sasuke, worried for their safety. As the smoke cleared, he saw 2 silhouettes emerge from the flames: Naruto and Sasuke. Their clothes were singed, but they appeared relatively unharmed. Haku, however, remained unscathed except for a slightly cracked mask. Frustration surged within Naruto as he cursed, realizing that Haku had cancelled his technique before he could detonate the bombs. Sasuke fell into a fighting stance beside him, both glaring at Haku with determination in their eyes. Haku, mildly surprised, questioned why they continued to fight despite knowing they couldn't win. Naruto, his voice devoid of emotion, replied that giving up would lead to suffering and death for many. They didn't have the luxury of surrender. As he created 4 Kage Bunshins, Naruto charged at Haku. Haku lifted his hands and clapped them together, unleashing a powerful technique. The water around him transformed into a frosty wave that surged forward, consuming all of Naruto's clones before anyone could react. When the wave receded, everyone saw that Naruto and his clones were encased in a giant block of ice. Haku smiled slightly as he began to speak, but before he could finish, Naruto kicked him upward. Haku wondered how this had happened. The block of ice was empty, revealing that he had only frozen Naruto's clones. He realized that Naruto had sent them into battle first to gauge his opponent. Suddenly, Haku noticed a shadow blocking the sun and looked up to see Sasuke hovering above him. Sasuke formed a tiger seal with his fingers and smirked. He unleashed a massive fireball aimed at Haku, but instead of screams, only steam rose as the fireball met the ice. Sasuke halted his attack, realizing that the figure he targeted was merely a reflection of ice. A soft voice came from behind him, asking how he liked the ice clone technique. Sasuke turned in shock, only to be struck hard in the face by Haku. Naruto quickly caught Sasuke before he could fall and hurt himself further. Haku spoke in a respectful tone, urging them to stand down, expressing that he did not wish to harm them. This tone only fueled Sasuke's anger. He pushed himself off Naruto and charged at Haku once more. Haku merely watched as Sasuke rushed forward, then threw 10 sunban at Naruto. Realizing he couldn't dodge them all, Naruto raised his hands to protect himself but was surprised when Sasuke stepped in front of him, the sunban embedded in his back. Sasuke, struggling to speak, expressed his determination not to die there, insisting that he still needed to defeat Haku. As Naruto watched Sasuke's condition deteriorate, memories of Iruka's death flooded his mind, replacing Sasuke's face with Iruka's. In a moment of desperation, Naruto laid Sasuke down and declared his intent to crush Haku. His blue eyes transformed into a fierce red as a surge of demonic energy radiated from him. Haku felt the overwhelming power and questioned what was happening as Naruto charged at him with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Zabuza swung at Kakashi, narrowly missing him, but then sensed the massive chakra surge. He was astonished by the raw power emanating from Naruto. Kakashi, observing the red chakra, initially feared that the seal had broken but soon realized it was just a spill of the Kyuubi's chakra. He knew he had to finish his fight with Zabuza quickly. Kakashi pulled out a scroll and addressed Zabuza, suggesting they end their battle, noting that they were both busy men. Zabuza sneered, mocking Kakashi's blindness. Kakashi assured him that he didn't need to see to find him, drawing blood and applying it to the scroll before slamming it onto the ground. The earth trembled, and Zabuza was suddenly pinned down by multiple dogs that emerged from the scroll. As the fight escalated, Naruto confronted Haku, demanding to know why he had attacked. Haku explained that his actions were driven by his goal to fulfill Zabuza's dream, recounting how Zabuza had saved him from death long ago. After hearing Haku's story, Naruto felt a pang of sympathy. Haku then requested Naruto to end his life, stating that he was a broken tool who would only hinder Zabuza's ambitions. This request shocked Naruto, leaving him speechless and confused. Haku insisted that killing him would be a favor, but before Naruto could respond, they both felt a surge of electric chakra. Haku vanished in a puff of smoke, calling out for Zabuza. Naruto, frustrated and disoriented, ran in the direction Haku had disappeared, feeling that he might not make it in time. Kakashi smirked as he prepared to strike Zabuza, who closed his eyes in resignation, but the attack never connected. Zabuza opened his eyes to find Haku standing in front of him, blocking Kakashi's hand just before it could pierce them. Instead, it shattered a purple barrier that had protected them. Kakashi was taken aback, noticing a chakra suppression seal on his arm that had interrupted his attack. Zabuza, realizing he had an opportunity to strike, was interrupted when a giant shuriken flew through the air, landing in front of him. Naruto stood atop the shuriken, creating a barrier between Zabuza and Kakashi. Sakura, noticing Naruto, was about to call out to him but then saw Sasuke lying motionless on the ground. Alarmed, she rushed toward him, with Tazuna following closely behind. Naruto demanded to know how Zabuza could treat Haku that way, questioning why it mattered to him. Zabuza sneered, dismissing Haku as nothing more than a tool. This infuriated Naruto, who insisted that Haku was a human being, a part of Kirigakure no Kijin, just like Zabuza. If he was just a tool, then why did Zabuza take such good care of him? This question made Zabuza look away, and Naruto continued. He recounted how Zabuza's companion had once chased a rabbit, only to fall. He explained that Zabuza had caught the rabbit and given it to him. A demon would never do that. Zabuza cared about him, but why did he hide it? Zabuza opened his mouth to respond, but then he heard clapping nearby. Gato appeared, and Zabuza growled as he collapsed onto one knee. Gato, with a sadistic smile, declared that he no longer needed Zabuza. He ordered his men to bring him the masked boy, expressing his desire to end the boy's life himself. This remark made Zabuza tighten his grip on his sword, his knuckles turning white. Naruto entered a fighting stance, but Kakashi noticed that Naruto was starting to breathe heavily again. Zabuza yelled that he would cleave Gato in half before he could touch the boy and charged at the mob of people, with Haku following closely behind. Naruto, seeing this, quickly summoned shadow clones but could only manage 2 due to his low chakra. The clones intercepted Haku, urging him to stay back, warning that he was low on chakra and would only hinder Zabuza. Haku watched as Zabuza swung his massive sword, taking down several men with each strike. The mob began to fall like rain in the wake of the menacing blade. However, the sheer number of attackers began to overwhelm Zabuza. Despite being injured and having weapons stuck in him, he pressed on. After being pierced by a sword, he dropped his sword but quickly grabbed a kunai. With determination he struck, and Gato watched in fear as Zabuza stabbed him. Zabuza declared that he was not a demon, but there were plenty of demons where they were going. He felt he would fit in just fine, but Gato was in for a world of hurt. He released the kunai, watching as Gato fell backward toward the ocean. Zabuza looked up at the sky and then back at the mob, who were ready to strike the final blow. He wished he could travel with Haku one last time as he closed his eyes, only to open them again when he heard something slicing through the air. Naruto's giant shuriken cut through the 4 men who had attempted to take down Zabuza. The mob turned to witness an astonishing sight. Over 20 Kakashi, 2 Narutos, and a wave of ice forming, as the entire village stood armed with various weapons. Kakashi warned the mob to run if they were smart, and before he finished, they began to jump off the bridge. Zabuza soon collapsed, landing on his side. Haku rushed to his mentor, staring in shock at Zabuza's injuries as Zabuza laughed softly. He remarked that he never thought it would feel like this. Tears streamed down Haku's cheeks as he called out to Zabuza, who gently scolded him for crying. Zabuza reminded Haku that ninjas were trained not to feel anything. Haku apologized, still in tears. Zabuza, with the last of his strength, urged Haku to live and to stay away from him, insisting he had no use for a tool like him. He did not want Haku to cry over him, calling him a pathetic weakling. Haku watched as Zabuza closed his eyes for the final time. Sakura was crying not because Sasuke was dead, but because he was alive. Sasuke croaked, asking what had happened. Sakura squeezed his hand tightly, explaining that Haku had put him in a death-like state with needles that rendered him unable to move. Sasuke recalled the last thing he remembered, which frightened him, seeing Naruto enveloped in a strange red aura. On a hill facing the sunshine, a small grave adorned with flowers and a giant sword stood. Haku stood before the grave, crying, when Naruto approached and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. He reassured Haku that Zabuza did not mean what he said, it was meant to push him forward and not dwell on the past. Naruto shared his own experience of loss, revealing that his father figure, Irika Sensei, had died protecting him. He vowed to train and never let anyone suffer for him again. He urged Haku to move on and not let Zabuza's death be in vain. Naruto extended his hand, expressing hope that they might meet again in the future. Haku accepted the gesture, and they were unaware that Kakashi watched them from a distance, smiling. After Gato's demise, the villagers ransacked his tower, discovering items to help rebuild their village. 3 days later, the bridge was complete, and Team 7 prepared to say their goodbyes when 3 figures ran toward them: Haku, Tsunami, and Inari. Inari called out to Naruto, who turned to see Tsunami holding something in her hands. Inari and Tsunami asked if he was really leaving, and Inari burst into tears as Naruto nodded solemnly. He promised to return, desperately trying to calm Inari down. Naruto felt a sense of responsibility, believing someone had to keep an eye on Haku, who simply smiled in response. Tsunami then handed Naruto a box, expressing her gratitude and wishing it to serve as a reminder of his old home. As Naruto opened the box, he discovered a beautiful cloak adorned with a design of waves crashing against an unseen force. The cloak featured shades of blue and orange, with a striking image of wind and water merging into a giant maelstrom on the back. The sleeves appeared tattered, and it had a vibrant orange hood. What touched Naruto the most was the inscription on the back that read, "Naruto Uzumaki, the Maelstrom of Wave." He smiled at Tsunami, who returned the gesture, and without hesitation he embraced her tightly, expressing his heartfelt thanks. As he turned to leave, Haku stopped him, revealing that he had found some items in Gado's personal storeroom. Haku presented dusty arm and leg guards to Naruto, who looked at them in confusion. Haku explained that he might be surprised by their previous owner. As Naruto brushed off the dust, he discovered the Uzumaki clan seal and the name, Uzushio Uzumaki, inscribed on them, leaving him in shock. Haku clarified that he was unsure how they ended up in Gado's possession, as he hadn't seen them during his last visit to the tower. Gripping the guards tightly, Naruto smiled gratefully at Haku, who simply returned the smile. With a sense of happiness, Naruto and his team waved goodbye to the villagers. Tsunami reminded Tazuna that they still needed to name the bridge, prompting Tazuna to smile and suggest, the Great Naruto Bridge, which was met with cheers from everyone. Later, Naruto, curious, asked Kakashi why he had let Haku go. Kakashi explained that Haku wasn't listed in any bingo book and noted the friendship that had developed between them. He acknowledged that Naruto would have fought to protect Haku, emphasizing the essence of true friendship. In an unknown location, a voice emerged from the shadows, delivering troubling news to a giant man with a deep, irritated voice. The messenger informed him of a report from a spy in Yuzu no Kuni, which led to a fierce reaction from the man, who had believed that Yuzu no Kuni had been destroyed. The messenger, bowing in apology, continued, revealing that their spy in Nami no Kuni had reported a young Uzumaki opening the vault to the Uzumaki scroll room. This revelation ignited the man's rage, causing him to punch the wall in frustration. He muttered about the Uzumaki clan, realizing that one had fallen only for two more to. Determined, he ordered his messenger to find and eliminate this new Uzumaki, vowing to crush the clan once and for all. Meanwhile, Naruto proudly wore the garments gifted to him by Tsunami and Haku, drawing attention and glares from those around him. The reactions puzzled both Sakura and Sasuke, as whispers and insults followed Naruto. Despite the negativity, he did his best to ignore it. As they walked through Konoha, the insults grew louder, prompting Kakashi to suggest they take to the rooftops to reach the tower more swiftly. Looking back, Kakashi noticed Naruto had his hood up, concealing his face. Concerned, he asked how Naruto was holding up. Naruto assured him he was fine, smiling brightly, though Kakashi couldn't help but wonder how he truly felt. Upon arriving at the tower, Team 7 entered the Hokage's room. Sarutobi immediately noticed Naruto's new outfit as he lowered his hood and greeted him with a friendly wave. Sarutobi took in the sight of Naruto's clothing, intrigued by the change. He was surprised by the hand and shin guards, but what shocked Sarutobi the most were the symbols on the guards. He thought to himself that this was troubling. After listening to Kakashi's mission report, Sarutobi handed Kakashi a scroll and instructed him to read it in private. He then turned to Naruto, expressing the need to speak with him. Naruto, confused about why the Hokage wanted to talk, turned around and waited as the rest of his team exited the room. Sarutobi asked Naruto where he had obtained the items. Naruto explained that the people from Nami no Kuni had made the cloak for him and that the guards had come from an ancestor named Uzushio Uzumaki. Sarutobi, with a slight frown, cautioned Naruto against wearing those items in public. Naruto, taken aback by Sarutobi's knowledge, inquired how the Hokage knew about the guards. Sarutobi rubbed the top of his head, contemplating how much to reveal. After a moment, he shared that Uzushio and Kanehigakure had once been allies, and the Uzumaki and Senju clans were closely connected. Naruto pressed for more information, and Sarutobi stood up, gazing out the window with a distant look. He recalled memories from over a decade ago. He revealed that he had ordered the erasure of all information regarding the Uzumaki clan and Uzushio, sealing it away for their protection. Sarutobi's expression turned somber as he explained that if Naruto's heritage were discovered, he would have been hunted down. People feared the Uzumaki clan, especially Uzushio, who was known for his formidable sealing techniques. Sarutobi continued, recounting how Uzushio had defended his village even after sustaining a mortal wound. He had placed a powerful seal on his body that trapped many of his enemies, showcasing the danger of an angered Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes widened as he absorbed this new information. Sarutobi elaborated on Uzushio's legacy, explaining how he had created clones and used them strategically in battle. Despite his fierce reputation, Uzushio had a good heart and had a child long before Naruto's time. Sarutobi reassured Naruto that this child was not him, as it had been during the reign of the Naidame Hokage. Naruto realized that Sarutobi had kept this information secret to protect him. Sarutobi admitted that his efforts had not reached Nami no Kuni, and he had intended to tell Naruto about his clan when he was older. Naruto, feeling guilty, looked down at his feet and then asked who his parents were. Sarutobi hesitated, knowing that revealing too much could put Naruto in danger. He lied, saying he did not know but assured Naruto that both of his parents had loved him deeply and sacrificed their lives for his safety. This brought a smile to Naruto's face. Sarutobi then asked if Naruto wanted to continue wearing the items. After a moment of thought, Naruto declared that he wanted to make his clan proud and would ensure that Uzushio's sacrifice was not forgotten. He vowed to make everyone remember the name Uzumaki. Sarutobi felt a mix of pride and concern but smiled at Naruto's determination. He reminded Naruto to be cautious with the guards, as Uzushio was known for placing seals on his belongings. Sarutobi suspected that the items might contain powerful seals. Naruto nodded and left the room, and once the door closed, Sarutobi frowned, sensing that challenges lay ahead for Naruto. In a dimly lit room, candles flickered along the walls. A cloaked man wearing a bird mask approached an elderly man leaning heavily on a cane, his body wrapped in bandages. The man, Danzo, commanded his subordinate to speak. The subordinate reported that the target was becoming more aware of his heritage and was accelerating through his training. Danzo nodded, contemplating the situation. He instructed his subordinate to ensure that the target remained under surveillance without drawing attention. Danzo believed that if they could keep Naruto safe from others, he would become a powerful asset. The ANBU root member nodded and vanished, leaving Danzo to reflect on his plans for Uzumaki Naruto, whom he saw as the perfect weapon, albeit one that needed to be kept in check. Perhaps the council should be alerted to the Uzumaki status, Danzo mused to himself. He walked into the shadows, disappearing from view, the sound of his cane echoing on the rock floor of the deserted hallway. Kakashi spoke in a stern voice, informing his team that the Chunin exams were being held and asking if they wished to participate. The team exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Kakashi then told them they had the rest of the day to themselves and vanished, leaving a silence that was soon broken by Sakura. Sakura asked Sasuke if he wanted to hang out, but he walked away without responding. Noticing Sakura's disappointment, Naruto suggested they join Hinata's team. After a moment of thought, Sakura agreed, and they set off together. Upon finding Team 8, Naruto greeted them with a wave and a smile. The group responded, except for Hinata, who blushed and shyly looked at the ground. Kiba expressed his envy over Team 7's mission, while Shino remarked that he wouldn't call nearly getting killed fun. Kiba, undeterred, continued to eat, and Naruto turned his attention to Hinata, asking if she had learned any new jutsu. Hinata, initially looking down, replied that she had been developing her own jutsu but needed more practice. Naruto's enthusiasm grew, and he encouraged her, causing her to blush deeply. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the dirt path, prompting Naruto and his friends to turn in the direction of the noise. Kanomaru found himself lifted off the ground by a boy in makeup, who threatened him. Just then, a cold voice demanded that the boy let Kanomaru go. The blonde boy holding a kunai to the threat's throat insisted on compliance. The boy dropped Kanomaru, who quickly hid behind an irritated Sakura. The blonde boy, Naruto, checked on Kanomaru, who nodded in response to his inquiry about his well-being. Naruto noted the headband of the boy in makeup, recognizing him as a participant in the Chunin exams. A cold voice from behind Naruto warned Kankuro not to cause trouble. A kunoichi with Kankuro gasped as she grasped her oversized fan, but Naruto remained focused on a red-haired boy with black rings around his eyes, Gaara. Gaara coldly questioned Kankuro's actions, and when Kankuro began to explain, Gaara silenced him with a threat. He then ordered Naruto to lower the kunai. Naruto complied, though not without a hint of defiance, and returned the kunai to its pouch. Gaara observed Naruto intently, and Naruto met his gaze with equal intensity. After a moment, they broke off the stare and separated without a word. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and the stage was set for the upcoming Chunin exams. Other than the fact that when he placed his coin on the desk a smoke bomb went off, he had nothing else to support his suspicion that I was responsible for it. Sakura looked at Naruto with a stern expression, warning him that if their instructor discovered the truth, he would be in serious trouble. Suddenly, she and many other students fell silent, realizing the training ground they had arrived at. Anko greeted the group with a sinister smile, introducing them to Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. They entered a small hut, and Denpa shouted their arrival, only to be met with a light smack on the head from Ishiki. Denpa complained, asking why he had been hit. Ishiki frowned at his brother, reminding him that there was no need to yell. Just as Denpa began to defend himself, a cough drew their attention. They turned and bowed respectfully to an elderly man who had just sat down. The elderly man inquired about their mission, and Denpa leaned against a tree, reporting that the items had been delivered to the Uzumaki as instructed. The old man smiled gleefully, asking about the Uzumaki's well-being. Denpa and Ishiki exchanged mischievous glances, assuring the old man that they were keeping a close watch on him. The old man then coughed violently for a moment before Ishiki suggested that he go inside to rest. Denpa joined his brother in helping the elderly man into the building, both sighing with concern. Ishiki remarked that the old man didn't have much time left, receiving another playful smack from Denpa. Ishiki acknowledged the truth of the situation, expressing hope that they could speak with Naruto and bring him back. Denpa nodded in agreement as they made their way back into the woods. Meanwhile, Naruto and his team entered the forest, feeling an unsettling sensation of being watched. Sakura shivered, expressing her discomfort, while Naruto attempted to reassure her, stepping forward to peer into the dark woods. Sasuke teased Naruto about being scared, prompting a glare from Naruto in response. Suddenly, a loud howl echoed from the forest, causing Naruto to glance back and notice Sasuke shivering involuntarily. Naruto laughed, taunting Sasuke as he ventured deeper into the forest, unaware that three mysterious figures were observing their every move. Naruto soon found himself separated from his team due to a minor incident. After taking a moment to relieve himself behind some bushes, he turned and came face to face with a giant snake. His eyes narrowed as the snake locked onto him. Just as it lunged, Naruto created a shadow clone that threw him into the nearby trees. The snake swallowed the clone, but Naruto couldn't help but smile, even as the snake turned its attention toward him. The snake hissed lowly, smoke billowing from its mouth. Naruto thought to himself that he was glad he had packed some sealing techniques just as the snake began to thrash around, erupting into a cloud of smoke. Realizing something was amiss, Naruto felt a knot of unease in his stomach. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura faced a snake-like man who taunted Sasuke about the Uchiha clan's power. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger and unleashed a jet of flame toward the snake man, who effortlessly dodged the attack. The man, known as Orochimaru, expressed surprise that Sasuke was still alive. Naruto suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of his teammates, and noticed their injuries. He demanded to know if Orochimaru was responsible for their condition, his tone menacing. Orochimaru chuckled at Naruto's fierce demeanor, dismissing his concern. As Naruto glared at him, Orochimaru caught a glimpse of the Kyuubi's power flickering in Naruto's eyes. Sasuke felt the same ominous energy radiating from Naruto that he had sensed before. Naruto instructed Sasuke to get Sakura to safety before he leaped off the branch and charged at the snake summoned by Orochimaru. Orochimaru grinned and swung a long sword at Naruto, only to find it struck a clone instead. As more clones rushed at him, Orochimaru cut through them with ease, his smile growing wider. He remarked on Naruto's strategy, noting that he was trying to distract him to allow his friends to escape and scout for a counterattack. Sasuke, determined, emerged with his Sharingan blazing and prepared to attack. Another Naruto clone rushed toward Orochimaru as Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball, hitting Orochimaru and igniting a nearby tree. Naruto caught up with Sasuke, who glared at him, insisting he didn't need protection. Naruto, confused, insisted that Sasuke was injured and that he could buy them time to escape. Just then, Orochimaru's blade flew through the air, striking Naruto in the side, nearly piercing his heart. Naruto coughed as he looked through the smoke, seeing Orochimaru emerge unscathed, aside from his burnt shirt. Orochimaru sneered at Naruto, reminding him to pay attention. Naruto glared back as he found himself lifted off the ground by Orochimaru's unnaturally long tongue, which held a sword. With a swift motion, Orochimaru swung the sword, sending Naruto crashing into a tree, rendering him unconscious. As Naruto began to fall, Sakura managed to catch him just in time, preventing a disastrous outcome. Sasuke glared at Orochimaru, who wore a triumphant smile. Orochimaru acknowledged Sasuke's growth as a powerful ninja and announced his departure, leaving behind a sinister gift. He clapped his hands together, and his neck stretched unnaturally. Before Sasuke could react, Orochimaru's elongated neck was beside him, and he bit down, leaving a black mark on Sasuke's neck. Pain surged through Sasuke's body, causing him to scream. Sakura gently laid Naruto on the forest floor before rushing to Sasuke, catching him just before he fell. Sakura's voice trembled with concern as she asked what Orochimaru had done. Orochimaru simply laughed, claiming he had given Sasuke a gift before retreating into a tree, disappearing into the bark with a twisted smile. Sakura felt Sasuke go limp but was relieved to find he was still breathing. She draped his arm over her neck and jumped down to where Naruto lay, placing him in the hollow of a nearby tree. As she checked on Naruto, she was astonished to find his injury had vanished. Sakura couldn't comprehend how Naruto could heal so quickly. After searching for any sign of injury and finding none, she turned her attention to Sasuke, who was trembling as if he had a fever. She reassured him that she would fetch water and hurried off. Upon her return, she poured water onto a rag and placed it over Sasuke's head to cool him down. Sakura decided to take the first watch, unaware of the eyes observing her every move from the shadows. Meanwhile, Team 8 enjoyed a slide of luck. They had set a trap and successfully captured a team with the scroll they needed. Hinata smiled at a picture she had been looking at when she noticed Shino approaching. He inquired about her thoughts, and she expressed concern for Naruto and his team. Shino reassured her that Naruto and Sasuke were not the type to give up easily. Hinata smiled at Shino, who then went off to search for bugs, while she noticed Kiba resting against a tree, a smile on his face as Akamaru played nearby. She silently prayed for Naruto's safety. Back with Sakura, she was suddenly thrown to the ground by Zaku, an Oto ninja. Moments after returning with water, she and her unconscious teammates were ambushed. Sakura was initially captured by her hair by one of the attackers, but she quickly cut it off with a kunai. She managed to hold her own against the team using clones, but Zaku soon overpowered her, sending her flying off his arm. Rock Lee appeared to assist, but Dosu incapacitated him with a sound wave that caused him great distress. Sakura watched as Kin approached her with a menacing grin. As the tension escalated, the area was engulfed in a dark, ominous chakra. Sasuke stood tall, his Sharingan activated and surrounded by a purple aura. Black marks crept up the left side of his face as he took in the sight of Sakura, who was battered and bruised. Anger surged within him as he demanded to know who had harmed her. Zaku, feeling emboldened, claimed responsibility, only to regret it as Sasuke vanished and delivered a powerful punch that sent Zaku crashing into a tree. Dosu and Kin attempted to intervene, but Sasuke began forming hand signs. He unleashed a technique that sent small fireballs toward the two Oto ninjas. While they dodged, Kin found herself on the receiving end of Sasuke's kick. Sasuke, overwhelmed with exhilaration from the power surging through him, looked at his hands and laughed maniacally. Dosu, desperate, pleaded for mercy, offering the scroll in exchange for their safety. Sasuke, however, shook his head, indicating it was too late. As he approached the trio, Sakura suddenly hugged him from behind, pleading for him to stop. The three ninjas seized the opportunity to escape, leaving their scroll behind. Sasuke's expression softened as he looked at Sakura, the purple chakra and black markings fading away. He stumbled slightly from the sudden release of power and apologized, realizing he had lost control. Meanwhile, Naruto groaned and sat up, rubbing his head, confused about what had transpired. He noticed he was without his vest, shirt, or cloak, and looked between Sasuke and Sakura, who exchanged a glance. Sasuke shook his head, silently signaling Sakura not to explain. They had simply needed to check on his injury. Sakura smiled at Naruto, noting that he had taken off his top clothing. Naruto looked around and saw Sasuke picking up the scroll that the Oto ninjas had dropped. He asked what it was as he dressed himself. Sasuke smirked and informed him that it was their ticket inside the tower. Proudly, Sasuke displayed the other scroll they needed to complete the test. Naruto jumped with excitement, while Sakura smiled, and Sasuke simply shrugged. Sasuke thought to himself that he was one step closer to his revenge. In an unknown location, a mysterious figure inquired about the whereabouts of Uzumaki. A man respectfully replied that he was in Konohagakure. The mention of the village seemed to ignite anger in the figure. They expressed the need to be cautious, stating that they had to wait until Uzumaki was completely alone before they could act. The figure then punched a nearby wall, causing it to crumble and reveal an Uzumaki symbol on a flag, marred with blood and burns. The figure vowed that this time, when they killed Uzumaki, he would stay dead. Grabbing the flag, the figure set it ablaze, watching coldly as it turned to ash. Meanwhile, Naruto and his team were navigating through the forest, careful with each step. After getting dressed, they turned to Rock Lee, who was still disoriented. They stayed with him until he finally woke up, and when asked if he could stand, he leaped into the air, exclaiming about the flames of youth. Before they could inquire further, he dashed off. As three figures crossed their path, the team tensed up, but Naruto recognized them as Hinata's team. Despite Sasuke and Sakura trying to stop him, Naruto ran toward them with a smile. He greeted them, but the team quickly assumed defensive stances. Naruto, noticing their reaction, backed up nervously. Shino explained that it was a test where it was every person for themselves. Hinata, while keeping her distance, offered Naruto a shy smile, her cheeks flushed. Naruto questioned their trust in him, but the group only tightened their stances. From their lack of aggression, he inferred that they had all their scrolls. Kiba's expression confirmed his suspicion. Naruto reassured them that their secret was safe with him, suggesting they join forces for safety in numbers. Shino questioned how they could trust Naruto not to steal their scrolls. Response: Naruto revealed both of his scrolls, asking why they would do that. Suddenly, Sasuke and Sakura descended from a tree, with Sakura scolding Naruto for revealing their scrolls. Team 8 watched in amusement as Sakura shook Naruto playfully. Hinata then followed suit, revealing that they had both scrolls as well. Kiba expressed his horror at Hinata's actions, but she stammered that Naruto had a point about traveling together for safety. Shino supported the idea, and Naruto, brushing himself off, declared that they would head to the tower together. As they approached the tall building, each member of the group kept a watchful eye on the others, except for Naruto, who was focused on the tower, and Hinata, who was blushing as she watched him. Upon reaching the tower, the teams opened their scrolls, and a different person emerged from each scroll. For Team 8, it was Kurinai, while Team 7 was greeted by Genma. They explained the meaning of the test. After a short wait, more teams began to arrive, and Sarutobi appeared, observing the battered and dusty group. He announced that before moving on to the next part of the Chunin exam, anyone who wished to withdraw should speak up. Several hands were raised, and those individuals left the tower. Sarutobi continued, explaining that due to the large number of participants, the final test would be divided into two parts, eliciting groans from the crowd. He raised his hand for silence and explained that the test would assess what they had learned and their ability to defeat their opponents. He left further details to Hayate. Hayate explained the rules to the participants, ensuring everyone understood. As names scrolled on the screen, it finally stopped at Zaku Abumi vs Naruto Uzumaki. The teams began to exit the area, and Naruto smiled at Zaku, who glared back at him. Hayate asked if the participants were ready, and both nodded. With that, he signaled the start of the match. Zaku raised his arms, unleashing a powerful wind pressure toward Naruto and his shadow clones. The explosion echoed as the pressure wave struck its target. Zaku, with a proud smile, declared 1 down and 2 to go. He turned but had to duck as Naruto aimed a kick at his head. Zabuza jumped and swung his arm at Naruto, who then pulled out a red seal from his pouch. Naruto remarked that if he hadn't dodged he would have lost much more than just the match, expressing curiosity about how Zabuza performed his technique. Zabuza, frowning, began to absorb more air pressure, preparing for his next move. Zabuza unleashed a much larger version of his previous attack, sending a powerful wave of air toward Naruto. The air seemed to slice through the atmosphere, creating a tense moment. Just as the shockwave approached, Naruto called upon his sealing technique. The tag he activated exploded, releasing a stream of flames, but it was a miscalculation. The flames were extinguished by the pressure wave, and Naruto was struck by the full force of the attack. The spectators behind him had to scramble to avoid the blast, fearing the consequences of being caught in Zabuza's assault. As the smoke cleared, Naruto was revealed lying in a crater, injured but not defeated. Zabuza laughed triumphantly, declaring his victory, but his amusement was cut short when he noticed another Naruto descending toward him. He raised his arm to unleash another air blast, but a shadow clone of Naruto intervened just in time, pulling him out of harm's way. Naruto landed on the platform where the other participants awaited their turn, shedding his cloak and tossing it to Kakashi, who caught it effortlessly. He instructed his sensei to keep it safe, not wanting it to be damaged. With renewed determination, Naruto prepared to continue the fight. Zabuza, gritting his teeth, raised his arms again, ready to attack. Naruto smirked, taunting Zabuza about his impending defeat. As Zabuza launched another assault, Naruto charged forward, ready to engage in battle once more. Naruto skillfully dodged Zabuza's air blast, though he felt a sharp sting on the side of his face from the attack. Realizing that Zabuza controlled air pressure through the pipes on his hands, Naruto created 4 shadow clones to distract Zabuza and close the distance. Zabuza leaped back, blasting the clones away with ease, confident in his superiority. He aimed at Naruto, who wore a confident smile, prompting Zabuza to question what he found amusing. Ignoring his curiosity, Zabuza fired again, only for the Naruto he hit to dissipate into smoke. Turning around, Zabuza was met with Naruto's grin. As Zabuza charged his air pressure again, Naruto seized his wrist, preventing him from escaping. Zabuza fired, attempting to blow Naruto away, but just before he could be sent flying, Naruto grasped Zabuza's neck. The impact sent Zabuza crashing into the wall, leaving a noticeable imprint. Despite the force of the blow, Naruto began to laugh, declaring that he had already won. Naruto formed a tiger seal, and Zabuza found himself unable to move, black lines spreading across his body. Naruto explained that this was one of his earliest seals, designed to paralyze opponents. To demonstrate, 2 of his clones emerged and struck Zabuza, sending him sprawling to the ground. With a confident stride, Naruto approached Zabuza, brandishing a kunai near his throat. The announcer, Hayashi, declared Naruto the winner, allowing the spectators to witness his impressive abilities. Baki observed Naruto's ascent with curiosity, noting how effortlessly he wielded advanced techniques. He glanced at Gaara, who was fixated on Naruto, sensing a potential rivalry brewing. As the tournament progressed, the screen displayed the next match, Shikamaru vs. Kintsuchi. Shikamaru ambled down to the arena, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Kin taunted him, questioning his confidence against a girl, but he merely yawned in response. With the match underway, Kin launched Sunban at Shikamaru, who dodged lazily but still felt one pierce his shoulder. He recognized her technique, noting her use of Sunban instead of shuriken. Kin frowned, realizing he had figured out her strategy. She produced more Sunban, asserting that it wouldn't save him from her sound-based attack. Shikamaru was puzzled until he heard a bell ringing, realizing the sound was already infiltrating his mind. As Kin split into 3, she boasted about her advantage, but Shikamaru countered with his own technique, successfully using the shadow imitation technique. He stood up, mirroring Kin's movements, and prepared to end the match. Reaching for a shuriken, watched as Kin mimicked him. With a swift throw, Shikamaru sent his shuriken flying, and Kin followed suit. However, while Kin aimed for nothing, she collided with the wall instead. As she slumped to the ground, Shikamaru let his shadow return, victorious once again. Shikamaru walked up the stairs as Hayashi announced him as the winner. Naruto patted Shikamaru on the back, congratulating him on his performance. Shikamaru simply yawned in response. As Naruto turned back, he noticed the names of Sasuke and Yoroi on the board. He smiled at Sasuke, wishing him good luck, but Sasuke only glanced at him briefly before heading down to the arena. Naruto felt a bit unsettled by the look Sasuke had given him, wondering what it meant as he took up a fighting stance. Denpa and Ishiki observed an old man who appeared to be shivering from an unseen chill. The old man waved to them, and they approached him politely. He spoke in a shaky voice, expressing the need to find someone. Denpa leaned in closer, concern etched on his face, as the old man whispered something into his ear. Ishiki noticed Denpa's eyes widen in shock, and when Denpa looked back at the old man, uncertainty clouded his expression. The old man nodded in affirmation before closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Ishiki inquired about what the old man wanted, and Denpa, with a small smile, revealed that they needed to go to Nami no Kuni. Ishiki understood immediately and suggested they hurry. He tossed a cloak to his brother as he donned his own, and together they left the cabin, setting off towards their destination. Kakashi decided to take Sasuke to the hospital after his match to ensure he received proper care. The next match featured Sakura against Ino, which ended without a clear winner. Following that was Kiba versus Shino, where Kiba charged in, only to find himself ensnared by Shino's bugs. After a prolonged struggle, Kiba and his companion Akamaru surrendered. Temari and Tenten were up next, and the match took a surprising turn. After disarming Tenten and gaining the upper hand, Temari positioned her fan beneath Tenten, causing her to fall awkwardly. To add insult to injury, Temari hurled the incapacitated girl towards the wall, but Rock Lee caught her just in time, visibly upset by the display. Rock Lee expressed his discontent, but before he could act, Guy intervened to restrain him. Temari ascended the steps with a satisfied smile, but as she passed Team 7, she caught Naruto's gaze. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw his eyes flash red, accompanied by the imposing silhouette of a giant fox looming behind him. Kankuro noticed his sister's sudden pallor and inquired about her well-being. Temari shared her unsettling feeling that Naruto was similar to Gaara. She turned her attention back to the arena screen, where Kankuro was facing a fighter named Misumi. The match was brief. Misumi attempted to ensnare Kankuro but was met with a surprising twist when Kankuro revealed himself as a puppet. The real Kankuro, hidden in the bandages, manipulated the puppet to overpower Misumi, leaving him incapacitated. Hinata felt a wave of anxiety as she prepared to face her cousin, Niji. Naruto approached her, offering an encouraging smile and a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As she stepped into the arena, Niji regarded her with a scowl, questioning her resolve to fight him. Hinata, bolstered by Naruto's support, took her fighting stance and activated her Byakugan. Niji noted the change in her demeanor, realizing she was not the same as before. With the match underway, Niji and Hinata exchanged blows, each demonstrating their skills. Niji initially deflected Hinata's attacks, but as the fight progressed, he seized her arm and brought her down to the ground, declaring his confidence in victory. Hinata, undeterred, got back on her feet and charged again. This time, as Niji approached, she moved her palm forward, but he caught her hand. They both pushed against each other, channeling their chakra, until they were forced apart. Niji attempted to close the distance again, but Hinata stood her ground, ready for him. As he neared, she launched an attack, only for him to evade and counter with a strike that sent her crashing into a wall. As Niji approached her, he noticed two photographs on the ground. He picked them up, one showing Hinata with her family, and the other depicting a moment between Hinata and Naruto at Ichiraku's, where Naruto had affectionately kissed her cheek, causing her to blush. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise as she realized the significance of that moment, feeling a rush of emotions as she searched her jacket for something, but found nothing. Hinata glared at Niji, demanding he return what he had taken. Niji taunted her, questioning whether Hayashi was aware of her affection for the village's outcast. As Hinata slammed her hand on the ground, Niji leaped back, narrowly avoiding her strike. She repeated her demand, this time with a dangerous edge to her voice. Niji, with a smirk, challenged her to come and retrieve the picture he had tucked into his shirt. Hinata, fueled by anger, charged at him. Niji skillfully dodged her attacks, enjoying the way her frustration grew. When she lunged forward with both hands, Niji seized the opportunity, ducking under her strike and landing a blow to her stomach. Hinata staggered back, a small amount of blood escaping her lips. Niji smirked, relishing in her anger and the mistakes it brought. Despite her pain, Hinata smiled at him, declaring her love for him. Her words seemed to infuriate Niji further as she expressed her pity for his life filled with anger. Enraged, Niji charged at her, ignoring Hayate's call to end the match. Just as he reached her, a purple hexagonal barrier appeared, stopping him in his tracks. Naruto descended, hands in a tiger seal, asserting that it was enough. As Naruto approached Hinata, Niji attempted to attack again but found himself immobilized by black lines. Naruto walked over to Niji, breathing heavily, and reclaimed the picture, returning it to Hinata, who was now teary-eyed. She apologized for not keeping the picture safe. Naruto reassured her, stating it wasn't her fault and that they would handle any issues together. Hinata nodded, leaving with Kurinai by her side. Niji, breaking free from Naruto's seal, remarked that both Naruto and Hinata were weaklings, pointing out Naruto's struggles with sealing techniques. Naruto chuckled, reminding Niji that Hinata had nearly defeated him and that he had successfully immobilized Niji. Niji, regaining his composure, told Naruto he would need to do better to provoke him. As Naruto shrugged and walked away, he shared one last smile with Hinata before she disappeared. Kakashi approached Naruto, having just witnessed the final moments of Hinata's match. He expressed surprise at their relationship. Naruto explained that he had kept it a secret to protect Hinata from the village's scrutiny. Kakashi inquired about the duration of their relationship, to which Naruto replied it had started just before team placements, crediting Hinata for helping him cope with Irika's death. As the next match began, Choji and Dosu took the stage. Choji, filled with determination, declared his intent to win and enjoy all the barbecue pork he could eat. Dosu, unfazed, prepared for the fight. Hayate signaled the start, and Choji activated his expansion jutsu, inflating himself and rolling towards Dosu. Dosu evaded the attack, watching as Choji crashed into a wall. Choji quickly turned and rolled back, but Dosu managed to dodge again. Dosu, unimpressed, prepared to finish the match with a high-pitched screech that disoriented Choji. Hayate declared Dosu the winner as he ascended the steps. Meanwhile, Rock Lee was bouncing with excitement, eager for his turn against Gaara. When their names appeared, Gaara materialized in a swirl of sand, emotionless as he faced Lee. Lee, filled with enthusiasm, proclaimed his intent to showcase his skills. Hayate initiated the match, and Lee charged at Gaara, throwing a punch that was blocked by a wall of sand. Lee attempted a kick, but it too was thwarted. Gaara's sand surged toward Lee, attempting to ensnare him. Lee jumped back, trying to evade the advancing sand, but it was quicker, causing him to slip. Looking up, Lee saw a wave of sand descending upon him. The sand hit the ground and exploded, but when the dust settled, Lee was nowhere to be seen. Gaara scanned his surroundings until he noticed his sand rising behind him for protection. Turning around, he saw Lee attempting to punch him. Gaara observed as his sand swung Lee against the wall, but Lee spun around and landed on his feet. Pushing off the wall, Lee launched himself toward Gaara, but he had to evade as a wall of sand came rushing at him. Lee jumped onto a giant pair of hands on one side of the arena and looked at Gaara, who stared back. He wondered how he could hit an opponent protected from attacks from any direction. Glancing at Guy, who nodded encouragingly, Lee smiled. He jumped and removed his orange leg warmers, revealing weights on his legs. Temari chuckled at the thought of Lee believing that removing a little weight would help him get past Gaara's defenses. After removing the weights, Lee sighed, feeling the newfound freedom of movement. He dropped the weights, and everyone watched as they plummeted to the ground, creating craters and causing the ground to tremble slightly. Gaara kept his eyes on Lee until he vanished. Searching for him, Gaara only saw Lee's fist moving faster than his sand could react, creating fist-sized holes in the sand. Suddenly, The sand stopped moving, and Gaara looked around for Lee until he noticed a shadow above him. Looking up, he saw Lee spinning like a top, and before Gaara or his sand could react, Lee delivered an axe kick to the top of Gaara's head. Gaara was sent skidding backward, a trickle of blood appearing on his forehead. Kankuro was in disbelief, realizing Gaara had been hurt. The group watched as Lee smiled, looking up at Guy, who nodded once more. Lee began to unravel his bandages until they touched the ground. He then charged at Gaara, running circles around him. Gaara watched the blurred images of Lee until he was kicked in the jaw, sending him soaring into the air, though only a few inches. Lee glared and began to kick in rapid succession, but just as Gaara reached the right height for Lee's next move, pain shot through Lee's body, causing him to wince. Gaara noticed this and began to release some sand, but before he could act, Lee wrapped him up in his bandages and spun toward the ground with great speed. With a shout of "Omote Renge," Lee propelled them both toward the ground. Upon impact, a massive explosion echoed, sending a cloud of dust and debris skyward. As the smoke began to clear, Temari felt a wave of concern for her brother. Naruto watched in awe as Lee slowly crawled out of the crater, while Gaara remained upright, his head buried in the ground. Lee felt a sense of accomplishment, but just as he was about to relax, he heard a chuckle from behind him. Turning around, he saw Gaara rising from the ground, sand cascading off him, wearing a disturbingly confident smile. Gaara expressed disappointment, stating he had hoped for a more engaging match, and a wave of sand surged toward Lee. Naruto was now walking toward the one place he wanted to avoid at all costs, the Hyuga household. After Lee had been carried out of the arena by medics due to injuries from Gaara, Sarutobi announced that the next part of the Chunin exams would take place after a month, allowing participants time to learn new skills. A bag containing numbers was passed around to determine matchups, and Naruto found himself facing Niji in the very first match. Afterward, he went to visit Hinata in the hospital, but two Hyuga guards stood watch. Before he could retreat, Hayashi emerged with a stern expression, looking at Naruto with a slight glare. They needed to talk, and with that, Hayashi and the guards left. Naruto entered Hinata's room, where she wore a guilty expression. He remarked on Hayashi's pleasant demeanor, and Hinata explained that her father was unhappy about their secret. He had wanted her to disclose what had happened between them. Hinata looked away for a moment but then met Naruto's gaze again, apologizing for not keeping the picture hidden. Naruto reassured her that it was all right and that he wanted her to keep the picture as a reminder of their special day. Hinata blushed and smiled, and Naruto mentioned he needed to leave since her father wanted to speak with him. Hinata looked worried, but Naruto promised to be careful and leaned forward to give her a gentle kiss before leaving her blushing alone. As he approached the front entrance of the house, the two Hyuga guards stood in front of the gate. Before he could speak, one of the guards informed him that Hayashi was already waiting. Naruto walked around the Hyuga grounds, admiring the beautiful landscape filled with flowers of various colors, creating a vibrant atmosphere. He almost bumped into the guard, escorting him, who gestured toward the door ahead. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement and thanked the guard, who returned a slight nod before departing. Just as Naruto was about to knock on the door, Hayashi's voice called him in. Hayashi instructed him to enter, and Naruto stepped into the room, where he found Hayashi and an elderly Hyuga. Upon noticing Naruto, the elder's gaze hardened. Hayashi quickly dismissed his father, indicating that he needed to speak with Naruto. Once the elder left, Hayashi locked the door and took a seat directly across from Naruto, instructing him to sit as well. The two exchanged silent glances for a few moments. Hayashi broke the silence, expressing his disappointment and anger about Naruto dating his daughter without informing him. He asked for an explanation. Naruto responded carefully, mentioning their intention to tell Hayashi but citing their busy schedules with missions and the Chunin exams. Hayashi pressed further, inquiring why Naruto hadn't asked for permission to date Hinata. Naruto looked down, revealing that their relationship had begun just a day before team placements. Hayashi's expression shifted slightly as he processed this information, recalling how Hinata had started training harder around that time. He reiterated his question about permission. Naruto admitted that it had slipped his mind, explaining the chaos of missions and keeping their relationship a secret. Hayashi activated his Byakugan, making Naruto feel a bit uneasy. Hayashi explained that he could tell when someone was lying and expressed his concern about the positive changes he had noticed in Hinata since Naruto entered her life. He stated that he believed Naruto's honesty, which was the only reason he was allowing the relationship to continue. However, Hayashi made it clear that he would be watching Naruto closely. He warned him that any mistake would have serious consequences. Naruto nodded slowly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Hayashi then dismissed him, returning to his paperwork, though Naruto thought he caught a hint of a smile on Hayashi's face. As Naruto stood to leave, he expressed that Hinata was fortunate to have a father who cared for her as much as Hayashi did. Hayashi glanced up but found that Naruto had already exited. He reflected on Naruto's sincere words before returning to his paperwork, briefly looking at a photo of his family. In the land of waves, Tazuna was enjoying a light-hearted moment with Haku and others, celebrating the success of the bridge. Suddenly, two strangers in black cloaks approached. Tazuna greeted them warmly, but they surprised him by claiming he should remember them. Confused, Tazuna asked who they were looking for. They revealed they were searching for someone known as Okita, causing Tazuna's eyes to widen. Haku reacted swiftly, using hand signs to encase the strangers in ice, revealing their faces as the hoods fell away. Tazuna was taken aback as they introduced themselves as Denpa and Ishiki, both of whom he thought had perished. Denpa spoke in a low voice, reiterating their quest for information about Okita. Tazuna remained guarded, unsure of their intentions. Meanwhile, Naruto approached Jiraiya, seeking training to improve his control over Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya, excited by the request, promised to help him master his chakra. He transformed into a toad, presenting a summoning contract for Naruto to sign. After Naruto signed his name in blood, he followed Jiraiya's instructions to summon a creature. When the smoke cleared, both were shocked to see a tadpole before them. Jiraiya observed the Hokage's mountain, focusing on Minato's head. He turned to Naruto, who appeared frustrated. Jiraiya acknowledged Naruto's struggle with chakra control and agreed to help him. However, he asked if Naruto had ever felt another form of chakra within him. Naruto flinched, recalling a memory he wished to forget. He admitted to having felt it once. Jiraiya encouraged him to tap into that power, but Naruto looked confused. He explained that the only time he accessed it was during a mission when he thought Sasuke had died. Jiraiya probed further, asking what Naruto felt during that moment. Naruto shared that he felt fear and anger, smiling gently at Jiraiya. Jiraiya realized that Naruto could only access the Kyuubi's chakra in stressful situations. He contemplated the risks of his plan but decided it was necessary for Naruto's safety. He motioned for Naruto to follow him, leading him deeper into the forest until they reached a clearing. Naruto questioned why they stopped, and Jiraiya informed him that he would need to draw on that other power. He looked Naruto in the eyes, emphasizing the importance of this moment. Before Naruto could respond, Jiraiya flicked his finger against Naruto's forehead, sending him flying through the trees until he found himself above a chasm lined with sharp rocks. As he fell, Naruto panicked, trying to activate his wind seal, but nothing happened. Jiraiya's voice echoed, explaining that he had placed a seal on Naruto to prevent him from using his techniques. The only way out was to tap into the other chakra and perform the summoning technique. Naruto struggled to grip the slippery rocks, knowing he was in a precarious situation. He closed his eyes, bracing for impact, but when he opened them again, he found himself in a large hallway with water up to his ankles. Curiosity piqued, he ventured further into the darkness. Eventually, he arrived at a giant cage marked with a seal. Suddenly, two red eyes appeared before him, and a voice beckoned him to come closer. Despite his instincts telling him to stay away, Naruto approached the cage. As he reached out to touch the bars, a massive clone lunged at him, forcing him to dodge. The giant fox growled in frustration, expressing its desire to devour Naruto if not for the seal. Naruto realized that the tag was like a padlock, while the main seal was the gate. The Kyuubi lowered itself, asking what Naruto wanted. Naruto, determined, acknowledged the Kyuubi's identity and proposed a deal, to give him chakra or face the consequences. The Kyuubi, amused by Naruto's spirit, decided to grant him chakra as a reward for reaching this point. Red chakra surged from the cage, enveloping Naruto, who felt an overwhelming power coursing through him. He bit his thumb and performed the summoning technique, engulfed in smoke. When the smoke cleared, both Naruto and Jiraiya were astonished to see Naruto atop a massive toad. The toad, confused, questioned what was happening. Naruto introduced himself and claimed responsibility for the summoning. The toad laughed, doubting Naruto's ability to summon him. However, Naruto, undeterred, insisted they needed to escape the chasm. The toad, realizing the gravity of their situation, reluctantly agreed to help, warning Naruto to hold on tight as it prepared to leap. The force of the jump nearly knocked Naruto unconscious, but he clung on, ready for whatever came next. Jiraiya leaped back as Gamabunta nearly crushed him, but before he could escape, he heard the Chief Toad's booming voice. Gamabunta demanded to know why he had been summoned to such a dreadful place. Jiraiya, with a nervous smile, pointed to Naruto, explaining that it was Naruto who had summoned him. Instead of laughter, Gamabunta glared at Jiraiya, who quickly jumped out of the toad's hand. Gamabunta expressed disbelief that a young boy could summon him, only to realize Naruto was still perched on his head. The young ninja pretended to rub sleep from his eyes, asking if they were done arguing. He stretched and jumped down, casually saying goodbye to Gamabunta. The Chief Toad, still skeptical, insisted that Naruto needed to prove he had summoned him. In a flash, Gamabunta's tongue snaked out, capturing Jiraiya and declaring he would take him along. He stated that only after Naruto summoned him again would he believe it. In a puff of smoke, Gamabunta vanished, taking Jiraiya with him. Naruto raised an eyebrow, surveying the empty space around him. He wondered why it was so hard for people to believe him. Biting his thumb, he began to draw on Kyuubi's power. With newfound chakra, he slammed his hand on the ground, vanishing in a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Gamabunta reappeared, looking around in confusion with Jiraiya still entangled in his tongue. Naruto stood triumphantly on Gamabunta's head, confirming that he had indeed summoned the toad. Jiraiya managed to free himself from Gamabunta's tongue and suggested that if the toad wanted to take out his frustration, he should target Naruto instead. Gamabunta, still annoyed, wrapped his tongue around Jiraiya's leg and slammed him toward the ground. He warned Jiraiya that while he acknowledged the summoning, if it happened again in such a manner, he would retaliate. With that, Gamabunta vanished, leaving Naruto to land gracefully on his feet. Naruto approached Jiraiya, who glared at him, and asked what was next. Just as Jiraiya attempted to punch him in frustration, an ANBU appeared between them, stating that the council wished to see Naruto Uzumaki immediately. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the council room, and a hush fell over the assembly. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi in confusion, who merely shrugged in response. Sarutobi addressed the council, asking the reason for the meeting. One of the civilian council members stood, stating they were there to discuss Naruto Uzumaki's special situation. Although he smiled at Naruto, the young ninja could sense the underlying anger. Sarutobi began to explain that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, but was interrupted by Danzo, who insisted that was not the issue at hand. Danzo asserted they needed to discuss Naruto's position as the last of the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi gritted his teeth, and Jiraiya glared at Danzo. Danzo questioned Sarutobi's attempt to keep this information from the council. Sarutobi inquired about the council's intentions regarding Naruto. Danzo suggested that Naruto should be kept under constant surveillance for his protection. He also proposed that Naruto receive proper training to ensure he could defend himself. Some council members nodded in agreement. Sarutobi clenched his teeth, aware of the threats surrounding Naruto. Naruto, leaning against a wall with a scowl, interrupted, stating he could not allow such measures. He expressed his frustration at having survived on his own for years and questioned why they believed he needed their help now. He pointed out that their concerns stemmed from his status as a Jinchuriki and the last Uzumaki, not from any genuine care for him as a person. He declared that he did not need their protection and turned to leave, but Danzo stopped him, insisting the meeting had not been dismissed. With a confident smile, Naruto replied that he had dismissed it. He opened the door and slammed it shut behind him. At that moment, Hayashi stood up to leave, declaring that with Naruto gone, the meeting was over. The council session concluded abruptly, and Sarutobi left a warning that everything discussed must remain confidential. As Naruto wandered, he spotted Hayashi watching him. He greeted Hayashi respectfully, who acknowledged him with a slight blink. Hayashi informed Naruto that Hinata would be released from the hospital soon and instructed him to come to the Hyuga Manor first. The direction Naruto was heading suggested he was going to the hospital, and he nodded with a slight smile when asked if that was correct. He was there to check on Hinata and intended to walk her back to the Hyuga Manor, where he had a question for Hayashi. Hayashi, observing Naruto's nervousness as he rubbed his hands together, allowed him to ask his question. Naruto expressed his desire to take Hinata out on a date, looking Hayashi in the eyes as he did so. Hayashi assessed Naruto carefully, noting that he was seeking permission this time. After Naruto confirmed this, Hayashi informed him that Hinata would be resting and speaking with him at the manor until 6. He could pick her up then, but she was to return by 7:30, no later. Naruto remembered their previous conversation and nodded in understanding. Hayashi then instructed him to leave, as he had other matters to attend to. With a smile on his face, Naruto bowed and ran off, contemplating where to take Hinata. As Naruto approached the Hyuga Manor, the guards stepped in front of him. He informed them of his permission to take Hinata out, suggesting they ask Hayashi for confirmation. The guards bowed deeply to Hayashi, who motioned for Naruto to follow. Hayashi informed him that Hinata was in her room getting ready and reminded him that she was to return by 7:30, adopting a serious tone. Naruto acknowledged Hayashi's warning, but Hayashi stopped him with a glare, emphasizing the importance of treating Hinata with respect as the heir to the Hyuga clan. He expressed his reservations about Naruto dating her, not because of Naruto's past but due to his attitude. Hayashi stated that Naruto had one chance to make a good impression, and he was not pleased that his daughter had a crush on him. However, if it helped Hinata grow stronger, he would stay out of it. Naruto nodded, but Hayashi's grip on his shirt tightened as he warned him once more. If Hinata came home hurt or upset, he would face severe consequences. Just then, footsteps echoed down the stairs, prompting Hayashi to release Naruto. Hinata appeared in a lovely kimono adorned with flowers along the edges. Naruto smiled at her and mouthed the word, "beautiful," causing her to blush. Hinata addressed her father, who reminded her of their earlier conversation. Naruto offered his arm, and she accepted it with a smile. As they left, Hayashi watched them go, a small smile creeping onto his face as he reflected on how Hinata was growing into a beautiful and strong young woman. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Ishiki leaned back and groaned as he examined a large gash on his arm, bleeding quickly. He remarked to Denpa, who was setting the bodies of 20 ninja ablaze, that he had been injured. Denpa, holding a dagger with a blue hilt shaped like a vortex, instructed Ishiki to stitch up his wound so they could move on. As they approached a fortress-like structure, Denpa pushed open a door, revealing a dimly lit hallway. They walked until they reached another door, which they blew open to find a cage suspended above the floor, wrapped in steel chains and covered in seals. Ishiki ducked as a giant sword swung at him, wielded by a massive man who accused them of killing his comrades and attempting to free a prisoner. He declared that the punishment was death and charged at them. Before he could reach them, a long blade shot out from Denpa's clothes, striking the man in the chest. Denpa advised him to attack more and speak less as the man collapsed. Motioning for Ishiki to continue, Ishiki approached the cage and threw a kunai with a tag tied to it. Upon impact, the tag glowed and spread down the kunai, causing the chains to break and the cage to fall, leaving a crater in its wake. The seals around the cage began to vanish until they were no longer visible. Ishiki leaned forward and opened the door to reveal a man with black hair and blue eyes, chained to the wall of the cage with chakra suppression seals covering him. Ishiki approached the man, who smiled weakly, and remarked that Tazuna had informed them of his capture, though they hadn't known where he had been taken. He added that he was skilled at persuading people to share information. The man simply stated that he thought Ishiki had died before his head slumped forward. Ishiki acknowledged that he and his brother often received that reaction as he cut the chains binding the man to the wall. The man fell to the ground and attempted to stand, only to collapse again. Ishiki noted that the seals were draining his stamina as he helped him up with a smile. He then asked how the man's vacation had been, earning a glare from him that made Ishiki chuckle. Suddenly, the prison began to shake, causing the three to look around in surprise. An explosion could be seen 3 miles away as a pillar of light shot into the sky. Naruto and Hinata were enjoying their time together, despite a few people glaring and muttering hateful words at Naruto. Hinata glanced at Naruto, who continued to smile, unaffected by the disdain directed at him. She wondered what he had done to deserve such treatment as they approached Ichiraka Ramen. Tucci turned around and greeted his best customer warmly, not noticing Hinata at first. When he did, he introduced himself and welcomed her. Hinata bowed her head slightly, introducing herself as Hinata Hyuga. Tucci smiled at the couple and called for Ayam. Ayam looked over and saw Naruto with his arm around a blushing Hinata. She exclaimed that they looked cute together, causing them both to blush even more. Tucci asked what they would like to order. Naruto requested 4 bowls of miso ramen to go, surprising them. He explained that he and Hinata were having a picnic with their favorite foods and just needed to pick up his order. The two nodded with broad smiles and went to prepare the food. When they returned, the meals were wrapped in a bag designed to keep the food warm. Naruto took the bag and sealed it into the storage seal on his left arm, bidding farewell to Tucci and Ayam as they waved back. As Naruto and Hinata walked, they entered a forest filled with flowers and trees, with a beautiful waterfall in front of them. Naruto unsealed the food they had acquired and spread out a picnic blanket for them to enjoy. Hinata smiled as she opened a can of red bean soup, remarking on the beauty of the surroundings. Naruto agreed but added that it wasn't as beautiful as her, causing Hinata to blush deeply. As they ate, birds chirped around them, and Naruto laid back, expressing how peaceful it was. He noticed Hinata seemed distracted and asked her what was wrong. Hinata looked at Naruto and then down at the ground, asking why the villagers spoke with such hatred towards him. Naruto's expression shifted to one of sadness as he considered her question. He reassured her that it was okay and that he couldn't explain it at the moment. When Hinata pressed for a reason, he admitted he didn't know how to articulate it yet. Looking at the remnants of their meal, he noticed it was getting late and suggested they head back. He promised they would go out again, but he needed to earn her father's trust first. Hinata nodded and stood up, and Naruto sealed their leftovers before taking her hand, feeling her lean against his shoulder. Naruto arrived at the Hyuga Manor just in time, wishing Hinata good night. He pressed something into her hands as he kissed her goodbye, then turned to wave at her just as her father emerged from the house. Hayashi narrowed his eyes at Naruto, who smiled back mischievously. Noticing Hinata holding a cloth wrapped around something round, Hayashi asked what Naruto had given her. When Hinata opened the bag and squealed in delight at the cinnamon buns they hadn't finished, Hayashi took a small piece and confirmed it wasn't poisoned, turning away to hide a smile. Hinata, knowing her father enjoyed cinnamon buns, handed him one as a gesture of gratitude for allowing her to date Naruto. Later, Naruto sat on a rock when Jiraiya emerged from the woods with a mischievous grin. Naruto asked what trouble he had caused this time, prompting Jiraiya to snap out of his daze and glare at him, insisting he should never call him that. Naruto crossed his arms, asking if Jiraiya would help him. Jiraiya settled down and inquired what Naruto wanted to learn. With determination in his eyes, Naruto expressed his desire to improve his chakra control, specifically to stop using so much chakra in his Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya motioned for Naruto to calm down and asked to see the issue. Naruto unwrapped one of his bandages to reveal the seal on his right arm, and Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise as he examined it. Naruto had never encountered a seal network like this before. There were so many different networks running in and out that he couldn't determine which one was causing the issue. His eyes fell slightly, reflecting a hint of despair. Jiraiya, noticing Naruto's demeanor, suggested a temporary solution. He took Naruto's arm and examined the seal closely. He explained that it was a seal designed to help with chakra control, limiting the amount of chakra that could be used, almost like shutting off a pipeline. However, he warned that forcing chakra through the seal could cause it to break and result in harm. After considering it, Naruto nodded in agreement, and Jiraiya began drawing the necessary seals on him. As Jiraiya worked, he thought to himself that this was crude work. He wished Kushina were there, as she would have understood what Naruto was doing wrong. Although he was a seal master, the unique way the Uzumaki clan approached seals remained a mystery to him. A month later, the finalists gathered in a massive arena, waiting for the signal to begin their fights. However, Sasuke was still absent, along with Kankuro, who had quit for unknown reasons, and Dosu, who had vanished. This prompted the proctors to adjust the fighting order. Sasuke was now set to face Shino, while Gaara would fight the winner of the battle between Shikamaru and Temari. Genma, the proctor, scanned the group and announced that it was time to begin. Naruto raised an eyebrow and inquired about Sasuke's absence. Genma informed him that if Sasuke did not arrive by the time his match started, he would forfeit. He then declared the first match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Niji Hyuga. The crowd erupted in cheers as Niji stepped forward, smirking at Naruto. Niji proclaimed that it was fate that he would emerge victorious. In response, Naruto shook his head, frowning. He expressed that he did not believe in fate, asserting that one makes their own choices and carves their own path, which was why he intended to become Hokage one day. Niji scoffed at Naruto's ambition, stating that someone like him could never become Hokage. Naruto's expression hardened as he removed the bandages from his arms and neck, preparing for the fight. Niji taunted him, suggesting that he was foolish to engage in close combat. Naruto remained silent, taking a stance. With the signal to begin, Genma jumped back, and the two fighters charged at each other. Naruto launched himself forward, while Niji dropped into his gentle fist stance. As Naruto closed the distance, Niji lunged at him, but Naruto swiftly dodged the attack by spinning on his heel. Niji, realizing the danger, narrowly evaded Naruto's reaching hand and backflipped out of range, glaring at him. Naruto observed that Niji had learned to avoid his touch, but he warned that avoiding him could be just as perilous. He summoned a giant shuriken, swinging it over Niji's head, who smirked, believing Naruto needed to improve his aim. Naruto revealed that he had not aimed for Niji, forming a seal with his hands. The shuriken unleashed a barrage of kunai, but Niji deftly dodged them, still smirking. Naruto cautioned Niji not to smile, and just as Niji began to understand the gravity of the situation, the kunai exploded, revealing Kage Bunshins. Niji realized that only 20 of the kunai were actual clones. With no other option, Niji spun, releasing Chakra in a defensive maneuver known as Hakusho Kaiten, encasing himself in a dome of spinning chakra that sent the clones flying back. Niji smirked at Naruto's surprised expression, declaring that this was the absolute defense of the Hyuga clan and that he could not win. Frustration bubbled within Naruto as he thought about the strength of the Hyuga's defense. He dropped into a defensive stance, contemplating his next move. Niji, observing Naruto, recognized the risk of getting too close due to the paralyzing seal. He understood that staying too far away would leave him vulnerable to Naruto's seals. He resolved to close the distance quickly, tightening his gentle fist stance. Hayashi, watching from the stands, leaned forward in shock as he recognized Niji's stance. His daughter Hanabi noticed his unease and wondered what was troubling him. Naruto, confused by Niji's declaration of being within his field of divinity, was taken aback when Niji called out his attack. In a flash, Niji was upon him, launching a rapid series of strikes that landed on Naruto's chest. Niji continued his assault, but unbeknownst to him, a kunai behind him transformed into a clone that leaped at him. Thanks to his Byakugan, Niji spotted the clone and quickly dispatched it. As Niji turned back to finish his attack, Naruto seized the moment, reaching forward and touching Niji's arm. Niji channeled a significant amount of chakra into his palm and struck Naruto in the gut, sending him skidding across the ground until he came to rest about 10 feet away. Naruto collapsed onto one knee, struggling to breathe. Niji boasted about fate predicting his victory, but he was interrupted when he found himself unable to move, realizing Naruto was holding a tiger seal. Naruto stood up, despite the pain in his legs, and expressed his confusion at the situation. Niji struggled to understand how Naruto could harbor so much hatred. He questioned what the main branch had done to him that was so terrible. Niji chuckled, but his eyes reflected anger and pain as he faced Naruto. He began to gather chakra, shattering the seal Naruto had placed on him. Naruto gritted his teeth, knowing that the seal wouldn't hold someone with perfect chakra control, but he hoped it would buy him some time. Niji declared that he would reveal the reason behind his hatred, removing his headband to expose a seal on his forehead. Meanwhile, an old man sat in his rocking chair, lost in thought until the crack of a twig drew his attention. He turned to see Ishiki, Denpa, and a brown-haired man approaching, all three of them battered and burned. Concern filled the old man's eyes as he asked what had happened to them. Ishiki laid his brother and the other man down, explaining that while they were trapped in a cage, their chakra was being drained not into the seals but into containers, set to explode when the cage was lowered without the key. They had narrowly escaped disintegration thanks to the barrier created by the man who now lay before them. The old man hoped this individual was worth the trouble they had gone through to retrieve him. As the man opened his gray eyes, the old man welcomed him back with a kind smile. Niji recounted everything from the cursed seal of the branch family to the day his father died, expressing that he could never forgive the main branch for their actions. He retied his headband and glared at Naruto, demanding that he give up. Naruto, however, smiled in response, which puzzled Niji. He questioned what was so amusing. Naruto explained that Niji thought he had won simply by closing off his chakra pathways. He revealed that seals could function in various ways, some needing chakra to activate while others required only contact. After observing Niji's fight with Hinata, Naruto had devised seals that activated upon contact. He threw a kunai embedded with a tag, which exploded upon impact, showering the area with more kunai. Niji encased himself in a dome of spinning chakra to deflect the projectiles. Naruto knew he couldn't use the Kyuubi's chakra just yet, he needed to keep it hidden. He pulled out another kunai and threw it as Niji began to slow down. Niji was astonished by Naruto's ability to keep him on guard without using chakra. He thought that if he could just wait for Naruto to run out of kunai, he could deliver the finishing blow. As Naruto slid two more kunai from his shirt and threw them, Niji jumped to avoid them, but they exploded, releasing chains into the air. Naruto held onto the ends of those chains and yanked them down, wrapping them around Niji and pulling him to the ground. When the smoke cleared, Niji managed to free one arm and began channeling chakra to cut through the chains. Naruto charged at him, ready to strike, but Niji broke free just in time to avoid the blow. Niji yelled out in frustration, questioning why Naruto continued to fight despite being unable to use jutsu. This only made Naruto smile, which confused and angered Niji further. Naruto explained that they were not so different after all. They both came from clans, were from Konoha, and bore burdens they hadn't asked for. Niji challenged Naruto, pointing out that the only issue with his laughter was the glares and insults he received. Naruto's smile faltered slightly as he pondered the reason behind it. He insisted that he didn't need pity, just as Niji didn't. He would keep getting back up no matter how many times he was knocked down. With renewed determination, Naruto charged at Niji, who raised his arms to defend himself. Just then, Niji felt hands grabbing his waist and looked down to see a Kage Bunshin emerging from a hidden spot. Realization dawned on him as he understood that every kunai had been a Kage Bunshin. He was stunned by the revelation. Niji realized he had been deceived into thinking that only a few of the kunai were clones. He turned to see Naruto, kunai in hand, ready to activate the seal. Niji closed his eyes, concentrating his chakra at the point of impact. Just as Naruto's kunai was about to strike, a surge of chakra halted it an inch away from Niji. The energy then expanded, propelling both the clone and the original Naruto away. The kunai clattered to the ground, and Niji was taken aback when an orange tendril wrapped around him, pulling him down until he lay on his stomach. Naruto, breathing heavily and looking exhausted, declared that his sealing technique had succeeded. He explained that it had been challenging to execute without his full chakra. Niji glared at him, then turned his gaze away. Naruto continued, suggesting that fate had played a role in their encounter. However, Niji was interrupted when Naruto playfully punched him on the head. Naruto, with a serious expression, asserted that fate had nothing to do with their situation. He stood up, yanked his kunai from the ground, and watched as the orange tendril faded, leaving Niji bewildered. Naruto explained that he had the upper hand but chose to let Niji go. He recounted his struggles during the graduation exams, emphasizing that he had never given up despite failing multiple times. He had struggled with creating clones, which had been a source of frustration for him. He challenged Niji to stand and fight, insisting that the outcome was a choice they both had to make. Niji, noticing the kunai within his reach, bent down to pick it up and twirled it in his hand. He resolved to beat Naruto in their match. Naruto smiled at Niji's determination and retrieved his own kunai and tag, recalling a moment with Jiraiya. In a flashback, Jiraiya had presented Naruto with a special tag, advising him to use it wisely as it would only remain active for a brief period. Naruto had expressed his reluctance to use the Kyuubi's chakra, preferring to keep it as a secret weapon. Jiraiya had smiled, proud of his student's resolve. Back in the present, Naruto slapped the tag onto his kunai, and it immediately began to glow, surrounded by a swirling wind. Niji nodded, channeling his chakra into his own kunai. They charged at each other, and just before they collided, Niji enveloped himself in a dome of chakra. Naruto swung his wind-infused kunai downward, while Niji struck sideways. The clash resulted in a burst of rocks and smoke, captivating the audience. As the smoke cleared, Niji managed to land a cut on Naruto's stomach, causing him to stagger. However, Niji's own injuries were revealed, his torso marked with numerous gashes as if he had faced a fierce battle. Staggering, Niji fell forward but was caught by Naruto, who reminded him that they both had choices to make. Niji struggled to rise but nearly collapsed again. He looked up at a bird perched on a tree, reflecting on his own limitations. Naruto, sitting beside him, acknowledged that while Niji felt like a caged bird, every bird knows how to fly. He encouraged Niji to consider whether he was ready to break free from his constraints. Niji watched the bird take flight, contemplating his next steps. As the match concluded, Naruto was declared the winner, receiving a mix of cheers and boos from the crowd. He smiled and waved as he made his way up the ramp, joining the other participants with a sense of accomplishment. Curious about his performance, Naruto opened his arms in celebration. Shikamaru, with a hint of annoyance, acknowledged Naruto's effort but noted it had been troublesome. Naruto's smile faded slightly when he caught sight of Gaara's intense gaze. The next match was announced, Shikamaru Nara vs Temari. Hesitant to enter the arena, Shikamaru was nudged forward by Naruto. The fight unfolded as Shikamaru executed his strategy to extend his shadow's reach, ultimately managing to capture Temari. However, in an unexpected turn, Shikamaru chose to forfeit, prompting the crowd to react with discontent. Gaara observed his sister, realizing that she would soon face him, but she remained confident in her strategy. The next match was set to feature Shino against Sasuke. As Sasuke arrived, he appeared alongside Kakashi, smirking confidently. Kakashi explained that Sasuke had been delayed due to getting lost, which puzzled him as he had expected Sasuke to face Gaara. With the match beginning, Shino released his bugs, while Sasuke charged forward, disappearing in a burst of speed. Shino's eyes widened in surprise as Sasuke struck him, sending him spiraling to the ground. Sasuke prepared to unleash a stream of fire, but Shino rolled away just in time, retreating his bugs to avoid the flames. Shino realized he was facing a challenging situation. Shino felt frustrated as he considered various strategies, realizing that any plan he devised would put his hive at risk. Accepting defeat, he relaxed and acknowledged that he couldn't catch his opponent without endangering his allies. He turned and walked up the steps as the proctor announced Sasuke as the winner. Genma informed the crowd that there would be a short break for the contestants to rest. The next match would be Sasuke against Naruto, and the audience erupted in cheers. Naruto smiled at Sasuke, eager for the challenge ahead. He expressed his excitement about finally determining who was the strongest. Sasuke smirked, urging Naruto to bring his best and fight hard before turning away, leaving Naruto feeling both happy and confused. Meanwhile, the Raikage was approached by a messenger who announced that someone wished to speak with him. Curious yet wary, asked for the visitor's identity. The messenger replied that the individual had not given his name but had provided a cryptic statement about being pawns to time itself. I's expression shifted as he recognized the quote from someone he had once allied with. He instructed the messenger to let the visitor in. Moments later, a towering man with broad shoulders and a striking white beard entered. His black eyes exuded both arrogance and wisdom, glowing with an undeniable power. The man greeted I with a chilling chuckle, which seemed to freeze the atmosphere around them. I, feeling anger rise within him, demanded to know the man's purpose for visiting. The man acknowledged I's previous warning not to show his face again but questioned why I had allowed him to enter. When I growled for a straightforward answer, the man's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. He revealed that his spy had located a new Uzumaki who had entered the Uzumaki clan's manor. I flinched at the mention of the Uzumaki, recalling their formidable capabilities. The man continued, reminding I of his involvement in the destruction of Uzushiogakure. I's guards hesitated, sensing their leader's unease. I stood, the ground beneath him cracking as he confronted the man, who merely shrugged off the tension and took a seat. He suggested that the surviving Uzumaki could have left behind a seal capable of summoning him back, potentially leading to trouble for I. I dismissed the threat, asserting that he was not afraid of a single individual. However, the man's laughter sent a chill down I's spine as he reminded him of the past and the fate of I's men who had fought in Uzushio. After a moment of silence, I agreed to consult with the council but warned the man, Senji, that if this was a trick, he would face dire consequences. Senji merely grinned in response. Back in the arena, Genma announced the beginning of the next match, calling for Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha to come down. The two contestants descended together, their eyes locked on each other. Genma confirmed their readiness, and with a signal, the match commenced. Both Sasuke and Naruto launched kunai simultaneously before Sasuke vanished in a burst of speed. Naruto barely managed to block a kick aimed at his face, and Sasuke used the momentum to spin over him, delivering a kick that sent Naruto forward. Naruto quickly turned, dodging a punch aimed at his stomach, and retaliated with a strike aimed at Sasuke's head. Sasuke caught the blow just in time, but the impact sent him to the ground. As Naruto leaped into the air, spinning like a ball, he attempted an axe kick, but Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to evade the attack. Naruto landed hard, leaving a dent in the ground. Sasuke began forming hand signs, unleashing a massive fireball toward Naruto. In response, Naruto gritted his teeth and activated one of his red tags, countering with a sealing technique. The two fire attacks collided, resulting in a powerful explosion that showered the arena with flames. Naruto, undeterred, charged at Sasuke, who frowned in concentration. As Naruto threw a punch, Sasuke caught it and flung him upward. Using the momentum, Naruto spun and launched 4 kunai at Sasuke, who skillfully dodged them. Sasuke kept his focus on Naruto, who then used the shadow clone technique to create 3 duplicates. The clones grabbed Naruto and hurled him at Sasuke, who swiftly dodged and countered with a punch that sent the original Naruto into a puff of smoke. Sasuke's eyes widened as he realized the remaining clones were descending upon him. He evaded their attack and unleashed another fireball, but when the flames cleared, he found nothing. Sasuke deduced that Naruto must be hiding nearby. Just then, a noise from beneath caught his attention. Looking down, he was startled as the ground erupted, and Naruto leaped out with his fist extended, ready to continue the battle. Sasuke jumped backward to avoid the incoming fist, but Naruto swiftly turned and delivered a kick to Sasuke's stomach, sending him further back. Naruto landed on his feet, smiling at Sasuke, who glared in response. Sasuke thought about how Naruto managed to hit him even with his Sharingan active. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a kunai, preparing to charge. Meanwhile, Naruto lowered his guard slightly, sensing Sasuke's serious and angry demeanor. Wondering what was wrong with Sasuke, Naruto shrugged it off just as Sasuke charged at him. Naruto jumped to the side, pulling out a kunai of his own and throwing it at Sasuke, who caught it. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, he noticed a hissing sound. Looking at the kunai, he realized it was about to explode. A giant smoke cloud enveloped the area, and as it began to fade, Sasuke stabbed the Kagebunshin that Naruto had placed in the seal. He turned around just in time to see Naruto perform his Kagebunshin jutsu, creating 2 clones to pursue him. Sasuke watched as Naruto took out a scroll and ink, beginning to write. Determined not to let Naruto finish whatever he was planning, Sasuke rapidly formed hand signs, stopping at the tiger. He then drew back and unleashed multiple small fireballs. The clones dodged initially, but the fireballs suddenly changed direction, striking them and destroying them in one swift motion. Naruto noticed this and jumped back just as Sasuke launched a giant fireball that obliterated Naruto's scroll and ink. Sasuke smirked, taunting Naruto about his lack of tags as Naruto glared and threw his kunai. Sasuke dodged but immediately regretted it when he saw Naruto pointing his finger at him. With a surge of energy, Naruto unleashed a technique that sent a bolt of static energy towards Sasuke's chest. Sasuke managed to pivot, and the bolt struck his right arm instead. He skidded back, trying to make a fist to regain control of his arm. Looking up, he saw Naruto breathing heavily, his face and arms covered in seals. Sasuke felt a mix of confusion and satisfaction as he realized Naruto was overexerting himself. Sasuke declared he would end this, his voice laced with a dark undertone. As he prepared to unleash a powerful technique, metal wire wrapped around Naruto, pinning him to the ground with kunai. The only part of Naruto that remained free was his left arm. Sasuke held his arm down, electricity building in a ball. Kakashi watched in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation, while Genma prepared to intervene. Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazekage, whispered encouragement to Sasuke to give in to the darkness. Just as Sasuke launched his attack, Naruto felt a surge of determination. Remembering the arm guards and Sarutobi's words, he decided to channel Chakra into them, causing them to glow blue. To everyone's surprise, a thin line of Chakra stretched from both guards, forming a swirling barrier between Naruto and Sasuke's attack. The barrier absorbed the impact of Sasuke's technique, producing a screech that echoed through the area. Sasuke's Sharingan widened in disbelief as the barrier held firm, though pieces began to crack and fall away. Naruto felt his chakra draining, realizing the seal regulating his chakra was about to break. Sasuke, filled with rage, demanded to know what Naruto had done. Genma breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the barrier that had prevented disaster. As the barrier began to dissipate, Naruto recalled Sarutobi's teachings about the seals on his armor. With newfound resolve, Naruto declared that it wasn't his doing, but rather the work of a family member. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and unleashed a surge of red chakra, breaking free from the wire that bound him. He noticed that the seal Jiraiya had placed on him was gone. With a confident smile, he challenged Sasuke, ready to continue their battle. The fight between Naruto and Sasuke was just beginning, and the stakes were higher than ever. Before anyone comments on how Niji was easily defeated, it's important to understand the context. During his month-long break, Naruto dedicated time to studying the Hyuga clan. He created seals specifically designed to counter their abilities, demonstrating that Fuinjutsu can be incredibly powerful when executed correctly. Sasuke looked at Naruto, fear evident in his eyes as a massive nine-tailed fox materialized behind him. The overwhelming power radiating from Naruto caused Sasuke to tremble. He questioned what Naruto truly was, unable to comprehend how someone like him could possess such strength. Naruto chuckled softly, his slitted eyes reflecting a sad gaze. He vanished and reappeared beside Sasuke, who barely managed to dodge a kick that sent him crashing into the trees. As the trees toppled toward him, Sasuke leaped out of harm's way, only to find Naruto's fist coming at him. He rolled aside just in time to throw a kunai embedded with an explosive tag. The tag fizzled and erupted into a fiery explosion. Sasuke scanned the area, trying to detect any movement through the flames, and was startled to see Naruto looking at him with a puzzled expression. Naruto remarked on the close call, questioning Sasuke's growing anger since their return from the Wave Country. Sasuke's voice turned dark as he expressed his frustration. He accused Naruto of doing nothing while he received all the credit for their mission, despite being from a clan that was previously unknown. Sasuke's Sharingan began to evolve, a third Tomo appearing as he confronted Naruto. Naruto attempted to reason with Sasuke, insisting that the people of Wave had acknowledged their combined efforts. Sasuke's anger flared as he challenged Naruto, mocking his heritage and the insignificance of his clan. Naruto's expression hardened at the insult to his family, prompting him to defend his lineage. Sasuke's sarcasm only fueled Naruto's resolve. He declared that he was not a nobody, but rather Naruto Uzumaki, the last surviving member of a significant clan. Sasuke charged at him, filled with rage. As Naruto prepared to counter, he found himself unable to land a hit, realizing that Sasuke's newfound power was formidable. A voice echoed in Naruto's mind, offering him more strength. He dismissed the offer, determined to handle the situation on his own. With renewed focus, Naruto launched a shuriken at Sasuke, who dodged effortlessly but had to duck under a swift kick. Naruto executed a spinning axe kick aimed at Sasuke's head, but Sasuke leaped back, unleashing a massive fireball that engulfed Naruto. As the flames spread, Naruto emerged, his shirt singed and barely hanging on, revealing a bandaged torso. Frustrated, he bit his thumbs and summoned the remaining chakra from the kyuubi. He slid across the ground and slammed his palms down, invoking the summoning technique. The crowd in the stadium rose to their feet as Naruto was enveloped in smoke. When the smoke cleared, two toads perched on his shoulders, one yellow and the other reddish-orange, ready for the battle ahead. Naruto smiled at Gamatsu, the yellow toad, who returned the gesture. Gamakichi, the red toad, was cleaning his ear with his finger but nodded to indicate he was listening. Sasuke chuckled at Naruto, teasing him about his return. He remarked that a pair of idiotic toads shouldn't insult the power of an Uchiha. Gamatsu looked hurt, while Gamakichi glared at Sasuke. Gamakichi leaped towards Sasuke, eager to confront him, but Naruto stopped him, insisting they needed to work together. Gamatsu then expressed his doubts, feeling sad. He questioned why they were summoned when they couldn't help. Naruto reassured him, believing they could win together, and added that their father wouldn't be pleased to be summoned in such a cramped space. Gamatsu chuckled at that, and Naruto promised to treat them to snacks afterward. The brothers nodded and turned to Sasuke, who was smirking at them. Sasuke challenged Naruto, declaring he was ready to win. Naruto, determined, threw Gamatsu and Gamakichi into the air while charging at Sasuke. He threw a punch, which Sasuke blocked, but Naruto ducked and attempted a kick. Sasuke caught his leg and threw him, but Naruto used the momentum to land on his feet. However, he quickly saw Sasuke with a kunai aimed at him. Just as Sasuke was about to strike, Naruto called for Gamatsu. Sasuke's eyes widened as he turned to see the yellow toad spitting out a large glob of oil. The oil hit the ground between them, causing Sasuke to slip as he tried to regain his footing. Naruto seized the moment to punch Sasuke in the stomach, sending him backward. Gamakichi then appeared and spat oil at Sasuke, who attempted to grab him, only for Naruto to kick him again. Sasuke, now angrier than ever, stood up, demanding to know what they thought they were doing. Naruto confidently replied that he was winning. The two toads joined hands, preparing their next move. They unleashed a fireball attack, which arced towards Sasuke. Realizing the danger, Sasuke quickly formed hand signs to defend himself. The fire struck him, resulting in a burst of flames that forced everyone to step back. Gamakichi reminded Naruto that they didn't have much chakra left and suggested they retreat, but Naruto nodded in acknowledgement of their snack deal. As the flames died down, Naruto saw Sasuke on the ground, burned but still smirking. Sasuke revealed that he had been observing Naruto's Kage Bunshin technique, allowing him to copy it. Naruto was shocked, realizing the implications of Sasuke's newfound ability. Sasuke shrugged off Naruto's concern, still smirking as he prepared for another attack. Naruto, determined, raised his right hand, stating he had one last trick. As he charged up his technique, Sasuke prepared his second Chidori. Naruto unleashed a powerful wind technique, but instead of a direct attack, he set up a trap that exploded, creating a massive inferno that surged towards Sasuke. As the flames roared, Sasuke emerged, slightly burned, and charged at Naruto with his Chidori. He struck Naruto in the chest, causing blood to trickle from his mouth, yet Naruto smiled. He revealed that he had anticipated Sasuke's move, exploding into a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Naruto delivered a powerful punch to Sasuke's face, sending him staggering backward. Breathing heavily but still standing, Naruto watched as Sasuke struggled to regain his composure. Sasuke, disoriented and in pain, questioned when Naruto had switched places with his clone. Naruto explained that it had been while Sasuke was distracted by the wall of fire. He urged Sasuke to acknowledge his limits, but Sasuke, filled with pride, insisted he was an Uchiha and the best in the village. Naruto shook his head, standing on unsteady legs. He reminded Sasuke that a special last name didn't guarantee superiority. Continuous training and effort were what truly mattered. He emphasized that even a master with a simple pebble could defeat a novice with a shuriken, urging Sasuke to remember that. Despite his injuries, Sasuke refused to give up, dismissing Naruto as a nobody unworthy of the Chunin title. He questioned whether Naruto truly believed that becoming Chunin would earn him respect. Naruto felt the weight of disdain in the eyes of those around him. He could sense their utter loathing. It was clear that the village held no affection for him. As he stared at the ground, a distant expression crossed his face. It no longer mattered to him, he thought, surprising Sasuke and the spectators in the arena. He had people who cared about him, even if the village did not. Just then, Sasuke collapsed with a grunt. The announcer declared Naruto the winner, but the crowd remained silent, shocked by the outcome. Amidst the stunned faces, Naruto noticed a figure standing and clapping. She wore a black hood adorned with a crescent moon and a sword wrapped in chains. Everything around him seemed to freeze, even the birds in the sky had paused, and conversations were halted mid-sentence. "Very good, Uzumaki," she said, leaping gracefully from the stands to the arena floor. "You certainly have a lot of power behind you." Naruto, now on high alert, demanded to know who she was. The woman appeared amused by his reaction. "People call me Enmitsuki, or Devil Moon," she replied, her smile unwavering despite his glare. "I'm not here to harm you, I'm here to warn you." Naruto relaxed his stance slightly, confused by her words. She continued, explaining that people would notice a boy named Uzumaki who was skilled in Fuinjutsu. A certain man was gathering forces to eliminate him and anyone associated with him. "But why?" Naruto asked, intrigued and letting his guard down. "Because of who you are," Enmitsuki said, looking up at the sky with a smile. "But it is not my place to tell you. Make no mistake, war is approaching with all its glory and horror. Be prepared." Suddenly, Naruto snapped back to reality as Genma shook him, asking if he was okay. Naruto nodded and looked up to see the cloaked figure leaving the stadium. Before he could pursue her, white feathers began to fall, followed by a loud explosion. "We're under attack," a shinobi shouted, and the other ninjas drew their weapons. And Mitsuki's warning echoed in Naruto's mind, and he realized the chaos around him was becoming a battlefield. In Kumogakure, a council member urged immediate action, fearing that if Naruto revealed their involvement in the Uzumaki clan's genocide, it could provoke an attack. The council nodded, but concern was evident on the Raikage's face. He questioned whether Senji was telling the truth, recalling the past actions of his subordinate. The council remembered the brute who had attempted to take over Kumo, but they also recognized that the same situation might not repeat itself. The Raikage expressed worry about the possibility that Naruto might not know of their involvement, as they had left no evidence to lead anyone back to them. As the council prepared to vote on their course of action, Naruto dashed through the forest with Shikamaru, Shino, and Sakura, pursuing the Sand siblings. Shikamaru's instincts kicked in when he sensed they were being followed, prompting him to stop on a branch. Sakura asked what was wrong, and Shikamaru explained the situation. He suggested someone should stay behind to handle the pursuers. Sakura, with a determined expression, volunteered, believing she could be more useful there than in the chase. Naruto wanted to protest, but Sakura insisted on staying. He handed her 3 kunai with seals, explaining their purpose, and created 3 shadow clones to assist her. He urged her to be careful before the group jumped off in pursuit of the Sand siblings. Once alone, worry washed over Sakura's face as she realized the danger she was in. One of the clones reassured her that she would be fine, and they began setting up a trap using explosive tags on the trees. Sakura then had an idea, and the clone leaned in to hear her plan. Meanwhile, the sound group raced through the woods until they spotted a blonde boy standing in their path, arms crossed. Naruto's clone greeted politely. Naruto was feeling frustrated. The three companions he had entered the forest with were now separated. Sakura had stayed behind with some of his clones to fend off a group of sound ninjas, Shikamaru was engaged in a battle with Kankuro, and just moments ago, Shino had decided to hold off Temari. Naruto realized he needed to defeat Gaara quickly so he could return to help his friends. As he leaped from branch to branch, he felt the rush of speed, but suddenly, a wave of sand surged toward him. He quickly created a shadow clone that grabbed his arm and swung him to safety against a nearby tree. Naruto watched as the clone was engulfed by the sand, crushed in an instant. He flinched, feeling a pang of empathy for his clone's fate. Turning to face the source of the attack, he was met with a sight that would haunt him for days. Gaara stood before him, half of his body cloaked in sand, giving him an unsettling appearance. Gaara announced that he had been waiting for this moment, crouching low as his single tail swayed behind him. Naruto braced himself as Gaara leaped from the branch, charging toward him. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was hiding behind a tree, observing Kankuro's puppet hovering nearby like a specter searching for him. He thought about how troublesome the situation was, wishing for a simpler life where he could marry someone average-looking, have 2 kids, and retire peacefully. Just then, he heard the mechanical clanking of the puppet drawing closer. He ducked just in time to avoid a blade that narrowly missed him. Kankuro taunted him, sending his puppet after Shikamaru. The puppet aimed one of its arms, revealing a hidden mechanism. Shikamaru's eyes widened as the puppet launched a black sphere toward him. Realizing it was poison, Shikamaru braced himself as the sphere exploded, enveloping him in a dark cloud. Kankuro laughed, convinced that Shikamaru could not survive the toxic fumes. However, Shikamaru had managed to escape, using ninja wire to pull himself up to a higher branch, above the poison. Shikamaru acknowledged that he wouldn't have survived the poison but had successfully dodged it. Kankuro, frustrated, commanded his puppet to unleash a flurry of Senbon. Shikamaru leaped out of the way, keeping a close watch on both the puppet and its master. He realized that if he could decipher Kankuro's finger movements, he could anticipate when to dodge. As he continued to evade the puppet's attacks, Shikamaru noticed Kankuro had vanished from sight. Cursing under his breath, he thought about how foolish Kankuro was to underestimate him. Shikamaru needed a strategy to locate him, so he ducked behind a tree and deployed a smoke bomb to obscure his presence. He contemplated how to remain hidden while still being visible enough for Kankuro to spot him. Determined to end the fight, Shikamaru prepared his plan. He dashed from behind the tree, throwing a flash bomb into the air, creating a blinding light that illuminated the area. Kankuro, caught off guard, nearly fell from his perch, allowing Shikamaru to pinpoint his location from the rustling leaves. However, just as Shikamaru charged toward Kankuro, the puppet lunged forward, stabbing him in the stomach with a poisoned blade. Shikamaru felt a trickle of blood at his lip as Kankuro emerged from his hiding spot, a triumphant smile on his face. Kankuro began to gloat, but his words faltered as he felt his body stiffen. Confused, he looked down to see Shikamaru smiling, fingers forming a hand seal. Shikamaru had managed to ensnare Kankuro with his shadow technique. Shikamaru struggled to speak, explaining that he had anticipated Kankuro's move. With a twitch of his fingers, he commanded the puppet to retreat, causing it to crash to the ground. As Shikamaru approached Kankuro, he pulled out a seal that Naruto had given him. Realizing the poison was spreading faster than he had expected, he placed the seal on Kankuro's chest. The seal began to glow bright blue as Shikamaru's shadow detached from Kankuro, causing both of them to collapse. Kankuro, barely able to move, cursed the chakra seal that had ensnared him. "At least you're still going to face your end here, huh?" Kankuro thought as he observed Shikamaru gazing up at the clouds with a bored expression. Just as Shikamaru was about to respond, a footstep echoed on the branch they occupied. They turned to see a woman draped in a black cloak adorned with a moon and a chain, a sword piercing through it. Enmitsuki declared that Shikamaru was not going to perish just yet as she gently lifted him while casting a glance at Kankuro. She advised him to leave before someone stumbled upon them. With that, the mysterious woman leaped off the branch, leaving Kankuro behind. Shikamaru eyed the woman carrying him with a hint of suspicion. He inquired about her destination as he attempted to move. Enmitsuki explained that she was taking him to a place where a Konoha ninja could find him. She continued to leap from branch to branch until she paused, noting that she wouldn't need to go far. Shikamaru felt confused as she laid him down. She mentioned that someone was approaching, and judging by their speed, she could tell they were friendly. Suddenly, Shikamaru turned to see two ninjas heading their way, both wearing Konoha headbands. When he turned back to ask Enmitsuki something, he realized she had vanished. One of the Konoha ninjas remarked that it was the Nara heir as he landed on the branch with his teammate. The girl confirmed this and placed her hands on Shikamaru's chest. A green glow emanated from her hands as she declared that he had been poisoned and that they needed to get him to Shibi or his father immediately. The man nodded, and the two ninjas turned back toward the village, abandoning their search for enemy ninjas in the forest. Just before he succumbed to darkness, Shikamaru thought one last thing. How troublesome. Shino struggled against the wind generated by Temari. Each time his insects approached, she blew them away with a powerful gust. She declared that neither he nor his bugs would get anywhere near her. With a swing of her fan, she destroyed the tree Shino was hiding behind, sending him flying forward. As he turned to evade another attack, he saw Temari swing her fan, unleashing a wave of sharpened wind blades. Shino leaped onto the nearest tree to dodge the assault. He realized he needed to conceal his bugs or lure her into a trap. As he jumped from tree to tree, he noticed Temari relentlessly swinging her fan, cutting down trees in her path. Wondering what he was up to, Temari decided to blast the tree Shino aimed for next, causing him to plummet to the ground. As she surveyed the area where he fell, she was forced to step back when he leaped out of the trees toward her. Temari swung her fan, sending a single wind blade at him. Shino appeared to be cut in two, but he transformed into a swarm of bugs instead. Temari's eyes widened as she glanced to her left and saw Shino, but when she looked to her right, she noticed the ground crawling toward her. Shino informed her that she had a choice. She could eliminate him or his bugs, but either way, she would lose. Temari gritted her teeth and glared at him, then smiled, deciding to choose him. She swung her fan, tearing chunks of earth from the ground while the wind blades shredded Shino, who once again transformed into bugs. Temari turned around to see the swarm of bugs almost at her feet. When she attempted to jump, she was unexpectedly shoved into the mass of bugs. Looking up, she saw Shino staring back at her. With the last remnants of her chakra, she swung her fan, catching Shino in the side with a wind-infused strike. He was slammed into a tree, gritting his teeth in pain, feeling broken ribs and a deep gash on his side. Shino lamented that he wouldn't be able to assist Naruto after all as he slowly leaned against a tree, his eyes growing heavy. Senji waited patiently in the Raikage's office when he arrived in a burst of lightning, not even causing the old man to flinch. He stated that they had reached an impasse and observed as Senji's hand tightened before relaxing. He wanted to know why Senji wished for the death of Uzumaki, warning that if he suspected deceit, he would take action himself. For a brief moment, Senji glared at the Raikage but quickly regained his composure. He questioned what Senji could gain from lying. Senji explained that he wanted to protect those who had assisted him in eliminating that clan. If Uzumaki informed the wrong people, it could spell disaster for I. He insisted he was only trying to help, questioning why he would lie. I smiled, which made Senji cautious as he slowly placed his hands together. The Raikage pointed out that Senji's subordinate had attempted to kill him and claimed that Senji had given the order. In a flash, I disappeared, launching a lightning-charged punch that created an explosion where Senji had been standing. As the smoke cleared, I was shocked to find Senji unscathed, standing just inches from the crater. Senji's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by anger as he declared that he had made a grave mistake. Suddenly, an Anbu leaped from the shadows, swinging a sword at Senji's head. Despite his age, Senji spun on his heel and dodged the blade. In a swift motion, he reached out and grabbed the Anbu's head. He warned E that he had made the worst mistake of his life, asserting that he didn't need E's help to eliminate this nuisance, as there were others willing to assist him. With a squeeze, he rendered the Anbu motionless before releasing his grip. E prepared to charge, but Senji vanished in a burst of smoke. E cursed under his breath, and as he glanced at the fallen Anbu, he saw something that would haunt him. The Anbu's mask fell off, revealing a head that looked like it had been severely damaged. He thought about the need to double security and eliminate the threat before it was too late. He glared at the spot where the intruder had just been. He couldn't allow this Uzumaki a chance to reveal their involvement. Sorry, Uzumaki, but the moment he discovered your identity, you would be finished. He turned around and vanished in a flash of lightning. Senji glared at his assistant, who had summoned him from over 4 miles away from Kumo. The assistant quickly silenced himself at Senji's command. They needed to change their plans and seek help from some very special individuals. Senji instructed everyone to prepare for a visit to a certain group known for their black cloaks and red clouds, called Akatsuki. His eyes sparkled with a dark fire. Naruto backflipped to dodge several spears made of sand that embedded themselves into the trees. He realized he couldn't get close to Gaara, who seemed to be merging more sand with his body. Gaara taunted him with a manic smile, launching sand-shaped shuriken at Naruto. Naruto summoned another clone, which grabbed his arm and swung above the shuriken. The clone ducked just in time to avoid the spinning sand. Both Naruto and his clone pulled out familiar red tags. They unleashed a technique that sent streams of fire colliding with Gaara's sand body, turning it into glass. Suddenly, the sand around Gaara erupted into a sandstorm, blasting both Naruto and his clone away. Gaara mocked Naruto, claiming he would need to do much better. He extended his arm, and Naruto was nearly engulfed by sand, though his clone was not as fortunate. Frustrated, Naruto realized he couldn't get close enough. He looked back at Gaara, who was grinning at him. Determined not to give up, Naruto knew that if he lost, his home would be destroyed. He placed his hands together, and with a surge of chakra, 20 clones appeared around him. Gaara's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of all the clones. As they charged at him, he declared that Naruto would prove his existence. Gaara inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful wind combined with sand, obliterating all the clones. However, before the last clone disappeared, it smiled, confusing Gaara. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him and turned just in time to see Naruto attempting to stab him with a kunai. The sand armor protected Gaara, but he growled and swung his tail, striking Naruto in the chest and sending him crashing into a tree. Gaara proclaimed that Naruto could not defeat him, but Naruto merely smiled at the beast before him and uttered a single word. The ground shook as a massive fireball erupted, destroying nearby trees. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stood up, revealing a tattoo-like seal that started on his chest and ended on his back, depicting a storm and a fox-like creature. He realized that Gaara was still standing, visibly enraged. Naruto noted that he was running low on chakra as Gaara roared in fury. Suddenly, Gaara was enveloped by a pillar of sand that shot upward, forcing Naruto to leap back. He looked up and saw a sight he never wanted to witness again. A giant raccoon dog creature appeared, with Gaara on its head. Kyuubi commented with an amused growl about the first tail. Naruto narrowed his eyes, but when he tried to move, he found sand wrapped around his ankles. He realized he had only one chance. Biting his thumb, Naruto quickly performed a series of hand signs. As he slammed his hand down, a giant cloud of smoke erupted just as the sand above him fell. When the smoke cleared, Gaara saw that Naruto had summoned a giant elderly toad. Gamabunta growled, clearly displeased about being summoned, and mentioned that his sons had informed him of Naruto's previous actions. Apologizing, Naruto explained that he couldn't summon Gamabunta earlier without causing destruction. He pleaded for help, and Gamabunta narrowed his eyes at the creature before him. He questioned why he should fight against Shikaku. Naruto insisted that if Gamabunta didn't help, Konoha would be destroyed, which would not be in his interest. Gamabunta sighed, reluctantly agreeing to help but demanding sake for the next summoning. Just then, Gaara put his hands together in a tiger seal and went limp, prompting Gamabunta to curse. Naruto was confused until he noticed Shikaku's eye begin to spin and change color. Shikaku proclaimed his freedom and laughed maniacally, expressing his desire to wreak havoc. As he inhaled deeply, Gamabunta warned Naruto to prepare for a jump. Shikaku unleashed a compressed sphere of wind at Gamabunta, who leaped over it. In response, Gamabunta formed his own sphere of water and launched it at Shikaku. As the two attacks collided, the area was drenched, setting the stage for an epic confrontation. As Gamabunta landed on the ground, he took his dagger and managed to sever Shikaku's arm after a fierce struggle. Gamabunta thought to himself, feeling the strain of the battle, that Shikaku was tougher than he had anticipated. Shikaku turned to face Gamabunta, fury blazing in his eyes, and declared his intent to destroy him. He began to inhale deeply, preparing to unleash a powerful attack, forcing Gamabunta to evade. Naruto, clinging to the moving toad's head, shouted in confusion about what they should do. Gamabunta instructed him to awaken the medium, the boy atop Shikaku's head. Naruto, puzzled, looked at Gamabunta, who sighed in exasperation. Gamabunta clarified that Naruto needed to wake Gaara, and upon hearing this, Naruto's expression brightened with determination. With a request for Gamabunta to get him close enough, Naruto began to draw on Kyuubi's chakra. Gamabunta nodded and charged at Shikaku, skillfully dodging the blasts of air. Shikaku's eyes widened as he caught sight of a giant fox looming behind Naruto. When they were close enough, Naruto leaped off Gamabunta's head, channeling the chakra, and before Shikaku's sand could intercept him, he struck Gaara with a powerful punch. Shikaku's anguished scream echoed as his body began to disintegrate. Gaara woke, finding himself plummeting from the sky alongside Naruto. They landed heavily on the ground but surprisingly managed to rise despite their injuries. Gaara, gathering the remnants of his chakra, questioned how Naruto had become so strong. Naruto explained that his strength came from fighting for those he cared about. He then drew a kunai, slicing his hand to smear blood on the seal, sharing his understanding of loneliness and the importance of fighting alongside others. With urgency, Naruto concentrated, knowing he had only a few seconds to act. The seal on his body glowed and radiated energy, transforming him. He charged at Gaara, undeterred by the oncoming sand. As the sand collided with him, it vanished, leaving Gaara astonished. In a swift motion, Naruto delivered a devastating kick to Gaara's head, sending him crashing into a tree. Gaara fell back, gasping for breath as he felt the sting of blood trickling from his head. As Gaara looked up, he saw the seal fading, revealing a weary Naruto. He was baffled by Naruto's strength and the special seal that allowed him to manipulate matter. Naruto explained that it could turn sand into dust, but it had its limitations. Exhausted, he urged Gaara to abandon his solitary path, warning that it would only lead to sadness before losing consciousness. Gaara, contemplating Naruto's words, reached out his hand. The remnants of his chakra infused into his sand, which began to move toward Naruto, ready to strike. But then it halted. Gaara wrestled with Naruto's voice in his mind, reflecting on the strength that came from love and connection. Slowly, he lowered his hand and gazed up at the sky, closing his eyes. Naruto gradually opened his eyes to the bright ceiling of the hospital. To his left, he saw Hinata asleep with her head resting on his bed, while Jiraiya stood at the doorway, arms crossed. Jiraiya smiled, acknowledging that Naruto was finally awake, but Naruto felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He asked what had happened, rubbing his head to clear the fog in his memory. Jiraiya's expression turned somber as he revealed that they had won the battle, but at a great cost. He shared the heartbreaking news that Sarutobi had died in an attempt to eliminate the one responsible for the chaos. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept that the old man was gone. When he inquired about the funeral, Jiraiya explained that Naruto had been unconscious for 3 days. The seal he had used had nearly taken his life, draining his chakra dangerously low. Jiraiya cautioned him against using that seal again, emphasizing that while Naruto possessed a significant amount of chakra, he lacked the control necessary to wield it effectively. He reminded Naruto that the seal was only a temporary solution and that he needed further training to master his abilities. Naruto turned away, reflecting on Jiraiya's stern words. Jiraiya reflected on the situation, acknowledging that he had acted out of necessity to prevent the village's destruction. He noticed a groan and turned to see Hinata stirring, on the verge of waking up. He addressed Naruto with a somber expression, pointing out that every clan has its vulnerabilities, and for the Uzumaki, it was their tendency for self-sacrifice. Jiraiya then shared some troubling news. The council intended to keep Naruto in the village for an indefinite PRD, but he had managed to persuade them that he needed Naruto for an important mission. Naruto, curious about the mission, looked up at Jiraiya, who smiled and informed him that they were going to search for the next Hokage. After clearing Naruto with the doctors, Jiraiya instructed him to get ready and meet him at the gate in 2 hours before leaving the room. Naruto turned to Hinata, smiling softly as he gently stroked her hair. Hinata opened her eyes and smiled back at him, relieved to see him awake. Hinata wrapped her arms around Naruto in a tight embrace, expressing her concern about him waking up. Naruto reassured her, joking that it would take much more to bring him down. He then informed her of his upcoming mission with Jiraiya, which surprised her. Despite her worries about his condition, Naruto's smile and quick movements calmed her fears. He insisted he felt fine, but Hinata warned him that one day he might encounter something just as stubborn as he was. With a playful kiss, Naruto reminded her that this was why she loved him, causing her to blush. He then took her hand, and they began to leave, only for Naruto to realize he was still in his hospital gown. In the woods, Senji felt a sense of satisfaction as he encountered Kazu and Haiden, who had been searching for him. Kakuzu questioned Senji's intentions, to which Senji responded with a chuckle, suggesting that they could work together against a common enemy. Haiden, eager for action, reached for his scythe, but Kakuzu ordered him to hold back, stating their mission was to bring Senji in for a discussion with their leader. Senji, unfazed, smiled and offered himself willingly, sending a chill down the spines of both men. As Naruto bid farewell to Hinata, he walked alongside Jiraiya, determination evident in his eyes. Before reaching the gate, Tenten approached him, seeking assistance with a seal for her weapons. Naruto promised to help her upon his return. When he rejoined Jiraiya, he inquired about what he would learn next. Jiraiya revealed he would teach Naruto one of the fourth Hokage's prize techniques, the Rasengan. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement, reminiscent of Minato's eagerness to learn. Eager to begin, Naruto asked when they would start. Jiraiya, teasingly, stated they would begin immediately, emphasizing he couldn't have a weak apprentice. This playful jab motivated Naruto, who confidently declared he would master the technique quickly. Jiraiya, slightly annoyed, reminded Naruto not to call him Ero-sensei again, prompting a light-hearted chase as Naruto ran away, enjoying the thrill of the moment. Meanwhile, Senji found himself blindfolded, with Kakuzu ensuring he couldn't perform any hand signs. Despite his predicament, Senji hummed a cheerful tune, exuding confidence. When the BLNDFLD was removed, he was met with the ghostly image of a man with spiky hair and ripple-patterned eyes. Senji, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked on the ghostly appearance. Pain, in a commanding tone, instructed Senji to speak. Senji cut to the chase, proposing a partnership based on their mutual interest in capturing Bijou, specifically the host of the Kyuubi. Pain's interest piqued, he questioned why he should grant such a request. Senji confidently claimed he knew the host's capabilities and could deliver him swiftly, provided he could handle the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki alone. This bold assertion surprised those present, who regarded him with skepticism. Pain considered Senji's offer, ultimately deciding to hold him until further notice. As Senji was taken away, he felt a dark determination, envisioning a future where the Uzumaki clan would be no more, and no one would stand in his way. Back in the apartment rented by Jiraiya, Naruto focused on his Rasengan training. He had progressed to the final stage, impressing the sage, but struggled with chakra control. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his concentration. With a frown, Naruto realized that Jiraiya wouldn't return so soon and quickly created a clone to investigate. Naruto quickly turned his head toward the door and hid behind a corner, gripping a kunai with an explosive tag. The clone opened the door and was met by two men standing before him. Both wore black cloaks adorned with red clouds, but their appearances differed. One resembled a shark, complete with sharpened teeth and a bandaged sword with a skull on the handle strapped to his back. The other had black hair, but it was his eyes that captured Naruto's attention. The man introduced himself as Uchiha and demanded that Naruto Uzumaki come with them, his Sharingan spinning ominously. Naruto's clone, taken aback, realized the implications. He recalled that the Uchiha clan had been thought to be wiped out. As he slowly backed away, the shark-like man, Kisame, lunged forward, grabbing the clone and slamming him against the wall. Another voice warned Kisame not to kill him, as they needed Naruto alive. Kisame merely smiled in response, assuring his partner that he had no intention of doing so. But then, the clone began to laugh, revealing a secret: he was not the real Naruto. In an instant, the clone burst into smoke, leaving the two men bewildered. Meanwhile, the real Naruto hurled a kunai with an explosive tag at them. A massive fireball erupted, creating a hole in the building and sending people fleeing from their rooms in panic. Naruto took a final glance at the smoke before sprinting toward the window. However, before he could reach it, he was struck in the stomach by Samehada, sending him crashing backward into the wall. Breathless, he looked up at Kisame, who grinned down at him, explaining that his sword could consume chakra. As Kisame reached for him, Itachi addressed his younger brother, Sasuke, who glared at him with intense hatred. Sasuke declared that he had lived a life filled with animosity toward Itachi and was now determined to kill him. With a surge of rage, Sasuke unleashed a ball of lightning in his hand and charged at Itachi. Naruto, witnessing the confrontation, urged Sasuke to stop, warning him that he didn't understand the danger he was facing. Ignoring Naruto, Sasuke swung his arm in an attempt to strike Itachi, but in a flash, Itachi seized Sasuke's wrist and twisted it, causing him to cry out in pain. Itachi coldly remarked that Sasuke was still too weak to defeat him. As Sasuke struggled to throw a punch, Itachi applied more pressure to his injured wrist, eliciting another scream. Itachi then stated that his interest lay with Naruto, not Sasuke. Sasuke, still determined, attempted to retaliate, but Itachi swiftly pulled him forward and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, sending him crashing against the wall. Itachi then stood over Sasuke, who soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Before Itachi could lay Sasuke down, the area transformed into flesh. Jiraiya appeared, smiling at Itachi and Kisame, and summoned a technique that caused the flesh to bind around them. As the flesh began to ensnare their legs, they managed to break free and sprint down the hallway, pursued by a wall of flesh. Kisame remarked that they were heading straight for a wall, noticing Itachi's right eye bleeding. Realizing the situation, Kisame positioned himself behind Itachi as he whispered a powerful technique. The area erupted into black flames, and Jiraiya, unable to see through the wall of flesh, heard a loud explosion. He pulled back the flesh, revealing a hole surrounded by black flames, astonished that any fire could breach the toad's stomach. Jiraiya, recovering from the shock, turned to Naruto, who gazed at Sasuke with sadness. Before he could speak, Guy accidentally kicked him in the face, mistaking him for an enemy. Guy quickly apologized upon realizing his mistake. Jiraiya, bleeding from his nose, expressed his frustration and insisted that they needed to get Sasuke to the hospital immediately. Guy nodded and swiftly carried Sasuke away. Naruto, trying to lighten the mood, reminded Jiraiya that Guy hadn't meant any harm. Jiraiya snapped back, reminding Naruto of the trouble he often stirred up and that he couldn't always protect him. Naruto cheekily pointed out that Jiraiya was too busy being a pervert, to which Jiraiya proudly declared himself a mega-pervert. As Naruto walked away with a smile, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and hurried to catch up with him. Meanwhile, Kakuhiki sat on a bed, clenching and unclenching his fists, feeling his strength returning. He was interrupted by a voice from the doorway, where an old man stood, watching him with kind eyes. Kakuhiki greeted Aninami, expressing happiness at seeing him again, but questioned what was needed from him. Aninami, sitting down, explained that a new Uzumaki had appeared, and he had been working to keep him safe. He revealed that he felt his time was drawing near and needed someone to watch over the new Uzumaki and bring him to Aninami when the time was right. Kakehiki hesitated at the thought of capturing someone, but Ananami reassured him that they did not need to attract that kind of attention, producing a scroll from his robes. Kakehiki suggested that if they presented the scroll to the current Hokage, they could take Naruto without any resistance. He reached for the scroll just as the old man was overcome with a fit of coughs, a small amount of blood escaping his lips. Kakehiki moved to assist him, but the old man waved him off. Stark, waiting for Ananami to catch his breath, expressed concern about what would happen if they were denied. Ananami hoped it wouldn't come to that. When he locked eyes with Kakehiki, the latter understood their course of action. Kakehiki sighed and leaned against the wall beside his bed. He remarked that he didn't think they would be welcomed kindly if they proceeded with their plan, a mild smile on his face that elicited a chuckle from Ananami. Ananami noted that even after all these years, Kakehiki hadn't changed. Kakehiki merely shrugged, turned, and laid down, quickly falling asleep. Ananami's smile faded, replaced by a worried frown as he gazed out the window, silently urging Naruto to hold on just a little longer. Sununade vehemently rejected the idea of becoming Hokage, her cheeks flushed with emotion. Jiraiya sighed, while Shizune and Naruto exchanged confused glances. Sununade expressed her disdain for the role, recalling how every Hokage before had sacrificed themselves for the village. She was too engrossed in her thoughts to notice Naruto gripping the table with such intensity that it began to crack. She continued her tirade, only to be interrupted when a piece of the table was hurled at her, striking her squarely in the face. Everyone turned to see Naruto glaring at Sununade, visibly furious, with a chunk of the table missing. Naruto declared that Sununade was pathetic as he stood up to leave, but he paused to look back at her as she rose from the booth. He warned her not to fight him, his voice firm enough to silence the room. He accused her of disrespecting the title of Hokage, explaining that it represented strength and a willingness to sacrifice for the village. He proclaimed his own readiness to protect Konoha, despite its people's disdain for him, and suggested she return to her life of self-pity while they sought someone more deserving of the title. Jiraiya and Shizune watched Naruto as if he had lost his mind, while Sununade glared at him with such intensity that it seemed she might explode. She demanded he take back his words and approached him, but Naruto countered with a challenge. He proposed a bet. If she defeated him, he would apologize, but if he won, she would return to Konoha. Sununade smirked, recalling his earlier words about her worthiness. She agreed, adding that she would wager her necklace to prove she wouldn't lose. Naruto shrugged at the necklace, and as Sununade exited, she struck him lightly with a chakra-infused arm, causing him to spin around in surprise. Jiraiya, alarmed, rushed to the door to prevent his student from getting hurt. He burst outside just in time to see Naruto crash into the side of a building, leaving a dent in the wall. Sununade taunted him, urging him to give up, but Naruto, undeterred, picked himself up from the rubble and glared back at her. He declared that he didn't know how to give up, introducing himself as Naruto Uzumaki and asserting his ambition to become Hokage one day. Tsunade's expression shifted as she recalled her fallen comrades, Dan and her brother. Seizing the moment, Naruto formed two clones and charged at her, but she swiftly countered, sending both clones and Naruto crashing to the ground. As the smoke cleared, Tsunade was startled to find Naruto missing. Just then she heard a buzzing sound and turned to see him holding a blue spinning sphere covered in seals, a triumphant grin on his face. He shouted that she had lost and slammed the sphere into her back, the force propelling her forward into the building ahead. He admonished her not to disrespect the name of Hokage, watching as debris fell over her stunned form. Naruto had mastered the Rasengan early, leaving everyone to wonder what other surprises lay ahead. It was simple. Naruto struggled to focus on two things at once, gathering his chakra and spinning it. So, he created a new seal that would handle the spinning for him. The seal was designed to activate whenever he infused it with chakra, allowing him to summon his Rasengan just as quickly as anyone else. Jiraiya threw his hands up in frustration, feeling a mix of anger and disbelief. He wondered why he hadn't thought of that. Naruto, glancing at Tsunade, who was being helped to her feet by Shizune, remarked that it meant she would be joining them. Tsunade attempted to approach Naruto but was halted by a sharp pain in her back. She glared at Jiraiya, demanding to know why he had taught Naruto that technique. Jiraiya simply smiled back at her. Sununade conceded that Naruto had beaten her this time, acknowledging that everyone gets lucky now and then. She handed a necklace to Naruto and tried to move away, but he stopped her with his voice. He asked where she thought she was going as he placed the necklace around his neck. He insisted that she had to come with them to Konoha. Sununade gritted her teeth and shot him a glare, but he met her gaze with a smile, stating that a deal was a deal. He then told her that hiding wouldn't make her demons disappear. The only way to find freedom was to confront them. Sununade turned her head away in frustration as she was led off to have her back treated. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, expressing concern about what would happen if she tried to leave. Jiraiya assured him they would keep a close watch on her, winking at Naruto, who groaned in response. He commented on Jiraiya's reputation, calling him a giant pervert, which only fueled Jiraiya's irritation. The two began to chase each other, Naruto laughing as he sprinted away, his smile bright and mischievous. In a dark cell, Senji was bound by his hands, yet a smile remained on his lips. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing three figures: a girl, the man he had spoken with, and another wearing an orange mask with a spiral design. The masked man remarked that this was the one they were looking for. Pain confirmed that Senji wanted to join them, but Madara questioned why they should accept him. Senji, undeterred, assured them that even though the chains were absorbing his chakra, he could still put up a fight. As he stood, Konan wrapped him in her paper, but Madara instructed her to let him show what he could do. Reluctantly, she released him, and Senji's smile widened. He closed his eyes and began to breathe rapidly, causing the three to look at him in confusion. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, revealing a fierce intensity. A seal expanded along his arms, and to their astonishment, his muscles began to grow. With a powerful motion, he shattered the chains that restrained him, leaving the three in awe. He explained that he had a partner with a unique seal designed to tap into anger rather than chakra, which enhanced strength in proportion to that anger. After his partner's demise, he decided to put the seal to better use. Madara nodded, exchanging glances with Pain, who remained expressionless. Madara acknowledged Senji's display of strength but stated they needed a more decisive test. He proposed that Senji fight one of the Akatsuki members. If he won, he could join. If he lost, his life would be forfeit. As Madara turned to lead the way out of the cell, Senji followed closely behind. They entered a room filled with Akatsuki members, all staring at them. Deidara shouted at Tobi, who had adopted his playful persona and charged at him. However, Deidara's punch went right through Tobi's head, leaving him frustrated. Haydn, holding his prayer necklace, questioned who Senji was, and the attention shifted back to Pain. Pain stated that Senji wished to join but needed to be tested first. Haydn dismissed Senji as weak, causing Senji's hand to twitch, though he maintained his smile. He stepped forward, declaring he wanted to face the one with the prayer necklace. His eyes sparkled with excitement, but beneath that lay a simmering rage. Haydn, slightly offended, proclaimed he would sacrifice Senji to his god, Jashin. Senji laughed at the name, provoking Haydn's fury. He took pleasure in hearing about Jashin and warned Haydn that he better pray for help, as he would soon be torn apart. Haydn gripped his scythe and leaped down, swinging it toward Senji. However, Senji sidestepped the attack and attempted to kick Haydn, who narrowly avoided the strike. Haydn, filled with rage, vowed to make Senji's death as painful as possible. Senji shook his head, offering Haydn the first attack with open arms. Haydn, filled with anger, charged at Senji, swinging his scythe sideways and striking him in the stomach, leaving a deep cut. However, to Haydn's surprise, there was no blood on his weapon. He glanced at Senji, who was bleeding slowly onto the floor. Senji smiled as he tore his shirt to wrap around his wound, declaring that it was now his turn. Meanwhile, Pain had a different plan in mind. He threw one of his chakra receivers at Senji, who turned just in time to see the weapon approaching. To everyone's astonishment, the receiver slowed down, allowing Senji to effortlessly dodge it and grasp it in his hand. Pain observed, noting that Senji was using space-time techniques to manipulate time in his immediate area. Senji smiled as he broke the pike in two. He expressed his admiration for Pain, acknowledging that he was the only enemy to have figured out his technique. Pain, after a moment of contemplation and a nod from Madara, welcomed Senji to Akatsuki. Senji's smile widened as he cracked his knuckles in anticipation. Sunade stared at her old teammate, Orochimaru, in disbelief. Orochimaru, sensing her conflict, proposed a deal. If she healed his arms, he would bring back her brother and lover from the dead. He could see that Sunade was torn. Shizune, alarmed, urged her not to consider such a thing, reminding her of what her uncle would have done. Orochimaru laughed, confident that Sunade was seriously contemplating his offer. He gave her a day to decide before vanishing with Kabuto in a swirl of fire. As Sunade walked away, Shizune rushed to inform Jiraiya of the situation. Upon arriving at the apartment, she found Naruto reading a book, but Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. When Naruto asked if she was looking for Jiraiya, Shizune inquired about his whereabouts. Naruto mentioned that Jiraiya had gone to speak with Sunade. Shizune shook her head, determined to find Jiraiya, but Naruto stopped her, revealing that Jiraiya already knew about Orochimaru's offer. He explained that Jiraiya had placed seals on them to track their movements and listen to their conversations, ensuring Sunade wouldn't attempt to escape. Shizune felt a wave of relief wash over her as she noticed the necklace Naruto wore, a gift from Sunade. She warned him about its curse, explaining that everyone who had worn it had died except for Sunade. Instead of panicking, Naruto expressed his determination to change that fate, vowing to become Hokage. He suggested they go to bed since it was getting late. The next morning, Shizune woke up expecting to see Sunade but found nothing. Remembering Orochimaru's offer, she hurried to Naruto's room and knocked on the door. When Naruto answered, still groggy, she asked if Jiraiya had returned. Panic crept into her voice when he replied that he had not. Suddenly, a kunai flew past Naruto's ear, striking the door frame just inches away from Shizune. As Naruto prepared to retaliate, he recognized Jiraiya, who was clinging to the window frame, breathless and disheveled. Jiraiya explained that he had been drugged and urged them to hurry, fearing that Sunade might already be with Orochimaru. Shizune nodded, while Naruto peered out the window, his expression serious as he wondered what Sunade was doing. Meanwhile, Pain was approached by Madara, who instructed him to keep an eye on Senji. Madara's narrowed gaze conveyed the importance of ensuring Senji did not interfere with their plans. Pain assured him that Senji would be watched. Unbeknownst to them, a small bird perched on a windowsill, then flew to Senji's shoulder, chirping in his ear. After acknowledging the bird's message, Senji laughed quietly to himself, contemplating how he would demonstrate that no one could control the actions of a true god. Kabuto narrowly dodged yet another attack from the furious Sunade, who was determined to confront him. Kabuto began to sweat as he jumped backwards until he hit a boulder. He cursed under his breath as he looked forward and saw Sunade raising her fist to deliver a decisive blow. In a desperate move, Kabuto slashed his hand open with a kunai, causing blood to splash onto Sunade's face, momentarily shocking her. Sunade froze, her hands instinctively rising to her face in surprise. Kabuto took advantage of her distraction, delivering a swift kick to her side. He approached her with a smirk, taunting her about her skills as a medical ninja. Just as he prepared to strike again, he was forced to leap back to avoid a barrage of kunai. Looking up, he saw Jiraiya, Naruto, and Shizune standing protectively in front of Sunade. Jiraiya growled, addressing Kabuto with a fierce tone. Naruto, glancing back at Shizune who was trying to calm Sunade, spoke up, questioning if they were on their own. Jiraiya, noticing Sunade's condition, felt a surge of anger. Before he could react, Naruto charged at Kabuto, who merely smiled at the blonde's boldness. Jiraiya cursed under his breath, realizing he needed to intervene. Shizune stayed close to Sunade as Naruto released his shuriken, warning that things were about to get intense. He threw the shuriken at Kabuto, who dodged, but it transformed into a shadow clone. Kabuto managed to punch the clone, but as he turned, Naruto was already beside him, delivering a punch that sent Kabuto spinning. In retaliation, Kabuto kicked Naruto, and they both ended up facing each other, ready for the next exchange. Kabuto acknowledged Naruto's improvement since their last encounter, rubbing his jaw as he felt the sting. Naruto, with a confident smile, prepared to unleash a powerful technique, forming a small sphere of energy in his hand. Meanwhile, Orochimaru dodged a fireball aimed at him by Jiraiya, mocking Naruto's abilities. Jiraiya defended Naruto, asserting that true ninja spirit comes from perseverance, not just skill. Orochimaru, intrigued, noted how Naruto reminded him of Jiraiya, but was shocked to see Naruto mastering a technique that seemed beyond his years. Kabuto, curious, questioned Naruto's motives for protecting Tsunade, pointing out her reluctance to return to Konoha. Naruto's expression hardened as he acknowledged Tsunade's flaws but affirmed his commitment to her as a member of Konoha. Just as Kabuto prepared to charge, he found himself restrained by a shadow clone. Realizing he had no time to dodge, Kabuto braced himself as Naruto lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to his stomach. As Naruto yelled out the name of his technique, Kabuto attempted to retaliate with a chakra-infused swipe, but Naruto pushed through, sending Kabuto crashing into a boulder. Kabuto lay on the ground, challenging Naruto to finish him off, but to his surprise, Naruto chose to walk away instead. He declared that even though Kabuto no longer wore the headband, he was still a Konoha ninja and would not kill him this time. However, he warned that if Kabuto ever harmed his friends again, he would not hold back. As Naruto collapsed from exhaustion, Tsunade rushed to his side, panic rising as she tried to heal him. Kabuto, watching the scene unfold, questioned why Naruto would spare him. Just then, Naruto weakly reassured Tsunade, insisting he wouldn't die until he achieved his dream of becoming Hokage. Kabuto was taken aback, witnessing the so-called dead boy smile before drifting off to sleep. Confused, Kabuto rose slightly, unable to comprehend how Naruto had survived. He noticed Orochimaru approaching as Jiraiya began performing seals for a summoning. Kabuto bit his thumb and activated Orochimaru's summoning tattoo, while Tsunade did the same. In unison, the three shinobi slammed their hands on the ground, enveloping the area in smoke. When it cleared, they stood atop massive creatures. Orochimaru, perched on Manda, ordered for Naruto to be handed over, deeming him a potential threat if left alive. Tsunade, recalling Naruto's words, firmly declared that she would not surrender him without a fight, asserting her new role as the next Hokage of Konoha. Orochimaru sneered, recognizing that his former friends were ready to defend their own. Orochimaru saw no other way around it, and the giant snake charged at the two with deadly intentions. Tsunade looked back, noticing a small slug picking Naruto up and jumping down. She was determined to settle a score and charged forward, ready to protect a fellow Konoha ninja. Tsunade took up the mantle of Hokage. The group slowly began to see the front gate to Konoha, which made Naruto smile but also brought a feeling of sadness. After being away from the village, he had grown accustomed to the kind faces outside, but he was still happy to see Hinata again. He looked back at Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were reminiscing about the old days while Shizen listened with a smile. Naruto called out, asking if he could head on ahead, prompting the three to look at him. Jiraiya waved him off, watching as Naruto ran toward the gate with boundless energy. He wished he had that kind of vitality as he observed Naruto stop at the entrance. After getting past the guards, Naruto made his way to his favorite ramen shop. Just as he was about to approach, he spotted something that caught his attention. Hinata and Tenten were walking together and noticed him too. Hinata ran to Naruto, giving him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Naruto smiled and mentioned that he had just returned, inviting the two girls to join him for ramen. They nodded and walked with him into the shop. As they settled in, Tenten eagerly handed Naruto a weapon seal, which he examined with narrowed eyes. He took a bottle of ink and a brush, concentrating on the task at hand while Hinata placed their order with Tucci. After a moment, Naruto laid down his brush and asked if the weapons were already sealed inside. Tenten nodded, and he proceeded to slap the seal on the ground, channeling Chakra. A small circle appeared, and a sword shot out of it. He smiled, passing the seal to Tenten, who accepted it with a big grin and thanked him. As Tenten began to eat, Naruto sketched a quick version of the seal for future use. Hinata playfully shoved chopsticks filled with noodles into Naruto's mouth, urging him to stop working and eat, though her cheeks were flushed. He responded with a kiss, making her blush even more, but a cough behind them drew their attention. Hayashi and Niji stood directly behind them. Naruto greeted Hayashi with a smile, but the elder informed him that Hinata was needed back at the compound for further training. Both looked disappointed but didn't argue. Hinata gave Naruto one last kiss on the cheek before following her father, and he turned back to finish his meal. No sooner had he finished than an ANBU appeared behind him, stating that he was needed in the council room immediately. Naruto paid for his food and followed the ANBU. Inside the council room, Sununade was trying to convince the council to halt their plans. Koharu argued that if Naruto continued on missions like these, they might lose one of Konoha's strongest shinobi. The door opened, and Naruto stepped inside, popping his neck and fingers with a bored expression. He addressed the council, asking what they wanted this time. They flinched at his tone, which lacked respect. Danzo insisted that Naruto should show them the proper respect, but Naruto merely looked at him, unimpressed. Sununade shook her head, revealing that they were trying to restrict him to the village. Naruto groaned, expressing that he didn't need their protection. The council members looked into his blue eyes and saw his anger and pain. He declared that he wouldn't be part of their plans and turned to leave, but Danzo banged his cane on the ground, commanding him to sit and listen. Danzo insisted they were trying to help, but Naruto retorted that he only needed help when he wasn't a ninja, staring defiantly at the war hawk who radiated anger. But you didn't want to help then. So I will say this one last time, I don't need you to interfere with my life. Naruto turned on his heel, ready to head to the door when he remembered something. He asked Sununade how Rock Lee, Kakashi, and Sasuke were holding up. Sununade smiled and informed him that they were doing just fine, and he could visit them if he liked. However, she still needed to wait for Rock Lee's decision regarding his surgery. This confused Naruto, but he decided to ask Lee at the hospital. Danzo thought to himself that if he didn't get the Kyuubi under control, Konoha would lose its strongest weapon. He gripped his cane tightly, a low growl escaping his lips as he turned to leave the room. Sununade kept a close watch on the old warhawk. Jiraiya suggested they keep a close eye on Danzo, and Sununade nodded in agreement. Naruto arrived at the hospital and asked the nurse for Rock Lee's room. After receiving directions, he walked toward Lee's room. As he approached, he heard a serious conversation coming from inside. It was Lee's sensei, Guy, and Naruto could tell from the tone that it was serious. Before he could turn away, he heard a sentence that sent a chill down his spine. "The surgery could kill me," Lee said, his usual enthusiasm absent. Guy sighed from the other side of the door. He mentioned that Sununade had informed him of the risks and that she believed Lee might not be strong enough to survive the treatment. Guy, however, expressed his belief in Lee's strength, reminding him of his dream to become a splendid ninja using only taijutsu. He encouraged Lee to hold on to that dream and assured him that he could survive the treatment and emerge stronger. As soon as Sakura woke up, she rushed to the Hokage's office, eager to inform Sununade about Sasuke. Upon hearing her news, Sununade sprang into action but cursed when she realized she had no more jonin to spare. She decided to send another group instead and called for Shikamaru. He arrived shortly after, still wearing his new Chunin vest and looking slightly groggy. "This is so troublesome," he yawned, indicating he had been woken from a nap. Sununade, with a sense of urgency, explained that Sasuke had left for Otogakure and they needed a team to retrieve him. With no jonin available, she instructed Shikamaru to find 4 capable individuals for the mission. Shikamaru nodded and quickly set off. Shizen looked at Sununade, who sighed in frustration. She questioned why Sununade hadn't called Naruto, reminding her that he had been promoted to Chunin. Sununade chuckled, revealing that Naruto had turned down the promotion. He felt that accepting it would mean spending more time away from Hinata, and he wanted to cherish the time he had with her. He also mentioned feeling undeserving of the promotion due to his past fight with Sasuke. Naruto walked hand in hand with Hinata, a warm smile on his face. As they approached the ramen shop, someone called out his name. Turning around, he saw Kiba, Chuji, Niji, and Shikamaru. Shikamaru, with a serious tone, informed Naruto that he needed him for a mission. Concerned, Naruto asked what had happened. Shikamaru revealed that Sasuke had left the village and was heading to Otogakure. Naruto's eyes widened, and before he could respond, he noticed Sakura, who was staring at him with tears in her eyes. She explained that she had tried to stop Sasuke but had been knocked out. Placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, Naruto assured her that he would find Sasuke and bring him back. However, Sakura expressed her worry, recalling that before losing consciousness, she had heard Sasuke say he knew Naruto would come and that he intended to kill him. Despite the weight of her words, Naruto smiled and reassured her, saying he was always careful. He turned to Hinata, who smiled back at him. Just as he began to speak, Hinata silenced him with a kiss, leaving them both blushing. Naruto smiled and assured her that he expected to see her back in one piece before giving her one last kiss. He then turned to the others and declared it was time to go. The group nodded and began their run toward the gate. Fu was thrown to the ground but quickly spun around and landed on her feet. She wondered who these three were. Haiden, clutching his prayer necklace, questioned why they had to capture her. Kakuzu, cracking his neck and knuckles, explained that it was an order and could lead to more money. He then turned to their newest member, Senji, asking for his thoughts. Senji replied that he didn't care as long as he could take down the Uzumaki. As Fu began to form hand signs, Senji rushed at her with surprising speed for an old man. Fu was caught off guard and was struck in the stomach, sending her flying backward into a boulder that shattered upon impact. Haiden protested, claiming she was his offering to Jashin, while Senji dismissed him, stating that he would finish the fight. Suddenly, red chakra erupted from the ground, and Fu emerged, cloaked in her demonic form. She extended her wings and took to the sky, prompting Kakuzu to comment on the consequences of delaying against a Jinchuriki. Senji, with a gleam in his eyes that worried everyone, eagerly anticipated Fu's display of power. The next day, Ishiki was putting on his cloak alongside his brother Denpa. They were tasked with delivering a scroll to the Hokage, and Aninami informed them that Kakuhiki would be accompanying them. Ishiki questioned this decision, noting Kakuhiki's condition, but Aninami remained firm. Just then, Kakuhiki approached, looking tired but determined. He insisted he was fine and ready to go. Ishiki and Denpa exchanged concerned glances, while Aninami encouraged Kakuhiki to hurry before he grew too tired. Once the group was out of sight, Aninami's expression hardened as he hoped for their safety, knowing Konoha would not easily relinquish Naruto. The following day, Senji walked down a dark hallway and forcefully threw Fu against the wall, causing cracks to form. He bore a deep gash on his chest that was healing slowly. Pain, with a hint of anger in his voice, reminded Senji to keep her alive. Senji looked up at Pain, reflecting cruelty in his black eyes. He mocked Pain's belief that the Rinnegan made him a god, asserting that anyone who could bleed was merely human. The others watched in shock as Pain's anger became palpable. Pain demanded a reason not to demonstrate his power, stepping forward, but Senji stood his ground with a smile. He revealed that he had information about Naruto and those sent to recruit him, which made Pain halt. Senji continued, promising to share details about three individuals, brothers Ishiki and Denpa, who were skilled in different areas, and Kakuhiki, a boy he had previously captured. He explained that Ishiki specialized in tracking and breaking opponents' minds through genjutsu, while Denpa excelled in kenjutsu and ninjutsu. Pain's eyes narrowed at this information, and Senji noted that he had known them while in Uzumaki. Pain inquired about who was leading the operation to retrieve Naruto, hoping to eliminate them. Senji admitted he didn't know but warned that whoever it was would be formidable. As he turned to leave, he noticed Toby smiling and waving at him, prompting a small wave in return. Deep in thought, Senji contemplated the need to understand their motives to eliminate them one by one and seize control of the power at stake. His smile twisted into a sneer as he laughed inwardly. Once outside, he caught a glimpse of a faint glow, and for a moment, sorrow crossed his features as he thought of Fu. He expressed regret for the path he had chosen, knowing her demise would bring him closer to his goal. As he picked up a picture that had fallen from his cloak, he glared at the smiling face of Yuzusho, blaming him for the choices he had made. He vowed to keep the picture as a reminder of his actions to ensure he continued down his chosen path before putting it back in his pocket and walking away. Meanwhile, Madara waited patiently in the meeting room until the door opened. He turned to see Pain and Konan enter, asking for their thoughts on Senji. Pain acknowledged that Senji was a valuable asset to Akatsuki but sensed he was hiding something. They needed to watch him carefully until they understood what was happening. Madara nodded in agreement. He then vanished into his dimension, leaving Pain and Konan alone. Konan observed Pain, noting the distant look in his eyes. Before she could inquire, Pain turned and exited the room. Sasuke stood on the head of a statue of Hashirama Senju, gazing across the waterfall as Naruto called out to him. Naruto shouted for Sasuke to stop running, but Sasuke merely looked back, confusion evident in his voice. He explained that he wasn't running, he was simply choosing the perfect place to bury Naruto. As Naruto took in Sasuke's appearance, he noticed the black marks on half of his face and the unusual color of his left eye. Sasuke smiled, prompting Naruto to express his disbelief. Naruto narrowed his eyes and demanded to know what had happened to Sasuke. Sasuke raised his hands, acknowledging the power that had transformed him. Naruto, undeterred, declared that he would bring Sasuke back to Konoha, threatening to break every bone in his body if necessary. Sasuke laughed at Naruto's words, seemingly unfazed by the threat. He taunted Naruto, claiming to possess great power. Naruto, determined, prepared to confront Sasuke. He summoned 2 clones and unraveled 2 scrolls, thanking Tenten for the idea. As he smeared blood on the scrolls, Sasuke leaped toward him, attempting to interrupt the jutsu. Naruto activated the sealing technique, and swords erupted from the ground, heading straight for Sasuke. Sasuke reacted quickly, grabbing one of the blades to propel himself out of harm's way, falling into the water below. Naruto signaled his clones to follow. Upon hitting the water, Sasuke formed a tiger seal and unleashed a fireball toward Naruto. Naruto countered with fire tags, but Sasuke used the fireball as a distraction, appearing behind Naruto and landing a punch that sent Naruto reeling. Naruto realized that Sasuke had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter. As Sasuke reveled in his newfound power, Naruto felt a deep sadness for his friend. He questioned Sasuke's obsession with power, emphasizing that true strength comes from protecting others. Sasuke, however, dismissed Naruto's perspective, insisting that power was about domination and eliminating any obstacles. The tension escalated, and both prepared for battle. Naruto focused his chakra, forming a Rasengan, while Sasuke charged his Chidori. They clashed fiercely, their techniques colliding with a thunderous impact. To Sasuke's surprise, Naruto stood his ground, not yielding an inch. They pushed against each other, resulting in an explosive release of energy that sent them both flying backward. Naruto managed to regain his footing, while Sasuke, frustrated, questioned how Naruto had grown so strong. Naruto explained that he hadn't used the full power of his Rasengan in their previous encounters. Sasuke smirked, acknowledging Naruto's growth but remained skeptical. Naruto then demonstrated the true power of the Rasengan, slamming it into the rock wall, showcasing his determination and strength. Sasuke observed as the Rasengan effortlessly carved through the wall, causing it to tremble and crack, with chunks of rock tumbling into the river below. Once Naruto concluded his technique and withdrew his arm, he turned to Sasuke and casually tapped the wall. This action resulted in half of the structure collapsing into the water, creating splashes. Naruto explained that the difference between the Rasengan and Chidori lay in their nature. Chidori was an assassination technique meant for quick strikes, while the Rasengan was pure force, capable of grinding away until one was either thrown back by its power or torn apart. He then issued a final ultimatum to Sasuke: return to the village quietly, or he would break every bone in his body. Sasuke clenched his teeth in anger, watching the last remnants of rock fall into the water. He declared that he would not return to what he considered a weak village. Naruto shook his head, eyes closed, expressing his reluctance to escalate the situation. Upon opening his eyes, he was enveloped in a red chakra, stating that he would not let Sasuke go. Sasuke laughed, confident that Naruto's power would be ineffective against his Sharingan. He reminded Naruto that during their last encounter, he had seen through all of Naruto's moves. Naruto countered by recalling that he had won that fight. Sasuke's laughter faded, replaced by a fierce determination as his curse mark began to glow. He vowed to defeat Naruto and gain even greater power. Naruto assumed a battle stance, ready for the confrontation. Sasuke charged at him while performing hand signs, unleashing a fireball technique. Naruto leaped over the fireball, only to hear the sound of chirping birds. He turned just in time to evade Sasuke, who attempted to strike him from behind. However, when Naruto retaliated, Sasuke vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto landed on the water's surface and looked up just as he was kicked back into the water. Surfacing, he saw Sasuke with a Chidori, dark markings adorning his face. Sasuke declared his intent to inflict pain and move his hand into the water, unleashing the crackling electricity of the Chidori. Naruto screamed as the electricity coursed through him. Sasuke then lifted Naruto out of the water and hurled him against the rock wall, creating a human-shaped crater. As Naruto attempted to recover, Sasuke drove his still-active Chidori into Naruto's chest, declaring victory. Sasuke withdrew his arm and began to walk away as Naruto slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Kyuubi's eyes opened to find Naruto face down in the water. Kyuubi chuckled, stating that Naruto should be grateful for his presence and that soon everything about him would belong to Kyuubi. The demon's chakra began to envelop Naruto. Sasuke was preparing to leap when he sensed an unusual presence. He turned just in time to receive a powerful punch to the face, sending him crashing into the canyon wall. Emerging from the rubble, he saw Naruto, now surrounded by red chakra that took the form of a fox with a single tail. Sasuke was taken aback, questioning how this was possible as he noticed Naruto's chest had completely healed. Naruto, with an animalistic grin, prepared to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Ishiki was conversing with his brother when he sensed a disturbance. Denpa turned to Ishiki, who expressed concern over Naruto's use of Kyuubi's chakra. The two brothers exchanged worried glances before Ishiki leaped toward the source of the demonic energy, urging Naruto to hold on. Denpa and Kakehiki followed closely behind, racing through the forest to reach him. Sasuke trembled from the overwhelming power radiating from Naruto. Frustration mounted as he questioned why Naruto continued to rise after everything he had endured. Sasuke demanded to know the source of Naruto's strength, but Naruto only gazed back with sadness, knowing Sasuke would eventually understand. Naruto revealed that he was a Jinchuriki, the host of Kyuubi no Kitsune. Sasuke's expression shifted to one of shock as he processed this revelation. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, the very demon that had once threatened to destroy their village, was now sealed within Naruto. A sense of dread began to grip Sasuke's heart as he realized the implications of this newfound power. Sasuke turned and leaped into the air, performing hand signs, but he barely got halfway through when Naruto launched his red chakra arm toward him. Sasuke attempted to evade the attack, but the chakra arm changed direction and seized him. He was swiftly pulled toward Naruto, who delivered a punch to his face, sending him crashing against the canyon wall. Naruto glanced at his trembling hand, feeling a slight pain. He realized he couldn't maintain this form much longer. Turning his attention to Sasuke, who was on his hands and knees, panting heavily, he noticed the black marks spreading across Sasuke's face. Sasuke, confused, looked at Naruto, who was also experiencing a transformation. The marks on Sasuke's skin darkened, shifting from white to dark gray. As he looked at his hands, a smile crept onto his face, but suddenly he lurched forward as two wings resembling hands began to emerge from his back. Naruto turned away, hearing the sound of tearing flesh, and when he looked back, Sasuke had sprouted wings. Sasuke grinned, declaring that he was more special than Naruto. In response, Naruto growled and charged forward, kicking up a wave of water as he moved. Sasuke stood firm, smiling as Naruto collided with him, crashing through the wall and dragging him across the rocky surface. Naruto halted and swung Sasuke toward the nearest object, which happened to be the leg of Madara's statue. Sasuke emerged from the smoke, flapping his wings. Naruto smirked, noting that Sasuke was grounded. However, Sasuke, using his Sharingan, tracked Naruto's rapid movements as he dashed up Madara's statue. Just as Naruto leaped at him, Sasuke remembered the peculiar nature of Naruto's chakra. He turned to see two massive chakra hands grasping his wings and throwing him against Hashirama's statue, causing the ground to tremble. They both realized they couldn't sustain this level of combat for much longer. Sasuke, emerging from the smoke with a sinister smile, proclaimed his endurance. He formed hand signs and unleashed a barrage of fireballs at Naruto. Naruto braced himself as the fireballs struck his chakra cloak, but when they extinguished, he was shocked to find they were all kunai with explosive tags. The tags detonated, shaking the ground further as Sasuke laughed, but his amusement faded when a fierce red chakra in the shape of a fox's head lunged at him. Sasuke narrowly dodged, but one of his wings was nearly torn off, sending him spiraling to the ground. When the smoke cleared, Naruto stood with his shirt blown off, burns on his chest, and blood trickling down his left arm, though it was already beginning to heal. The red chakra enveloped him once more. Naruto, realizing that this chakra couldn't shield him from everything, turned to Sasuke, feeling a sudden numbness in his left arm. He struggled to move it, but it wouldn't budge. Sasuke, still missing a wing, took a step forward but suddenly staggered, grimacing in pain. Naruto pleaded with him to stop, expressing concern that they could end up harming each other. He reminded Sasuke of his promise to Sakura to bring him back safely, but Sasuke's manic smile suggested he had no intention of stopping. He vanished and reappeared beside Naruto, who ducked a kick aimed at his head. When he retaliated with a punch, Sasuke caught his arm and hurled him into the rock wall. As Sasuke turned to face the incoming wave of red chakra, he leaped into the air, attempting to escape, but was caught in the chakra wave, crashing against the wall. Naruto emerged from the rubble, his chakra radiating a fierce energy. Sasuke looked up just as Naruto's chakra enveloped him and hurled him into the water below. The river shook as Sasuke hit the bottom, but he quickly propelled himself out, charging up a Chidori that sounded like 1,000 birds taking flight. Determined to end the fight, Sasuke declared that it would finish here. Naruto responded by charging up his Rasengan, which glowed a vibrant vermilion. They locked eyes before launching their respective techniques at each other. The collision pushed the river away from them. Naruto gritted his teeth, pushing harder against Sasuke's Chidori, but as he began to gain the upper hand, Sasuke smiled. Confused, Naruto turned to see another Sasuke, grinning as he held a second black Chidori. The first Sasuke, gripping Naruto's arm, wore a cruel smile as the second Chidori pierced through Naruto's back. As blood spilled from his mouth, Naruto gasped out the name of his technique. He was then thrown with great force into the statue of Hashirama, causing it to tremble from the impact. Ishiki felt Kyuubi's chakra suddenly fade, a wave of dread washing over him. He urged his companions to hurry. They nodded and quickened their pace, hoping for Naruto's safety. Sasuke looked down at Naruto, surprised to see him still breathing, though he himself was struggling from the toll of using his powers. He thought that if he could just eliminate Naruto, he would gain the Manjikyu. Drawing a kunai, he prepared to end Naruto's struggle when he felt a sharp pain in his back. He jumped forward, turning to confront his attacker. Standing beside Naruto was Enmitsuki, her hood down, revealing brown hair and blue eyes tinged with red. She looked down at Naruto, who was still alive, and smiled. Enmitsuki then turned her gaze to Sasuke, who felt the air in his lungs tighten under her overwhelming killing intent. "I don't care about you, Naruto is my concern, so run away, Uchiha, before I eliminate your clan here and now." The tone in her voice suggested she was serious. Sasuke turned around and, with one last look at Naruto, vanished in a swirl of leaves. Enmitsuki leaned on Naruto, resting her head on his chest, feeling his faint heartbeat. She smiled, but she knew that if she didn't get him to Konoha soon, he would not survive. Just as she was about to pick Naruto up, she heard twigs snap. She turned sharply to see Ishiki, Denpa, and Kakuhiki approaching. "Whoa, it's us," Ishiki said, raising his hands as Enmitsuki continued to glare at him, her eyes now blood red. "Prove it," she growled. "We found you at the edge of death and brought you to Ananami for help," Ishiki explained, slowly lowering his arms. You then asked if there was any way to repay us, and from that moment on, you helped watch over Naruto. Mitsuki scrutinized Ishiki for a moment before her expression softened, and her eyes returned to their normal color, prompting a sigh of relief from Ishiki. Please don't ever stare at me with those eyes again, he said, and Mitsuki smiled slyly at him in response. Ishiki looked down and saw Naruto, and his smile vanished. Before he could speak, the sound of chirping birds drew their attention. They turned to see Kakuhiki with an arm around his throat, Kakashi standing behind him with a raikiri ready. Tell me what happened, or your friend will face dire consequences, Kakashi warned, and everyone felt the electricity building in his technique. Do you really want to stand here and talk? Naruto is dying, Ishiki pointed out, indicating the boy behind him. Besides, we just arrived. We were sent to deliver something to the Hokage. Ishiki slowly reached into his pack and pulled out a scroll, showing it to Kakashi, who regarded it with suspicion. However, one glance at Naruto made Kakashi decide. Fine, but one false move and you'll regret it, he warned. Ishiki nodded to Mitsuki, who gently picked up Naruto, and the group jumped toward Konoha as quickly as they could. Sununade was leaving the hospital after administering life-saving medicine to Choji when she heard someone call her. Hokage-sama. She turned to see Naruto in Mitsuki's arms, his eyes barely open, a wound in his chest healing slowly. Bring him inside quickly. Mitsuki nodded and rushed into the hospital with Sununade right behind her. Looks like it's going to be a long day. Naruto woke up in the hospital, his head pounding and a burning pain in his chest. He muttered to himself about the last time he had encountered a Chidori. Just then, Sununade entered the room. Naruto, you're awake. Sununade rushed over, but as she got close, she playfully punched him on the head, though without using chakra. Ow! Naruto winced, glaring at her. What was that for? Sununade looked down at him with a stern expression. That was for making us worry so much, Naruto. She handed him the charts from his bed. Check how long you've been out. Naruto did so and was shocked by the result. 2 weeks. He couldn't believe it. QB usually heals me in time to wake up in 2 days. Because while QB can heal almost any wound, the deeper the wound, the slower the healing process, Sununade explained, still glaring at him. He laid the chart down and looked at her. I couldn't do it, he admitted, his gaze dropping to the covers as he gripped them tightly. I couldn't bring Sasuke back. Sununade noticed his distress and held back her urge to punch him again, realizing he was not in the best condition, either physically or emotionally. Naruto, if you couldn't bring him back, why didn't you eliminate him? At the word, eliminate, Naruto flinched and looked down. I was supposed to do just that, but then I remembered my promise to Sakura. Sununade waited, sensing he had more to say. So I aimed lower, but I realized that no matter where I aimed, Sasuke was going to die. I wanted to keep my promise, and if I can't do that, then I don't deserve to be Hokage. Sununade knew Naruto was hiding something but chose not to press further. The door opened, revealing Sakura and Hinata, both holding flowers. When Hinata saw Naruto, she rushed to him and hugged him tightly. Naruto felt pain rip through his body, but it passed quickly. Naruto, Hinata cried into his shoulder, causing him more pain than any wound. When I saw you, I really thought you were going to die. Naruto gently pushed Hinata away until she was looking into his eyes. I told you I'm not going to die anytime soon. He gave her a quick kiss. As he turned to Sakura, she spoke first. It's okay, Naruto, she said, laying the flowers on his legs and giving him a light hug. I know you tried, but I guess I'm to blame. Naruto looked confused for a moment. I told you to bring Sasuke back. I relied on you to do that, but no more. I will help and do whatever needs to be done to bring Sasuke back or... Sakura left the sentence unfinished as she turned to walk out, but not before giving Naruto a reassuring smile. Naruto looked at Sununade and sensed she was hiding something. What is it, Sununade? The council wants to speak to you. Naruto groaned and laid back down. Tell them I'm not interested in being... Sununade interrupted him, though with hesitation. It's about something more serious than that, Naruto. He narrowed his eyes at her. You can't be serious. Hamura exclaimed at Ishiki, who rubbed his ear. "It really echoes in here," Denpa remarked with a smile, only to receive a playful slap on the back of the head from Ishiki. "Yes, it does," Ishiki replied, glancing at Kakuhiki, who was sleeping against the wall, while Enmitsuki cast worried glances at Danzo every few seconds. And for your information, they were serious about taking Naruto to a friend of theirs for more training. Koharu stated that it was out of the question. Naruto was going to be restricted to the village. Danzo stood up, asserting that they could play this silly game, but the outcome would be Naruto coming with them. He looked closely at Enmitsuki, who backed away slightly. Danzo questioned if he had seen her before, causing her to retreat even further. He recognized her hair and eye color, identifying her as a member of the Tentokurite clan. Enmitsuki glared at the ground, denying any connection to what he was saying. She introduced herself as Enmitsuki, but Danzo pointed out that her name only confirmed his suspicions. He recalled meeting members of her clan during the Second Great Shinobi War, noting that they were all named after the moon, and expressed confusion since her clan had been wiped out during the war. Enmitsuki revealed that her father had managed to save her mother, leaving her as the last of her clan. Her silence spoke volumes. Just then, the door opened, and Naruto entered, accompanied by Jiraiya and Tsunade. He scanned the room and recognized two familiar faces. He greeted Ishiki and Denpa, who had helped him on his path to mastering Fuinjutsu. Denpa remarked on how much Naruto had grown since their last meeting, ruffling his hair playfully. Naruto expressed pride in how much stronger he had become thanks to them. Ishiki noted the change in Naruto, shaking him lightly. Curious about the newcomers, Naruto pointed to Enmitsuki and Kakuhiki, who was just waking up and rubbing his eyes. Enmitsuki felt a pang of hurt when Naruto didn't remember her, but his expression changed as he recognized her. Smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to Kakuhiki, who appeared disinterested, Naruto asked for his name. Kakuhiki yawned, prompting Naruto to raise an eyebrow at Ishiki, who simply shook his head. Ishiki introduced Kakuhiki before returning to the matter at hand. He looked at Tsunade, who glared at him. He assured her that he was not demanding Naruto but insisted that he needed to come with them. Tsunade crossed her arms defiantly, challenging him. Ishiki responded by handing her a scroll, stating that refusing was not an option. As Tsunade opened the scroll and began to read, her expression shifted from anger to confusion, and finally to sadness, culminating in sheer surprise. Tsunade called out for Jiraiya, who jumped and rushed over to her side. She asked him to verify the scroll's authenticity. After examining it, Jiraiya confirmed that it was real. Tsunade, filled with urgency, grabbed Jiraiya by the arm and led him out of the council room. Ishiki smiled at Naruto as they listened to Tsunade's muffled but intense conversation with Jiraiya. When they returned, Tsunade's face reflected anger and despair. She warned that if they hurt Naruto, there would be consequences. Enmitsuki assured her that they would take good care of him. Tsunade continued to glare at them before turning to Jiraiya, instructing him to accompany them. Jiraiya nodded with a smile, agreeing to her terms. She demanded daily reports written by Naruto, ensuring she would know if it was truly him. Ishiki smiled at the council members, who were staring at Tsunade in shock. Koharu questioned Tsunade's decision, but she insisted she had no choice in the matter. She tossed the scroll to them, and they read it with astonished expressions. Denpa quickly silenced Homura, who was about to speak, with a cloth over his mouth, playfully reminding him to keep it a secret. Denpa then turned to Naruto, announcing that they would leave the next day. Naruto was still confused, and Ishiki noticed. They explained that they were taking him to a special individual for 3 years of training. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement, but then he remembered Hinata. He dashed out the door, leaving Ishiki wondering if he had said something wrong. Jiraiya followed him, understanding the urgency of the situation. Naruto soon found Hinata walking toward her home. He called her name, and as she turned, they collided and fell to the ground. Hinata blushed deeply as she realized Naruto was on top of her. He quickly got up and helped her to her feet, feeling embarrassed. He needed to tell her something important. When he revealed that he would be leaving on a 3-year training mission, Hinata was shocked, unable to believe he would be gone for so long. She asked when he would leave, her voice tinged with sadness. Naruto replied that it would be tomorrow. He looked at her with sorrowful eyes before taking her hand and leading her through the village. Hinata inquired about their destination, glancing back at her house. Naruto explained that they would make the most of their time together that day. Hinata smiled, but her gaze shifted to a figure in a white kimono disappearing into a house. Curious, she asked where they were headed first. Naruto suggested the waterfall, and Hinata blushed, nodding in agreement as they set off for their first destination.